More than 600 teams, more than 1,000 drivers, all with one goal: to pick up the Majors 24 in year 2024. Welcome to the 4th edition of the Majors 24 and its third split coverage here on Grid Vision. I'm Justin Prince alongside Taylor Burris, Austin Jarvishar, producer. As we get set to go racing for 24 hours, let's go straight to your starting grid. On the pole for this year's edition of the Majors 24 is 505 Endurance with Sim Race Sweden Esports in the second spot. They're amongst the GTP class this season. Then it's NSR Red and Magic Arrow Row 2. Row 3 features Sim Vision, looking to keep their vision focused ahead, with Not in Vain Racing Orange looking to race not in vain. Then it's Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Black, one of the contenders expected for today, with Hardcore in 4th, or rather 8th. Then Project Valorous Academy and Racing Lab Esports amongst your top 10 starters here today. High Caliber Auto Sports, Blackout OPR, and 409 Racing amongst those in the next grid slots you see on screen, along with Scuderia Volpe. Then it's PWR and Team FFSR in the top 16. Your last amongst the GTP class today, Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Gold, RD Sim Sport, along with Solpec Precision Racing and North Sim Racing. Let's go over to Taylor. He's got your next class.
Thank you, Justin. We have RJD leading your LMP2 pole position with a 330.32, followed by Devotion Sim Racing Blue-Red, followed by Team Unknown 404. Switch it up, Sapphire will be in position number 4 with Race Tech Competition, Speed Designs, followed by the Perch Sanda Nomad 561 in 7th position. In 8th, 9th, and 10th will be Scuderia Velope by Super Chicane, BP Racing, and rounding out the top 10 in class, Torque Freak Racing by TFR Labs. Rounding out the rest of your LMP2 class is Team Scatsmat Spark Services, Scuderia Chicken House, HTS Racing Yellow, Sector 5 Racing, Gazak Racing Team, Sim Race Sweden Esports, V3 Racing, and the Sim Race Sweden Esports team.
Your next class and your final class for today is GT3. Those drivers today started by Team Swatchmat Wozek Group. Walk Racing Esports amongst the top 2. The rest of those starters will scroll on screen as we get set to go racing up at the very front. All the weeks of preparation coming through here today. 24 hours on the clock from the French countryside. Who's able to survive? The green flag is out. We're underway for the Majors 24. And a good launch for Ben Dutton, the driver of the 505 Endurance machine, who brings up the GTP class early on. Already full steam ahead, LMP2 already single file in their respective grouping. You compare that to GT3, they get the biggest lead up, especially to the rest of the field. They're also single file amongst their grouping so far as we get ready for our first run to the course today, Taylor.
Drivers now already pulling ahead as they go single file heading up to the top of the Dunlop curve. Being your prototypes, your GTPs, already heading down the Mulsanne straight and setting themselves up. It's a great group of drivers already as we have some battling further in amongst the field here as they come cresting up over the hill heading to the Mulsanne chicane number 1 as we watch this battling for position between Hardcore, Project Valorous Academy, and Racing Lab Esports. Good fighting for position as it is a time to set yourself up for a good run. Find your position you feel comfortable in and then start chasing that rabbit.
And especially since with 24 hours, about 428 laps is the estimate. If it goes green all the way, it's expected to be a race where track position's critical, but strategy ever more critical. 2x2 on screen. How about 3 wide on the opening lap already? That is Michael Meyer, who wants to go to the front very fast. Your 14th place starter making 3 passes into 1 corner.
Absolutely incredible to see that Cadillac, that beautiful Cadillac, working its way up to full speed, and you can hear the thunderous roar from that machine as it gets by the 2 Acuras. Up ahead, the Geodesic and the Blackout GTP machine of Jake Edwards and Brandon Rosenberg are battling for position in 8th spot up ahead as they head into Mulsanne Corner.
We'll be talking a lot about the details for today, especially when it comes to teams. The Majors 24, 40 years of existence now, starting up just about around 2020. So far this year, more than 12 splits on the docket across the field of entrants this year. It's one of the largest, if not arguably the largest entry list for this event in the series history. And a lot of big teams and names coming out to play here today, regardless of the split. Hydro Race Geodesic's usually a top split contender. They end up having several of their drivers end up in split 3 through pre-qualification.
Yep, indeed. As we watch the GTP, let's take a look back at the GT3 category that's out there on the track. It's currently now led by no longer your pole sitter. It's the Walk Racing Esports of Danny Neo, who's taken over the race lead after a mistake by Dan Vanderven, who had an issue going into turn number 2 for that Arvanius Racing Audi, who's right there now sitting in the 5th position. As trouble, one of the ATPs is around. That's Bradley Hawley.
Oh, and Bradley Hawley is several-time champion Purell competition. He's off of the 171, the all-time champion in Purell Racing. Guess who is trying to pass? The Hydro Race Geodesic machine, the gold entry, to the outside before the lunge.
Oh, right there. You see the contact. Makes another contact with another GTP car. But the good news is for Bradley is it's 24 hours. He had a lot of time to make up. But the bad thing is he is now starting not in a position you want to be in. And that's trying to make up time.
Remember, though, if necessary, full course yellows are available based on, remember the last year's metric, of the incident points that came into play. But better yet, when it comes to this field, as well, no faster pairs available. You better keep it clean if you want to survive. And some drivers are having problems doing that down the front straightaway, it seems, with the speed.
Yeah, that's the driver of Sector 5 Racing of Nathan Dowd in the LMP2 category. Having a little bit of trouble. He has fallen all the way back to 16th in class. As one LMP2 is already coming down pit road. That's the speed design of Doug Sarantino, who is now on pit road.
Yeah, that team not going the way to plan. That is speed design, as you said. They've already had to make a driver change. Something going haywire for their camp. In the GT3, meanwhile, seen Walk Racing walking forward. Also, up front, 505 Endurance. We touched upon them setting the pole time for this session and for this event. 3:21.9, the only drivers to do so as a team for that time bracket. Their lineup today featuring Ben Dutton. Also, amongst those of note, Dennis Cho, Jared Bailey, and Stephen Bull amongst their grouping. RJD, we've seen them race in a few different leagues. They're looking very strong so far in LP2, though.
Yeah, good, strong run for them at the moment, as they are currently about a couple of car lengths ahead of Devotion Sim Racing, driven by Matteo Prudhomme, who is currently holding that second spot, who's in a very tight battle with Team Unknown 404 with Alexia Shelbanov, who is holding that third position. So everyone in the LMP2 class is just trying to find their fitting and as far as in the top 5 and just get ready to log some laps for the next 24 hours as they head into the Mulsanne corner once again before they head down to one of the longest straightaways here as they head over towards Indianapolis. And so far, they're doing the best that they can. A little bit of skirmishes further back in the LMP2 category, but so far, everyone just trying to find their fitting here as we have a replay of an incident that happened out on track.
Oh, and what happened this time? This is one of the geodesic entries once again. Oh, that's going to happen a lot today.
Yes, indeed. Overcooking the brakes a little bit into Mulsanne. That is Pascal Ebner, who had issues with the gold machine.
So an error loose moment there, but talking about some of the teams here today, RJD up front, we talked about that. Want to touch upon that a little bit more as the day goes on, but Walk Racing Esports up front in GT3 still. That's a team that was founded back in 2012, in fact, and has had a lot of notable drivers that have ran through its ranks. How about Alexander Oritzen, Stoffel Van Dorn, yes, that Van Dorn, and David Bonska, was a co-manager at one point for that respective team. In the past, they've gone through various different pathways, have seen drivers go to the Prodigy League, been some of the top drivers in Romania. It's an interesting team when you look at some of the people who have at least started their sim racing adventures through this team.
And that's what's so incredible with sim racing, Justin. You know, you have a lot of stepping stones that could open the door for you, and it starts right here in the sim racing world. You know, like we see, drivers just work their way up into higher teams, and then the possibility of even some real world racing as we are on board with Danny Neo in that Walk Racing Esports. Great racing to see as we see one of the newest additions to the iRacing platform, both of them right behind the Ford Mustang and the Chevrolet Corvette GT3.
Yes, the Ford, as it was once known as, being retired past few days, in fact. So now, you finally have a brand new Corvette. You know, the last time there was a Corvette on the platform in a competitive manner, 2012-ish. It's been a long time. Well, we barely seen the Corvette used by most teams, even by 2020.
That is true.
It's a very welcome adjustment and change to bring the American muscle back to the very modern specifications on the sim.
It really is, and it's great to see. The Ford Mustang drives phenomenally well. We have at least 5 Ford Mustangs racing in this split, along with at least 2 Chevrolet Corvettes in the field. A couple of Mercedes, a couple of BMWs, a couple of Audis, and a couple of Porsches as well to kind of balance it out a little bit with the race. The only manufacturer we're missing as far as in the GTP category is the BMW. It is the majority of Acura GTPs, a couple of Porsches, and then a few Cadillacs in the mix.
Take a look around the racetrack at some of the adventures some of these pack racers are currently dealing with. And when touching upon some of the various expectations for a race like this, what comes down to, say, a class choice, or better yet, for, say, LMDH, which has a lot of choices, a manufacturer choice? What's your preference for what manufacturer you want to race in and why?
Well, for me, it really just depends on the comfortability of how I feel comfortable driving around the track with the cars. I mean, and it goes by either by class too. For me personally, I would probably be going in the LMP2 class because, one, it is a spec class, if you think about it. All of these cars are exactly the same, the Dallara P217s that we've used since 2020, since they've been added on the platform. And, you know, it's incredibly a very fun car to drive around any road course that you take it on. I mean, we see it used regularly at Daytona. We see it used quite a lot here, of course, at Le Mans, and several other courses that we will see added on, especially in the IMSA ranks. So, big trouble, though. Multiple cars around. The Ford Mustangs are in trouble, along with one of the Audis. That was up towards the top 5, as I will get the number to that. Vermilion Esports as well having some big trouble as he's crab walking down the back Mulsanne straight, as it is issues indeed for several drivers.
So a bit of a stack up down the straight, the Mulsanne straight. Car 50 you're referring to. Ethan Bass also was the other driver in car 98. We'll get a chance to look at that hopefully soon here, because at least 4 cars just had to stack up. Ethan Bass, and a hard crash for one of those involved in that incident, just into the wall. At least 3-4 meatball flags in one class.
Yeah, that was Lewis Greathead who had a big issue. Let's take a look at the replay here.
I believe it's just before what we just got to. You can see the crab walking with the amount of damage there. So pretty clear that a lot of drivers had a lot of broken parts pretty quickly. I could tell you this, based on what I've seen on my end. Somebody wasn't clear and accidentally hooked Ethan Bass, or Bass hooked another, either way. Ethan Bass's first race not in a Ford in a major way is not going well.
No, it is not, and that's 2 of the Ford Mustangs who made contact. It started up ahead with Ethan Bass, like you said, making contact with the Audi machine, who had a big issue right there as well, and then just the chaos that ensued.
I should correct myself, that was a Ford. But it's, you know, As there's, you see the last stage of it, in fact, with all of the bumper damage.
We are trying to get the replay here for a moment, just trying to get the right car number briefly. So. Okay, so apparently, according to live timing, there was an issue with the situation that happened on scene here, so we'll hopefully see about it later on, but unfortunate situation happening.
So, let's get to conversation on the racing in of itself here then. Sim Race Sweden Esports is doing a strong job so far. They've kept lockstep. Of note, their GT3 entry never hit the track. So it's just their GTP and LMP2 entries here on track. Team Sim Race Sweden Esports, in their own words, was a team looking to trouble the big guys today. And so far, Jesper Eriksson is doing a strong job keeping lockstep. Of course, Eriksson, a very strong driver in the league scene when it comes to Swedish-based series, along with one of his teammates, Oscar Fredriksson, today.
Yeah, a really good run right now by Oscar Fredriksson, who's had a good run here. They've worked their way around the circuit, right on one board right now. I think the number, I believe that's Jesper Eriksson. With that Sim Race Sweden Esports, a good run for him as he comes through out of the court, heading over to the 4 chicanes. A good run as he works his way through. This is a good opportunity for catching up, gaining some times here, is through the 4 chicanes, and he has made up a lot of time trying to keep pace with that Cadillac as they come through the corner and work their way around across the start-finish line here. So we'll see how it works out for him. But that Acura is really got a lot of pace. That's why a lot of them chose it, because of the speed that these cars have, as well as the handling. It's a little bit more balanced compared to what the Cadillac has and the Porsche.
And it makes it so interesting when it comes to some of the balance today, but also, better yet, who's going to be able to get the upper hand. I know a lot of people like the Cadillac, for example. The Acura has been extremely popular for the fuel save. So it's going to be a balancing act, of course, when it comes to a 24-hour race like this. What is going to get the upper hand? Of course, getting back to the conversation with Eriksson, too, he is basically one of the best drivers in Penske racing log, and getting back to that conversation, Sweden, hence why it's the Race Sweden colors. He basically dominates anything open wheel in that series. He is that strong on the road courses there, and why he's the starting driver.
He is definitely showing why he is one of the top drivers here, as he is keeping pace with Ben Dutton as they head down the back Mulsanne straight over out of the first chicane, heading over into the second Mulsanne chicane. As we watch on, last time by, they almost ran identical lap times. They're one of the only few drivers inside the top 10 that are running in the 3:24 second bracket.
Seen some of the moves down the straightaway throughout the pack now. That includes this one you see to the inside. That's hardcore. Alexander Chicano trying to make the pass there. Able to slip on by the 499 Racing Machine. Colin Arnold behind the wheel of that entry for the time being. And those types of passes today are going to be important, but also better yet, just managing when the right moves are going to come into play are even bigger so. Do you let somebody go? Do you try and go for the little bit of a clutch before entry and save? That's going to become a huge talking point as well. For the LMDHs, remember there's the energy store that comes up to talking point.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye here on this, and it's going to be credible for how these drivers are going to negotiate around the corners here as we keep an eye on this battle further back inside the top 10. And there you see one of the other Acuras trying to close in and getting around the Porsche as they work their way over towards, see here, Arnage. This is B13 battle. Apologies on that, Justin. I'm having a little issues with my connection, so I'm trying to get some things handled.
Well, was going to say, as this goes on, RD Simsport, they've had some strong performances, but haven't gotten the chance to touch upon RJD yet, because they're running away, and it shouldn't be a full surprise yet, because they have brought in a star driver for this event today. RJD able to bring in one of the top drivers from one of the endurance races earlier this season. Yoni Winner behind the wheel. He ended up finishing in top split competition on the podium in the LMP2 class for Door Esports. That was their big breakout party back in the springtime during the VCO Grand Slam competition swing. This team, of course, with experience in Ivor Club Sport competition, where they're normally a GT4 entry. So they bring in star drivers, and on top of that, Florian Denzler, who will be one of the other drivers today from Real World GT3 Racing and for the DNLS, and from the race strategist side. That's going to be a very tough team to beat with the star power they brought in today. They're already up more than a second so far.
Ooh, big slide right there for the RDG machine as they gathers it back up as he was able to hold on. Wayner doing a great job. He's going to give way, though, as he's got a problem.
That's a slowdown. And Team Unknown able to zip on by. How about that? Alexei Shelbanov makes his team known. That was a group just 3 friends together at the time of last year. Now up to 15 drivers. It's time for them to get known on the racetrack. Why not?
Absolutely, as they will take over the race lead ahead of Switch at Sapphire. RJD right there holding third as they are a little bit under pressure from the next driver of David Barraclaw, who we've seen in multiple series across the span of sim racing in the world of sports car and endurance racing, as we've seen him in a couple of major events and one of the favorites here when it comes to racing in the majors.
This should be a fun time here. Interesting enough, of course, you have a lot of experience when it comes to car chaser on the go-kart side. He's one of the driver here behind the wheel of Team Unknown Machine is a 2-time vice champion of the Rotex Russian Championship, actually, in the max class.
Absolutely incredible. The Rotex is a great group of people there. They, of course, will have their World Championships, World Finals later on in the year. Normally, they have that over in Saudi Arabia, as we'll keep an eye on seeing who will be some of the ones that will be represented. Of course, the Rotex here in the United States still going strong. There is a couple of championships left for decision here, as their next race, I believe, will be in Cincinnati.
Yes, indeed. It should be a fun time once that comes up. But to the racing itself, keeping an eye on how GT's going. Once again, Danny Neal just walking and walking fast. Hyperion Racing's third car is currently amongst those in second, though. They're amongst the new Corvettes on the block. And Hyperion, another strong team when it comes to the endurance side. Some of the drivers today of note on top of their driver right now with Derek Highburner. That will bring in Nathan Deering. We've seen a lot of leagues. Turner Scroll has been one of the top drivers in the special event scene. And remember, this is a team that did pick up a win in the Sebring 12-hour earlier this year in the iRacing major events and a top 10 points finish in Ivor Club Sport.
Yeah, so these drivers are going to be ones to watch as we pick up a little further back the battle for P4, 5, and 6, or actually for 5th and 6th position, as it's between the really slow motion racing and the Nürburgring esports team, the official team for the Nürburgring, as these drivers are putting on a stellar show here as they work their way around the circuit here. But one of the things for the Nürburgring esports team, as I pull up their notes, as we see here they are. Yeah, this team, of course, they've been working together since the fall of 2001. They have worked with many drivers throughout the years. And, of course, one of the things is that their young guns, which are all the drivers of under the age of 18, receive support from their experienced drivers, as well as they work their way through to help teach and develop drivers, and as well in the Germany, Austria, and Great Britain areas, as well as they are also have a big following on the social media platforms as well with their esports team as being the official Nürburgring esports team in Germany. As we pick up issues for Bradley Holly again, looping it around. Again, he is not having a good time to kick off here at the Le Mans.
And remember, one of the cars from that incident we talked about, well, the damage is still there, and guess what happens? Look, another spin.
Oh no, that is your pole sitter right there who is having more and more issues. here today, and it's just a tough break for that Audi. One of the only Audis in the field for Team Skazmat Wallach Group, as we pick up our prototypes, having now negotiating through the GT3 class.
And this is going to be where traffic management is critical. What goes through your mind, at least in your perspective, when you have the traffic come like this? And better yet, when you're the faster class and see side by side in front, let's go 3 wide on the apron.
Oh, that's one thing. You gotta be quick about where you want to make the pass here, and hopefully the GT3 cars make their pass before you get to them. That's going to be the critical thing. But the best thing I've always heard when it comes to being in the slower class, race your line. Let the prototypes find their own way around you. They are faster, they're more quicker, they're more nimble. They can find go places that a GT car should not go to. So don't just purposely get out of the way, unless you're by yourself, move down a little bit, but really let the prototypes find their way around you. Don't worry about getting out of their way. They will find that hole and make it work.
It's going to be extremely critical to get through this throughout the day today. The first layer, also treacherous. Here's one looks at the Hydrace geodesic machine as they try and stay in the line and work together. Others, just trying to make sure they stay predictable. And that's the big thing, right? You become unpredictable with any of these drivers, they will drive right through you.
Absolutely. You have to be careful of where you set your car up in these runs, especially into some of the harder braking zones and some of the high-speed corners, as we see the number 9 Porsche Simvision by Felipe R.C. Barreto, who is leading the charge, trying to get around the Corvette. He found his opening, got around quickly and safely, as they will now try to work around your GT3 race leader, Danny Neo. And so far, all of them make it through no problem. So we will see the GTP class getting around the GT3 class in about 7 laps time. So lap 14 is when we'll see them negotiating around them once again.
So again, as they overlap for the first time, we're already on lap 8 of the race. We're not even past the 23 minutes, rather the 30-minute mark on the clock. Their best opportunities today to pass, let's touch upon that once more here today. As the day goes on, we mentioned the Mulsanne Straight. Indianapolis is in our critical opportunity up to our notch, but it's also going to be critical today to get the run to Mulsanne in general here today. Here's the Mulsanne Straight right now. This is your best opportunity for the draft. It is a power track after all, and if you are able to break the draft, well, it's a lot more easier. In the case of Ben Dutton, it's been a 4-second breakaway so far since the start of the race over Magic Arrow, who's been able to jump to second this lap.
Yeah, currently right now, Norbert Tomas has taken over the second spot in the Porsche, and he has shown a lot of great speed, keeping pace with your top 2 for the moment, as he was able to get by Jesper Eriksson with the Simrace Sweden esports team, as you see just that line of cars, as now Jesper now looks to the inside, trying to set a pass up into the second Mulsanne chicane, and he will complete the pass right there on Norbert Tomas. And then you got Andre Reddington in the Not in Vain Racing Orange right there in the mix, as these two will swap again, heading to Mulsanne corner.
They're costing each other time, and they're getting a little bit almost too edgy. That was near contact. Tomas trying to stay to the outside, at least for now, heading up to Mulsanne and able to get back in line, but not yet. Another slide from Eriksson.
And this is bringing in Andre Reddington now in the Acura right behind them, as those two will still remain side by side as they head towards Indianapolis.
They're racing like it's the last lap already, just for the second position. That's how tightly wound these two seem to be. But right now, Magic Arrow able to get the serve and take said serve. The team that's been around since 2022, able to make the pass to clear on by one of the teams that currently race normally in iRacing's European Endurance Series. Able to get themselves ahead. One of their new Platinum Endurance Championship entries.
With those two battling, that brought in Andre Reddington quite a bit. He's now, instead of about 2 or 3 seconds back, he's now just under a second between them as they close the gap quite a bit here. As it's some really good racing as... I thought Ben Dutton had a little bit of issues, but nope, he's gathered it back. He's still pulling away, checked out by 5.3 seconds.
Let's take a look at the replay machine yet again, because it looks like we had at least one driver already make a scheduled start. Remember the Mustangs that had the instance before? Well, this is a way to rejoin. Remember, the pit lane exit is on the racing surface. Why not stop? There's a lot of reasons, but that one at least keeps them out of the pack.
Yeah, I'll give him credit there. That's not a good place to stop right there, but he was able to avoid the bigger packs closing in as we pick back up the battle for second in the GTP category and pick up now our race leader in GT3, who has a 3-second lead over Derek Heiberger in second place in the Corvette. And he's got a little bit of the racehorse right behind him, Lemmy Mishevsky.
Yeah, nicely, closely wound yet again in our fight. That's Rider Engineering Esports entry. They had one simple tidbit. We're 3 fast drivers approaching the historic track in the French countryside. And it led to a lot of questions about which team is this? Well, it is the same one that has experience from the real world. That was the first question for race admins. They were able to cross over the paint scheme for the most part to this race car for today for their virtual appearance. They have experience in the European racing scene in the ADAC from years ago.
Absolutely incredible to see how that works out for them. As we watch on here and seeing that Kai Hoffman is closing in his Porsche. He's looking here as they come up to Tetra Rouge. This right here, this section, Justin, is a critical spot of making sure you get enough power down, because one mistake or even an off track could cost you valuable seconds.
We've seen already the multitudes of slowdowns. Just one slowdown can cost you up to 3 spots depending on how close things get. You can also see how closely you can close up when the speed differential in the draft is up to 5 miles an hour in this class today. That's enough to be able to pass if you so want. But in the top splits especially, we see drivers say, I'll use you as a fuel-saving device, then pass you 5 minutes before the set pit stops. By the way, we're already 30 minutes through the action on lap 9, estimated on the race today out of 4:20 now. And that's how quickly the race can go. But better yet, we've seen over the years why the fuel strategy is so critical, Taylor. Because depending on what happens, and of course depending on where the cautions fly today, it could come down to simply cutting out a pit stop to win a race like this today.
Absolutely, and if you can do that by doing a little fuel conservation, drafting off of some of your competitors, especially on the Mulsanne straights, that could be the difference between how much you are on pit road. That's one of the biggest keys to winning here at Le Mans or any 24-hour endurance event, is being off of pit road the least amount of time. I talked to one of our commentators who will be joining us later on, Nick Stein. Usually for the LMP2 class, you're looking at about 39 to 40 minutes for them on a stint. GTPs will be around the same time period as well, by anywhere between 40 to 45 minutes. The GT3 cars can go about an hour.
And remember, it used to be for the GT3 about an hour and 5 minutes. That hour can be more realistically, depending on the situation, 55 minutes.
Yeah, exactly, especially of how much you're pushing your race car. So yeah, it could come down to a matter of how many pit stops you have, especially late in the going. So for a driver like Danny Neo, who is currently about a second or about 4 seconds ahead of his competition, he could do a little fuel saving, not a whole lot, but enough to just maybe save a little here and there in order to try and stretch out his fuel just a little bit.
Hoffman staying lockstep. The Nürburgring Esports entry doing the same thing up here. I believe you're talking about their respective grouping earlier in Nürburgring Esports, of course. That team has a lot of the opportunities with the young guns, but better yet, is one of the teams that's been talked about a lot because their drivers for the Nürburgring Esports side have been able to perform in that green and black entry in the backdrop to become champions in major events. They used to be Deutsche Payment Esports before becoming managed by Nürburgring Esports, by the way, as of late.
Yeah, they've been able to put on some great opening opportunities here and just incredible ways to work with. Especially, it's great to see some of the biggest motorsports tracks in the world getting involved with esports as far as even with teams. And it's great to see that in the Nürburgring, of course, a phenomenal facility. Unfortunately, that we could only see about 8 hours of actual racing time this past weekend at the Nürburgring due to the fact of the heavy fog that came through, but still a phenomenal facility. And of course, we had the Nürburgring 24 on iRacing just a couple of weeks ago as well.
Yeah, that was a thriller once again this year. Heard a lot of people, despite all the fog, understood the situation, but had a lot of fun there, especially since, you know, sim racing's a big thing at the Nürburgring. Of note, by the way, want to touch upon this in LMP2. Second place is Devotion Sim Racing. I'm going to try and make sure I pronounce this right. Blue Red, Blurred. Something in the middle of that. That drew a lot of smiley emoji faces in response to the team name here today. But the French Sim Racing team, it's their home race with experience in SEO, Ivor, and more. And why were they called this team name of blue and red combined? Because they never found an agreement on what color they wanted this team to be today. So one person wanted it red, their other team owner wanted it blue. So they said, we're both of them.
Well, I mean, it works. Blurred is a good one to go together with, and of course, it is a all-French lineup for these drivers with Julien Bottet, Anthony Charlepalin, and Guillaume Choquet, Jerome Haag, and Matteo Prudhomme, who's currently, I believe, in the car right now for that team Blurred.
I think it's supposed to be blue-red together. Or almost blue-red is another way you can phrase it. I'm trying to think of the French pronunciation for blue and red, but it's escaping me. Rouge, blue. I'm not going to get into this conversation point, but it is creative.
It is creative. And Blood Rouge?
Blue Rouge. That makes a lot of sense for the race. I'm not even going to. I'm confusing myself now.
You know what?
I was about to say, I see more purple than I do red.
Well, that's what happens when you mix blue and red. You get a little bit of a purplish, pinkish color. That's right there on the nose. As he's trying to hold on for dear life a little bit right there in that LMP2 car.
Now, right now, just 1.4, 1.5 seconds before the start of the lap. 2.5 seconds back now with the traffic. One of the team favorites, well, still up front. 505 Endurance, we still checking on them. 5.5 seconds up and playing through the gears so far. Magic Arrow's been able to pull away from Sim Race Sweden. Interesting though in terms of some of the movement. I'm looking through some of the bigger movers so far. One team that's been charging through LMP2 so far from worst in class to mid-pack already. If we can go to the 96, V3 Racing LMP2 is up 10 already and is looking to try and make it plus 11 near contact with traffic.
Oh, they got to hold on there and be careful, but they were able to get through around the Corvette GT3 machine. So far, I mean, these drivers here, a couple of notes, it is a well-rounded group of drivers from the Netherlands and the United Kingdom, as they will come down pit road, so just around the time I thought they would be coming down. And, of course, they are a couple of drivers who, of course, have some notable achievements. They actually won the 12 Hours of Sebring earlier this year.
And the pit window in turn, fully in bloom. Expect more stops from the LMDH class the next 5-10 minutes or so. So the window's opening up for our first scheduled service of note. Amonso is able to stretch it ahead. Torque Freak Racing by a TFR Lab. The very well-known David Barrichello able to stretch the fuel by an extra lap here. He's the one to start them off today. He's become very well-known for being with this team, with all the championship conversations and all the majors racing conversations. Better yet, all the experience in the major series for this team.
Yeah, he is one of the top drivers in this category and in road racing that has put on a lot of great work, and David Barrichello is looking to continue that trend as he holds the race lead out on class. He's going to try to stay out, which could be a good thing to keep in mind if you can go an extra lap longer and give yourself a little bit of room. So we'll keep an eye and see what that 81 machine can do here in this stage of the race.
The others that were able to stretch it forward, really just them up amongst the front of those in the field today for their class. As you can see, Winner is already up to second, so he didn't lose any ground or make any mistakes in the pit sequence. RJD looking very difficult to stop here. So, that being said here, obviously a lot that can swap around here, but also, what, in terms of your experience, I'll ask you based on that, how would you describe in terms of the building process for a race like this where you need to build a setup for 4 or 5 different drivers rather than just the one?
No, the biggest thing is, as we have one GTP off in front of some of our Acura. That's the, trying to get the number of that one, but it is one of our GTP machines. I'll get the number momentarily, as he does finally get it looped around. It's the number 10 machine, the NSR Red Sim Performance DK machine, driven by Simon Mertens. Had a big off coming before Tetra Rouge, so he's going to have to gather it back up. He dropped all the way back to the 17th position in class, so tough break for him, as we'll take a look at the replay right quick of what happened. Coming out of the Dunlop curve, and he might have hit the curbing just a little bit right there. You see the bobble, and then there's the contact.
Yeah, definitely got some help there after that bobble, and that's the tough thing, right? If you're the car behind, you're not expecting a bobble.
No, you're not. So I'm pretty sure race control will be hard at work checking over that. But no, back to that. That is where, as another driver goes for a little bit of a slide right there. That was one of the Acuras.
Yeah, and that's another tough thing when it comes to this car for the LMDHs for this series today. Those tires from the back end, if you enter the corner too hot, they go away fast. Here's David Barrichello. He's in for scheduled service and in with no issues in the 81 machine for his first pit stop, able to stretch the full lap.
Absolutely. So that's going to be critical for seeing how that will play out for our drivers here when he comes down during the pit stop. And we'll see where he places once he finishes his pit stop. But no, back to your point about trying to make a setup for 4 drivers. The critical thing is making sure you have all 4 drivers. Try to find a good baseline to where you can make small incremental adjustments to help out. As we take a look at the replay here, it could be some issues with GT and prototypes clashing once again. Nope. Prototype just sends in a little bit too deep into Arnage.
Yeah, just a little bit deep for Switch It, Sapphire. And that was where I was going to discuss next. Switch It, after all, is a private team that apparently, here's the interesting part about the traffic management, right? Is a private team that got, quote, sick of getting destroyed by GT3s, so tires, or tries their luck in an LMP2 for first time. And we are all main GT3 drivers and hardly drive other classes, but we're open to try new things and we'll try our luck.
Oh, goodness. That's a interesting point, as we do have some of our GTP cars down on pit road right now.
Oh, that's a little early, though.
That is. At least a good few minutes.
LMDH is not early, but if it's GT3, it's a bit. We have a spinner, Team FFSR, just went around to the pit entry in the 513 in the backdrop of all this. So the LMDHs are in, but Jonathan Bertode in the 513 behind all of this did not get a good pit entry. I don't know if we'll have the chance to look at that because of how close it was on the proximity to the cone, but I can tell you this. If you miss the pit entry, usually that is a sign you are coming in a little bit too hot.
Yeah, you got to back it down just a little bit in order to make sure you can have a good run into pit road, and definitely got to watch out for speeding because it would be a shame to come back around and having to pit, especially after a long lap. And already Ben Dutton out on the racetrack and will pull away once again. I believe we do have one driver who did stay out. That's the High Caliber Autosports 831 Acura. And then I see one more, the North Sim Racing LMDH Cadillac. So those two decided to stay out just a little bit longer for the time being.
Good feel safe for them. Can confirm how the incident came to be, by the way, for that pit road snafu. Blackout OPR GTP's Jake Edwards ran to the back of them on the pit entry, and that's why there are now two drivers with meatball flags. NSR Red is also in the same boat. So, at least now 3 drivers, all of them in LMDHs, dealing with significant damage on the racetrack as we are in the midst of fuel cycles for the first time coming to a close in 10 minutes for GT3.
Yeah, the North Sim Racing Group, which is an all-Italian team in second place in class, are putting on a stellar drive as they work their way through. This is the 24-hour race, will be the first major event that the North Sim Racing has officially become a recognized sports association by the Italian authorities. And this is the first time that the lineup will all race together, as, of course, for Giuseppe, Gianluca, and Riccardo have all raced together in GTPs. In fact, during their chance, they won the 12 Hours of Sebring earlier this year. And then, of course, for the driver of Elvis Bonello, is an experienced sim racer who is nearing his 10th year in sim racing, while for the driver of Claudio Bacavike, sorry for pronunciation on that one. Of course, he started racing back in 1995 with, of course, racing on the Formula 195 game. So they're looking forward to seeing what they can do, the Italian make, in that Cadillac out on track.
Some interesting times here for some. So, if we're going to touch upon some interesting storylines, team names, etc., we've mentioned that a couple times. One of them I want to point out is Car 46. That right on cue would be Scuderia Chicken House. And yes, the chicken is on that race car. That team right now in the back half of LMP2 to start. Here is a story for you. Because once upon a time, a group of average, at best, sim racers competed together in various forms across the iRacing service. They bounced from team to team as they put in subpar performances across many special and league events, much to the dismay of their team management. Unhappy with the feedback provided to them about their lack of pace, poor judgment, and general bleep, they broke away and formed Scuderia Chicken House, a place where these like-minded sim racers were free to explore their average abilities and continue to post lackluster results long into the future, free of judgment and criticism. Yes, this goes on for 7 paragraphs. They wrote a nursery story about their team formation. I can read this forever.
You could. I mean, and you know what? It's great to see these drivers are putting on a good show and having some fun with it as they work their way around the circuit. As Michael Chow is currently behind the wheel of the Scuderia Chicken House LMP2. They're inside the top 15, so a good run for them so far.
Apparently, they each had quotes too. The quote for Mike was, "If you can climb a wrench, you can climb a rock." I don't know what that means, but okay.
I don't know either, but hopefully for Mika Barnett, he will not have a double because his bedtime will hopefully not be till later on Sunday.
Daniel Bloomquist, by the way, that's the car they're racing with, and that's the other Sim Race Sweden Esports entry that made the start here today. They also picked up Daniel Homer, who's been looking strong in the sim scene, and Melvik and Alexson, who has, in Spetsky Racing Lock and competition, been bounced around like a ping pong ball some most times. So an interesting lineup for them today, but Bloomquist is the flagship for them. So, as we get ready for GT3 pit stops in the next few minutes, we'll take a quick step aside. Our first little break here in the action. The Major Series continues with its Majors 24 here on Grid Vision after this.
You know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work, so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Yep.
Welcome back as pit stops underway for Walk Racing Esports. They just had a moment with Henrietta. That's the car we talked about in the 46 with Scuderia Chicken House. Well, they just got acquainted to all the fenders on it and are immediately to pit road after a bit of a slide that has cost them some time on the racetrack. Bright side is the pit window's open. Dark side is that was not how they wanted their in-lap to go.
No, it is not indeed, but the good news is a lot of the other GT3 cars are joining your race leader on pit road as they will negotiate onto the track as we pick up your overall race leader of Ben Dutton leading the charge in the 505 Endurance Cadillac as he will come up to turn number 1 and continue to lead the field right now currently by just about 3.3 seconds now, make it 3.6 as he comes across the line.
RJD, meanwhile, is on full attack mode up at the very front of their respective grouping. That gap 4 seconds. And with the pit road cycle in full swing and with the early stop for Walk Racing Esports, rather Esports Racing, or rather Engineering Esports, and the 2 machine is up in front. Oh, some battling and some mistakes are brewing in the midst of some of these classes now. Talk about pressurizing mistake there, as that was the blue-red machine that was able to pressurize things there. So, as we currently work around, we are going to have to take a step aside here, as you currently see the little blink. We'll fix the blink and come back and go full solid when we get back. Welcome back to Grid Vision. The cars are now to full solid, so we're back to zoomy zoom. As everything else goes well here on the racetrack, things have stayed calm. Dunnan has stayed doing zoom things by 3 seconds. Everything looks to be okay. Now, of note, because of what happened with Walk Racing Esports we talked about with the Henrietta incident, it is Rider Engineering Esports that now leads that class in full here, as we've now gotten to the 1 hour mark. The interesting thing is going to be, where do things stand here? Rather Walk Racing in front of Hyperion and Rider with the pit stop last time by. Was about to say here, they're pretty close together-ish now after the incident. Others are getting very compressed together. That includes Arvanina's Racing and the Nürburgring Esports entry, all lockstep with Adrenaline Motorsport.
Yeah, these three have been putting on a good show. It's the battle of the German makes right there, as we have the Porsche leading the charge over the BMW and the Mercedes, as they are bump drafting just about all the way down this straightaway heading over to Indianapolis.
Still playing the defense, and another one of those with German racing experience, the all-time overall champion when it comes to Nürburgring NLS Series Adrenaline Motorsport, holding things together with some other German counterparts in this group. Also throw in the mix Dan van der Ven in the midst of things, and you have a bit of an interesting combination of drivers, to say the very least, in this part of the pavement. But better yet, they all seem to be near dead even on the pace this stint. None of them are able to break away.
No, they are not. As we watch on there, you see Kai Hoffman starting to pull away just a little bit over the field as they work their way around the circuit, as Adrenaline Motorsports is just trying to just lead the charge to help them close in on your top three right now, led by, of course, the Mercedes, the Corvette, and the Ford Mustang.
Yeah, the interesting thing when it comes to all this going to be here too is, even though the racing can take 24 hours, you'll have these packs where you might be racing these cars for a good portion of the event, and Arvania's Racing will no longer be in this group for now. They just had a slow up.
Tough break right there for them, as he will have to take the time penalty and will continue on his way. See the issue that happened. Did Scuderia Chicken House have an issue, or is that the Barraclaw machine out on track?
Barraclaw.
That is Barraclaw, Torque Freak Racing.
Oh, and they had to take the runoff. That was a big twitch, but a good heads-up move by a veteran.
Yeah, David Barraclaw knew what he needed to do. Take the off-road as they work their way around the circuit. So he will continue on his way. He is ahead of course, Michael Chow in the Scuderia Chicken House machine, as Daniel Blomqvist is up ahead in the Sim Racing Sweden Esports machine in the LMP2 category.
Yeah, a lot of people starting to really accomplish their goals, so to speak, here. Keep an eye on some of those drivers for goals, but it's very early in the going. Remember, the more incidents that get built up, the more chance for the caution flags to come out. We've seen in the past times we've had this format, and we've seen as well in the majors endurance races in the wintertime, that those cautions can get built up pretty quickly if a lot of people start making mistakes. Give the field credit. A lot of them have been avoiding significant mistakes in this one.
Yeah, I think, and really the whole event, we've only seen one major incident. That was on that opening lap with the Audi machine as well as the Ford Mustangs that happened early on. So I think that's been pretty decently, all things considered.
Especially with how things seem to be squared away. Switch it Sapphire, staying in their respective pack for the time being. We've seen them with some twitchiness earlier on, and so far, despite trying their luck, the Germans seem to be able to figure things out pretty quickly, that that adaptability. Their adaptability seems to be in the 80s, if not the 90s, out of 100.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been very adaptive of how to make adjustments if need be and getting around the competition as we watch on and seeing what these drivers will do as we keep an eye on them. Good fight for position here as they work their way out of the second of the two Mulsanne chicanes.
Looks like no major movement there for the time being. Continuing to talk about the various different teams in the garage area and for the field here today. We mentioned Hardcore. Once those trying to pounce before, they've since dropped back to 10th. Want to touch upon them for a moment because they have an interesting background because they have Motor Motorsports sim racing roots with some of their former members. They now have racers from all over Germany to keep up that German theme. And the part of the reason for the name is at our core, we are racers by heart. Several of those with real world backgrounds when it comes to the motorsports scene. And in turn, they are quite simply in the movement of, quote, they're not bound or sponsored by anyone. They're just bound and sponsored by themselves.
Interesting concept. Let's see if they can keep the heartbeat going for these drivers as they are trying to work their way further into the top 10 after trying to get around Scuderia Velote by, of course, driven by Michael Meyer, who is in that position as they will drag race down the Mulsanne.
Able to get the give and go with the 130 with the give and take, allowing them to take. Now, that's team, mind you, from 2021 that is structured like a real sports club, they say, at the service of its drivers to aim higher. So far, they've been able to keep it on the road. Back to the Bear Club experience. We've already seen one mistake in the past lap. Why not two? There's got to be something wrong with his brakes.
Exactly. He might need to make a look at it and make some adjustments to that brake when he comes down pit road, because that is at least 3 different times he's had issues. Another instance where LMP2 and GT3s get together, and around goes your pole sitter in the GT3 class. The Skajewat's machine definitely not having the best of times right now.
They are having a horrific day so far. Those Italian racers, for the 20 years combined of experience between them, and they've had a rough one. Back to some of the others on racetrack you see on screen, the zipper rounds, the Porsche curbs for Hardcore. You still keep the Scuderia Volpe, but you also throw high caliber in this conversation. This is Tom Howells, who's keeping fairly lockstep in the midst of all this traffic right now to be able to try and make it a 3-car battle for position.
Doing a great job of that, keeping pace here with these drivers up ahead and getting into the top 10 as they work their way up across the start-finish line, heading over towards the Dunlop curves. Smooth run. You got to be careful with how much curbing, though, you run in this section of the course, because we've seen a lot of drivers go over the curbing a little too much, getting a time penalty. Got a little loose right there after hitting the curbs out of the Dunlop curve as they make their way over to Tetra Rouge and the Mulsanne once again.
See a lot of wheel movement that has to be put into that steering wheel as well here today. You have to be on point with what we've already seen today. By the way, we've already seen all the cars that had meatball flags in the DH class return to the racetrack. That's one of the bright sides with it being a longer race for today at least. If you're able to get the car fixed, you can take advantage if you keep the race going compared to those who do not want to keep going, for example. It's 24 hours, it's for the fun.
It is for the fun, and you know what? To finish even just these 24-hour endurance events is absolutely the best, because you feel accomplishment after all the hard work you're doing here. You want to try and put on a good run, and of course these drivers are going to do everything they can in order to make it work.
You know who's still making it work, up 15 to get back to the 96 car? V3 Racing just is flying to this field right now in the LMP2 class. They've had a rocket today. And this is the team that only runs a couple times a year in, quote, the cyber gym, as they put it. But they did pick up a CV 12-hour in their split earlier this year. They did find a way to get disqualified at Daytona, though.
Which is interesting. The only thing I can think of is possibly either too many incident points or the fact is that they didn't have enough of the drive time. That's probably the biggest reason why.
Mike Sheffers is currently amongst those who is very much adapting to the track model, and we've got a black flag. Black flag, car 48, just issued by the Live Race Control. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Gold will have to serve a black flag.
Tough break right there, and especially the early on of this race. I mean, you have to be careful, make no mistakes. We touched on it. The least amount of time you spend on pit road, the more likely chance of getting a good finish or even winning in your class. And right now, Pascal Ebner is now not doing what he needs to do, and that is getting off the pit road. Another penalty out as well for Team Skazmak Wolick Group, car number 50. That is the Audi, your pole sitter, who has received a penalty.
So there is a protest system in place. A great time to mention this here that a group of race officials and admins are currently grouped together looking at all the protests from every split in live action. So far, 5 protests, 2 have now succeeded. It's a 30-second hold for the 48. The reason, remember the incident with the 171 team earlier? That's why. And car 50, well, there's a lot of places where it could have been for their team. It was the one with the 128 machine. That was with the Verimon Motorsports entry in the very early going of this one. Because, end quote, that they didn't hold their brakes and then rolled into traffic. It's a 1-lap penalty for them.
Ooh, and they are already last in class, and it's just absolutely not a good scenario for the Team Skazmat Wolick Group. Currently driven by Masalos Wigrecki.
Yeah, when you get protested by 2 different teams for the same incident,
that's not good.
Yeah. So, that's the reasons there. So they'll have to serve their penalties within the next 3 laps, or else they will be disqualified from the session.
So we'll keep track of that and see how this will play out. Meanwhile, looking through the field right now, have a little bit of a battle for P4 in class in the GTP category between Not in Vain and Project Valoris Academy. The 2 Acuras going to do battle. And they're around Scuderia Chicken House at the moment. No, that's Team Barraclaw, actually. Or David Barraclaw.
Yeah, and some of this traffic seems to be getting to where if you're on your own, it works fine. If you're in a group, you're almost thinking in your head, I can't believe I'm reaching them in the wrong spot again. RJD nearly missed the corner with where they nearly caught him.
Keeping an eye out. He is being very careful right there as we watch on. Here is the RJD machine of Jonas Wagner.
Arch, going to say that was Race Tech competition in a very similar livery. Yellow and white for them. Good time to mention them, meanwhile. They're currently in the top 6. They have been running there the whole time, basically, and forced to go way high in the Porsche curbs.
Yeah, that's going to be a big issue right there. They are trying to get around the number 2 Mustang, the Reiter Engineering Esports machine, as they work their way around to the LMP2 machines, and he's going to come down pit road.
Looks like we're at pit road scheduled stops number 2. So scheduled stops in service underway for the LMP2s, as well as some of the LMDHs coming up here in the next couple minutes.
Field working their way around as we pick up your race leader, Mr. Ben Dutton, who is now negotiating through some more of the GT3 lap traffic. And how about this? Sim Racing Sweden Esports has caught up to Ben Dutton, and they are looking to make a pass.
Obviously, some issues in the past lap. They lost 3 seconds last time by with some of the slopes and traffic. Now, can Jesper Eriksson provide the pressure to make the first class lead change for the overall race lead today?
Oh, how about the slice and dice right there around some of the GT3 machinery, and they are come barreling down the Mulsanne straight. Absolutely exciting. Here comes Jesper to the inside, side by side as they head down the Mulsanne, and once again the speeds are incredible. 200 plus miles an hour before they head into the first chicane. Jesper looked to the inside. Ben Dutton, though, aggressively tries to throw the block as they try to negotiate around the Mustang, who loops it around with some contact. That, of course, being the Reiter Esports machine, who loops it around, continues to back up, gets some room. He has plenty of room to get back on the racetrack, is clear, but a tough break for the Reiter Engineering Esports machine.
Very close call. There might have been some air between them, but at the very least, it's the battle for the race lead. Not much else they could do there.
No, I'm pretty sure Race Control will look over that and determine what needs to be done. But yeah, it is a battle for the race lead happening here. And a close call. No other major incidents. And looking over, Reiter just might have dropped at least 1 or 2 spots.
Spots are spots.
They are spots. Oh, Jesper went a little bit too wide going into the Mulsanne corner, and it loses a little bit of time to your race leader as they close in on your GT3 leader.
Doesn't appear like there's any damage there, but remember, one of the new things with the iRacing build this week, every car on the iRacing service now has the new damage model. That's going to be a major learning curve for the damage in particular. These cars, for some classes, they've had it for a while. For others, it's their first times with them here today.
It really is, and this is exciting to see, and it's great that iRacing released the new damage model to all of the cars. Not just the cars that you see here on the track, but even some of the cars that we no longer use in any form of, competition anymore, even. The legacy cars, as we like to call them.
Yeah, basically, it's now getting to where things are speeding up in terms of that timeline, you could say, in terms of the updates. We talked about this, I think, in the past year, especially when we had the iRacing download at one point as well. That was the goal, eventually, to get to that benchmark, and that benchmark is here.
It really is, and this is by far, I mean, yes, the rain deal, which I'm kind of curious. We have to touch on that here on the weather. I'm curious on that. Are we going to be expecting any form of rain during the broadcast?
Well, the answer's no.
Darn.
But it's an interesting one too, right? Where some people like the rain, some people don't like the rain. There's been an update to the rain tires. There's been an update to the mist in the past week. Some people love to race in the rain. Others who know the experience of hydroplaning don't want to do it in the virtual world too.
That is true, but just to think, to add that into this event where we've known time and time again that there is a chance of rain every time we race at Le Mans, whether it be here during the early parts of the day or even late into the night in sim, that is going to be, it would be fun to see. But yep, looking at the forecast, no chance of rain. Going to be a very comfortable day here in the sim, as it's going to get as high as 78 degrees right now, currently. Winds out of the northwest at 5 miles an hour. Track temperature, though, 105 degrees.
Yeah, so far it's remained relatively toasty. See that wind currently gusting as much as it wants with all the decimal points as well. That's how much the wind can change here, right, with the sim, to be quite frank. But in all seriousness, we haven't had too much time to touch upon some of the other things for the update today. And for things, they've updated things like physics, like for rolling drag parameters. They've updated some of the off-track stuff. They've updated in particular some of the class details we touched upon a little bit. It's been a balance in terms of getting everything ready to go. And especially, you're talking about for some of these teams, if anything changes significantly, you have to change your whole setup likely.
And as we watch on here, this battle for position, as a little further back, there is the Nürburgring Esports machine, along with the Adrenaline Motorsports machine right there, looking around to the inside.
No major moves in that group. Staying slippy slidey at the very least. Continue to zip along through this race right now in the early going. As we get through this racing so far, good time to remind you as things currently get settled in here that extra qualifying was in support of the Hunger Project for this year's running of the Majors 24. Now that's going to be a lot of people running into the sand. That's already since put the wrong way around.
Well, good news, though, for Peter Skiddier. He decides to back it up a little bit and work their way through and seeing what they can do. And he was able to continue on the track. Backs up, lets everyone go around on the track, and he'll take the penalty as far as going through the grass.
A little bit sharp on the traffic management. Didn't get the luck from it. And some good effort to avoid contact by the field. Could have been a lot worse there.
It certainly could have been, but a great heads up by everyone. They were able to negotiate, continue on their way. As we are closing in on 22 and a half hours, just now past 22 and 40 minutes completed.
Now that things seem to be calm after a crash, after all, reminder that extra qualifying this week for the Major Series was brought to you in part by the Hunger Project. They are the official charity for everyone looking to qualify in pre-qualification, put in extra qualifying laps. The Hunger Project, creating a world without hunger, starts with people. For more information, go to thp.org. Still, as we zip through, your thoughts on the action so far here, Taylor, as we already get ready for 90 minutes in?
Overall, the racing has been phenomenal from start to finish. I mean, great racing action, some good dominant performances by several different drivers. I mean, we're watching one of them, even with his issue that he had, Danny Neo, just being very smooth and consistent with the Walk Racing Esports Mercedes as he comes out of Techeruz onto the Mulsanne once again, but just making sure he hits his marks lap after lap to continue on putting the dominant performance that he is. And then Ben Dutton, I mean, what can I say, a masterful drive that he's put on here since the start of the race. And then, of course, Jonas Wanner, who is working his way up through the field and stayed up into the race lead at the moment. So a good group of drives for our leaders in class. Looking forward to seeing what they can do as we progress further and further into the race here. But overall, some highs, some lows, some drivers who are making some interesting strategy calls. And, of course, we'll see how it all plays out as we progress further into the night.
And on that note, as we get ready for the 25-lap in mark in the next couple minutes or so here, our second grouping of commentators already standing by and ready to jump into the commentary booth here. Standing alongside for this is Lucas LaCastro. Also standing on by Nick Stein, should say Bryant Lucas. Two Lucases, part of your broadcast crews here today. Bryant, I believe you can take it away.
Yes, sir. It's good to be here. Split 3's looking really good. Some really competitive racing, some nice close fields here. So I'm excited.
And it's been an interesting one here, too, for you as well, Nick. You were in the car in the past couple minutes. How has it been in your split?
Oh, very, very interesting, I shall say. We were in LMP2, started in 4th position. Had a couple of guys that were a little bit faster than what they set in pre-Q, but it is what it is. And got ourselves up to 2nd and then had some issues on pit road. But we're working our way back up, sitting, I think, 6th last time I looked at LMP2 down in split 9. So it's been a fun one, but we're working our way back up.
So on that note here, On that note, it's Brian and Nick who will take things away here. Right in the time for pit stops, we'll let you take it away.
Well, Nick, I guess it's just the two of us now. All right, we see up in the lead, Jonas Warner getting it done in LMP1, or AKA LMDH. 42 car. He's out in a good lead. Second place is 10 seconds behind about. So, oh, that's right. That's LMP2. Pardon me.
I was getting ready to say GTPs are down pit road, 505 endurance. Pretty much all of the GTPs actually coming down pit road, it looks like, for what I would assume would be their third round of pit stops here.
Yeah.
GTP's down pit road here. Still looking at, I believe this is our LMP2 leader. Yeah, Jonas Warner and LMP2 here. Now looking at our GTD leader here, things kind of cycling out here. Just an hour and a half into this race, GTD is about halfway through their, I believe this would be their second stint if fuel windows are what I think they are for these cars. So
Yeah, this would definitely be their second pit stop here. Coming to get fuel tires, and definitely some driver swaps are going to happen here. You know, you got your race starters that come in, and they're going to come out here and slam some laps down for you, and then you move on to the your secondary driver.
as I say, that's exactly what our plan was down in split number 9. Just have me slam down some pretty good laps. I feel like I did a pretty good job at that until we had the issues there on pit road, and then now we got the rest of our guys running laps, and then I don't get back in until the night when we can get some fast laps going.
Some fast ones, dude. I'm on the same plan you are, you know, except for I didn't do as good as you did. I wrecked the car. I did bad things.
Man.
I know.
Man.
Okay.
All right, well, we're going to go ahead and take a quick commercial break, get things a little bit reset here. Sorry for the, looks like we're having some glitching issues here with iRacing, so we'll go ahead and take a quick commercial break, get things reset here, and we'll be back here in a few minutes, hopefully.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups. and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work, so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
And we welcome you back here to Majors 24 coverage. Just about an hour and 35 minutes into this race. Got more pit stops happening. More of the GTPs coming down pit road. High Caliber, Blackout, and Team FFSR down pit road, along with a couple other guys further back in the GTP field.
Yeah, I started to see those GTPs come in about 3 or 4 laps ago. I saw third place come in. So I believe we've had a few pit underneath our nose. But yeah, it seems to be time. It doesn't seem like it's starting to seem like these pit stops are starting to spread out. People are getting on different strategies. Either they're having problems and needing to come in early or switching drivers. So pit stops are starting to become less and less coordinated.
Yeah, they are. And as strategies start to change up and as these guys start to get into the brunt of this race, I mean, you see up there expected for the GTPs just under 400 laps. So these guys got a long way to go, not even 22 hours, or excuse me, not even 2 hours into this race. And strategies are starting to mix up here, and we will start to see more and more of these guys go on differing strategies. I mean, I know down in where I was in Split 9, I mean, we were already so mixed up in the LMP2 class. I mean, our overall leader, from what I heard, is pitting 2 laps earlier than everyone else because they are not fuel saving from the sounds of it. But strategies should start to get a lot more interesting here within the next hour or so, I would say, because that's where GT3s will start to mix up, is within the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, and like you said, LMP2s, you can save a lot of fuel in LMP2. Those are very fuel-sensitive race cars. They seem to be able to change your entire race with a fuel load in an LMP2 with my experience. We see 10th and 11th are pretty close in LMP2. We got the 11 of Collins chasing down that 560. Oh, pardon? Yes. Oh, I'm misreading my stuff. Sorry.
I believe it's the 105 chasing down the
Yeah.
561 you were talking about.
Yeah. The 105 is a little bit, the 561 is a little bit farther up the road. It's the one behind him. Daniel Bloomquist, not to be confused with Tom Bloomquist, chasing down that Ashley Collins car.
Yeah, a couple of guys in here. These guys are chasing that 561, who has been a little bit slower over the last couple of laps compared to the 105 and the 220, who are starting to pull them in by about half a tenth a lap, give or take.
Yeah, it seems maybe just losing focus a little bit or driver change that can change the entire look of your race.
Yeah, they have not done, they have not done a driver change yet. Looks like Matt Distill of the Prestanda Nomad 561 is doing a triple to start, which that is no easy undertaking, especially at a track like Le Mans. So, I mean, this track is just so tough with how long the stints can be here. I mean, just an LMP2 alone, that's 10 laps per stint if you're fuel saving correctly, 11 if you have a draft partner. So doing that many laps in a row with how difficult it is to have a lap that long, how difficult this track can be, how difficult the traffic management is. I mean, it could get crazy and it could get tiring. I mean, I only did a double to start and I'm over here just out of my mind tired right now. So
Yeah, it's everybody's like, "Oh, I feel fine." But it's not about how like physically tired you are, it's mentally. The mental strain of Le Mans, these are high stress corners all the way around this racetrack. There's really not a super easy corner on this track. You got to figure out and learn each one of them. So it's the mental strain that really gets you on this racetrack.
yeah, each and every one of the 38 turns here is unique in its own way, I guess is a good way to put it. And just the amount of, different things that could go wrong in a lap with how strict the slowdowns are at literally every corner on this place, how the speed differences in class. I mean, we're just barely getting into the difficulties that could come with something like endurance racing, especially in a 24-hour race like we got going on right now. So, I mean, you see all the different classes, LMDH, LMP2, GT3. 53 cars took the grid for this race, so that's 53 cars that you're having, or 52 other cars that you're having to manage where they are on track, where you are on track, and all the different things. It is definitely a mental strain, and a lot of people would say Le Mans is definitely not the most difficult track to do an endurance race at. I mean, there's Nürburgring, obviously, but I mean, this is still a very, very difficult race to undertake for especially this long. So,
Yeah, it's
all right, we're gonna have to go ahead and send it to another reset real quick. Sorry about that, guys. We're still trying to iron out these issues. It seems like a lot of people across a lot of the different splits here having some issues. So we're still working on getting things ironed out here. Stay right here. We'll be right back with more coverage of the Majors 24 here on Grid Vision. Back live here at Circuit de la Sarthe for the Majors 24, and we just had a pass for the LMP2 lead. Team Unknown 404 just passed Jonas Warner in the RJD car for the overall LMP2 lead. I believe the 42 may have gotten a slowdown, possibly, either that or a penalty. I believe it may have just been a slowdown, but that does make our top three all within about 2 seconds of each other here. Gonna replay real quick, I think. Oh, he was actually getting past. Oh, no, he gets off.
Whoa, did he hit the wall? Oh, he protected that black back wing. That's great. Though he was waiting for cars to go by, he watches that second place driver go by, and it's heartbreaking. He is now 1.4 seconds back of the leader. I was looking, and he went about 1.5 behind. He caught a little bit. He caught about to a 1.3, and he's about at 1.3 seconds back again. But he is slowly catching back to that 404 car.
Yeah, that'll for sure be protested. There are no doubt in my mind that there is going to be a protest filed because of that, because I feel like that definitely could have been avoidable contact there, but who knows? It's all up to race control and what they decide, but that is definitely a bit of a downer on kind of RJD's race here so far. I mean, they were leading, and from the looks of it, they've been leading for the majority of the race in that LMP2 class as well, so that definitely hurts them for the time being, but it's an old saying in endurance racing, better to have these issues early than 23 hours in fighting for the win. So
For sure.
another replay here. Looks like one of our GTPs down on the Molzon corner. Oh, just goes a little bit deep.
Yeah. Ooh, nice save. Yeah. That could have been way worse, Nick.
I was going to say, with my luck, I would be in the wall at 100 miles an hour.
That was some good work from him for sure.
Yeah, of course, this is split 3 here of the Majors 24. I believe out of 13 splits I saw that were on for today. So got a lot of people here just for an unofficial kind of league 24-hour race here, which is just amazing. I mean, I know when we get to the Global Endurance Series race here later on, I believe in August or September, that one's probably going to crack minimum 1,000 teams. I could guarantee almost 1,000 teams for that one.
Yeah, I raced that race last year, won it in LMP2, and man, I love that endurance that they do that. It sucks that motorsport games sucks, but other than that, man, I think that Warner here, I think he may. So we saw him get hit on the left side of his race car, that left rear. I think he may have got a little bit of damage on there. Maybe one of his wheels are slightly out of camber because he is not able to keep that pace at 100% of where he was before. I'm just noticing some little hitches that he was not hitting before. So he's having to relearn this race car. So Warner's going to try to work his way back towards the front after he learns it.
Oh, I'm just sitting here kind of chuckling. Look at the size difference between that Ford Mustang GT3.
So big, dude.
That is hilarious. And I mean, it's even more crazy when you take a look at the Mustang GT3 compared to the LMP2s. Like, the LMP2s look like little pebbles compared to this. I believe it's a V8, right?
Yeah, it's a 5.2, 5.3 liter V8. It's the 5.0 performance motor, if I remember correctly. But man, it's such a beast. It seems like, in my experience, in my split so far, all the BMWs have been all the Mustangs have been jerks. So, you know,
okay, so nothing new. Nothing new.
Yeah, it's a Cadillac driver. Yeah, no, it's a Cadillac Tesla driver.
Oh man, gotta love it here. As still working our way through this thing, just under 2 hours in. Here, an hour and 48 minutes has elapsed since the drop of the green flag. Still, Magic Arrow and the number 69 machine, Norbert Tomas, leading our GTP class. He's got a 5.8 second lead over 505 Endurance and Stephen Bull. So that GTP class may need to be something we keep an eye on a little bit further if that battle does get a little bit closer. But down at LMP2 is where things are close. You got Team Unknown 404 and I'm going to try to pronounce that. Alexei Shalobanov, I think is how you say that, is currently your LMP2 leader. Jonas Warner in RJD second place, and then right behind him, Julian
Yeah.
in the Devotion Sim Racing Blue-Red, I think is how you say that, but LMP2 is our closest class by far. You got 3 cars all with a chance in that class so far. Down in GT3 Walk Racing Esports, the 23 of Donnie Neo is your GT3 leader in that Mercedes. He's got a pretty good lead over the first Corvette in the field. Derek Heiberger in Hyperion Racing 3 is, what is that, 12 seconds
12
back
seconds.
behind.
Yep.
And then you got Nürburgring Esports in the 87 Mercedes. He's in a pretty close battle with Adrenaline Motorsport. Eric Trosch in Nürburgring Esports, and then Kai Hoffman in Adrenaline Motorsport, 3rd and 4th in that GT3 class. So a lot of close battles throughout the majority of your field here. And keep going on as we get closer and closer to the night, which is always when the fast times come out. That's where all the fast times, all the fun happens here at Circuit de la Sarre. So always looking forward to that nighttime.
Can confirm the nighttime is always so much fun. You get into those nighttime hours, and what I've noticed is that's when everybody starts to get burnt out. They leave, and you're left there in the car. It's dark, it's calming, and all there is just you, the racetrack with tons of rubber on it, plenty of tire heat, and it's cooling down, and you can just put blistering fast laps down.
Yeah, I remember just all the time a couple of years ago, back when I believe it was the first iteration of the Global Endurance Series race, the 24-hour race here, and we actually won that. I believe it was split 2 of that race. We were able to win that race, and I just remember they put me in at night just to run some laps, and I ended up running the fastest team lap, and it was a bunch of Europeans I was driving with, and they all came back in their morning, and they're sitting here like, how did you run a lap time like a second faster than anything we've run? And it's just like, man, it's nighttime. What's not to love?
Right? Nighttime is always my favorite time, especially at Nürburgring. Just the peacefulness in the race car is nothing that you can compare to. Cannot wait to get there. We will not be able to see that on broadcast, unfortunately. I don't think so, right? We're not going to be able to see any night on broadcast. You come back live in the dark. Nice.
Yeah, because we'll be taking up the last 6 hours here, and
Yes.
look at the size difference right there. Here, if we could stay on this Mustang as soon as the LMP2 catches, just wow.
Well, those LMP2s are small, though. You got to give it that. Those are small.
That is true. I cannot deny that, but just the size difference is kind of hilarious, honestly. I mean, like, yeah, that banner is hilarious, though.
You put an LMP2 right next to any GTP, and the GTP looks massive.
I mean, it kind of looks like that picture. You remember when the Garage 56 NASCAR took on Le Mans last year?
Yeah. Yeah.
The size difference there. This is kind of what that's reminding me of. Just
do you
how
see the grid?
big the Mustang is.
It's that grid photo. You see the grid photo, and like there's all the sports cars, and then there's just a massive stock car right in the middle, just like, huh.
Just like, oh, hello.
Yeah, hello.
Please don't take my lunch money.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the old meme before the Garage 56, the BMW MA bullying LMP2s out of the way back in, I think it was, what, the 2016, 2017 24-hour race here?
See, we got a few GT3s hitting pit road here.
Yeah, it looks like we got a Nürburgring Esports, our third place car coming down pit road. One of the first Mustangs, I believe that's our 5th place.
And the leader actually came in.
It was actually our 6th place. Really Slow Motion Racing is the highest Mustang, but we do have a driver switch in our lead GT3 Walk Racing Esports. Caitlin, Flora, and Mew now in the car in that 23 Walk Racing Esports. I believe they may have lost the lead because of that. No, they did not. There's a GT3 that is 2 laps down on the leader in front of them. But pit stops, it looks like, yeah, it looks like we have a ton of driver changes going on. It looks like Hyperion Racing put Josiah Farrow into that that 44 machine. So it looks like the majority of our GT3s doing driver changes at the moment.
It is that time.
It is that time. Right about 2 hours is that driver change mark for the majority of teams, whether you're in prototypes or GTs. Seems like the prototypes can do 3 stints compared to the GT's 2 stints in that 2-hour mark. So we get a replay here. Looks like this is one of our LMP2 competitors, possibly going a little bit deep. Yeah, looks like he just got on the curb and just the wrong way in Indianapolis.
Yeah, maybe entered it a little bit fast and slid on that, and it's hard to, hey, he did better than me going through there. I backed it into the wall, so props to you for not backing it into the wall.
Yeah, that's always something that shouldn't be done. Most times, you don't want to back it into the wall because that usually ends in a race car and some happy teammates. I speak from personal experience as well.
Yeah, very unhappy teammates.
Except I nosed it into the wall at Arnage the last time I had unhappy teammates. So
It's the first time I've really wrecked the car this hard. So
hey, fair enough. He'll be like my one of my teammates, and I'm gonna be throwing a shot at him here. So if he's
Do it.
watching, I'm sorry. Lucas Lodato last year in the Majors 24, he was driving the BMW GTP. I believe either in the split 7 or 8. I don't remember exactly, but going down into Indianapolis, you remember this is last year when the GTPs were so unstable at high speed.
oh yeah,
He went down into Indianapolis and hit the curb in the wrong way, and he nosed it into the wall at a pretty aggressive 180 miles an hour. So, yeah, that was a very much wrecked race car. So, shots fired at one of my teammates, and I say that as he's actually a little bit quicker than me. But, it is what it is. I still fire shots no matter what. As we get our producer firing shots at one of our commentators who just left us here about 30 minutes ago. Darby firing shots. What else is new? I will say we would love to thank the 56 people we got watching in the chat right now. You guys are going nuts there. 56 people watching. I think that's the most I've ever seen watching a broadcast I've commentated on. So that's thanks for making me nervous, Darby.
Everybody comment in there. Go Nick. Let's try to make him nervous.
Oh God, why must you do this? But hey, before we make me even more nervous, we got some more GT3s down pit road. Lemmy Mishke and Ryder Engineering Esports GT3 in that 2 Mustang down pit road. Got Kai Hoffman and Adrenaline Motorsport down pit road in that Porsche as well. So a couple of your GT3 front runners coming down pit road, making some driver changes.
We got a good battle developing in LMP2. Warner's the talk of the show here. He is catching on that 29 LMP2. I just about saw him wreck when they came out that elbow from Indianapolis, turn 20. But man, they are certainly racing hard here. Get into the dirt a little bit. These guys are. Oh.
Things get tight here at Le Mans here for the Majors 24. Jonas Warner and Julian Boot having to play avoiding action there on Lachlan Koppel in the Orbit Mustang there. Got a couple of Mustangs here, actually. So going to continue to watch this battle for the LMP2 lead. You see behind them Eric Montolati and the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing Gold GTP trying to get past these guys.
It looks like that battle's kind of fizzled off a little bit. Lap traffic definitely causing some split for Warner, not able to get to where he needs to go. Oh, that's going to help Warner out a lot as, how do you say it, Boot had to go wide for the corner. Here comes Warner.
He's got the draft down into the first Mulsanne chicane here.
Is
he going to have a move, though, is the question.
Yeah, I think it's the second. I look at the second chicane here. He's going to catch down this first straightaway. Oh, wow, what is going on there?
I think maybe showing the nose, possibly.
Yeah, he's not going to catch him this time. He needs to not catch him this time. He needs to work on the exit for the second chicane. And it looks like he is. He's going to get a better run off here. You saw him. He took the better line. He's going to have a good run here. He's going to go to the left side of this car. He's got it.
He's definitely got the slipstream down into that second bullseye chicane. The draft, he's now out of the line here down the second part of the bullseye straight. He's alongside here. Does he get clear before the corner? He does.
Oh, nice job, Warner. That's some good racing. Now what is going to be the comeback for the 29? Can he make another move back as we're going through GT3 triple lap traffic?
Oh, man, things are getting crazy here. As now headed down towards Bullseye Corner. Julian Boot and Jonas Warner. Your battle for the LMP2 lead here. They get through the GT traffic, and Julian Boot does not have a move down into Molzon. Gonna have to save that momentum and maybe get him down into Indianapolis. And that's the this is the fun part about battling for position here, is just the back and forth. The back and forth of just the battling between you and another car is insane. I mean, just in one lap alone here, you could make 4 or 5 passes for position with just one car. So that's why I love this place. It's just so much fun to drive. It's driver's favorite, and it is just so much fun to race here. Just whether it's alone or in a 24-hour endurance race.
Yeah, Warner coming from the lead, now sitting in third. I was able to get back by Boot, but Boot's not going anywhere. He's staying right in the bumper. Next mistake Warner makes, he's gonna use him up.
Yeah, it looks like Warner. While we keep our eye on this LMP2 battle, we're going to go ahead and send it to another commercial break here. Hopefully try to fix these graphics issues we keep having here. We do apologize for these issues, but stay right here. We will be right back and hopefully be done with these graphical bugs that we keep having here. Live here at Circuit de la Sarthe for the Majors 24, and things just got interesting up front for our GTP battle. Brandon Rosenborough, the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing Black team, in that number 14, just went off at Indianapolis. He was your fourth place GTP, but now it's Not in Vain Racing Orange and Andre Reddington in the 440. They are fourth place now after this scary moment for Brandon Rosenborough. If we can get the replay to work here. See right here down into Indianapolis, he makes the pass for position and it immediately gets in a little bit too hot. Ooh. That is one of those moments where you sit there for a second and just breathe and just kind of sitting there like, okay, yeah, I just cheated death. Let's get back to racing, I guess. Looks like I've got a driver.
Reddington is extremely slow on track. That is going to be the 440. He just got passed like nothing by Rosenborough.
I think. Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he must have because he was way slow.
Yeah, he did. In turn one, got to slow down. Now he goes back on the chase for Brandon Rosenborough in that 14 car. Keep this battle for fourth place in GTP close.
Man, you got to say, those Acuras just look so good.
Personally, not my favorite. I like the way the Cadillac looks a little bit more, but I may be a little bit biased.
You're biased by the sound. You like the sound. Don't lie.
Yeah.
You're wrong. The Acura looks better. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I'm not wrong. The Cadillac looks better. The Cadillac is solos.
All right, I'm biased. I'm an HRC fan. Okay,
All right,
give me a break.
Hold on. I think we need to put a poll up in the YouTube chat to see
Oh
what.
no.
See what our 61 people watching this stream think of. Which is the better looking GTP? Is it the Cadillac, the Acura, the Porsche, or the BMW? If I see a single BMW vote, I'm fighting someone.
Yeah, if you vote the BMW, flagpole after church. Let's go. Oh,
I was gonna make it too, and I
producer,
realized
go.
that I'm not a admin in the YouTube chat, Darby. Why is that? One of your lead commentators, and you don't even have him as an admin in the chat. I smell bias.
I'm just here so I don't get fined. Wait.
Poll is up in the chat. Let's go ahead and get those votes in. See, I already see the caddy leading. That's good.
Oh,
I love
shut
it.
up. Go HRC. Go HRC, baby. Max Verstappen.
There's not even any votes for the Acura. That's tragic.
Oh, man. I gotta go get up there and go vote.
The caddy right now.
You know you love me. You all hate me.
You're a brand new commentator here. This is your initiation. We bully you into
yeah. All right. Reddington is catching Rosenborough. If we can get eyes on this is gonna be close. Oh, sorry.
Hey, we got our GTP leader down pit road.
Yeah.
I cut you off there, but GTP's down pit road. It looks like. Yep. Both your leaders, Magic Arrow and 505 Endurance, down pit road at the moment. Of course, back to third is another. I believe third place already pit as they're just now coming down to Indianapolis. So
they're coming into pit lane here. That is going to be third and fourth. This is going to be a good battle. Who can get off a pit lane first? They are close. And how do you say that one, Nick?
Brandon Rosenborough.
No, the one behind Reddington, the 591, the 551.
551. Andreas Hauser. Part of that Project Valorous Academy 551 machine. And it looks like actually our battle from third through fifth in GTP is really close off of pit road as we got a driver change here. Ian Lake coming in for, I believe that's the Hydra Race, the Geodesic camp there. Not in Vain Racing also making a driver change here as well for the 440. Luke Santos hopping into that car. We got Magic Arrow. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that name. They made a driver change as well. Get the driver card up real quick, and you can see why I don't really want to attempt to pronounce this name.
Tarozzi.
How do you do
Balake Tarozzi. I mean,
Americans try to pronounce European names. Challenge impossible.
yes, that's pretty impossible.
The geodesic champ. Looks like our poll has completed. And actually, Darby, it was a tie between the Cadillac and the Porsche. So this officially means that Bryant is wrong, and the Acura does not look good because nobody voted for it. So
All right, shut up. We got a big battle. LMP2, Warner, and the 404 Racing LMP2 are really close together here. Oh, nope. There goes the 404 being used up by a GTP. There goes the 404. Mosquitoes doing mosquito things.
As Jonas Warner is in for his 4th stint of the race, so it looks like that 42 machine is pulling.
What's the 404? It's just slowing down.
Yeah, it looks
You
like he
gotta
got
slow down.
I believe
Yeah.
Oleski Smirnov gets a slowdown, it looks like, through the Ford chicanes, I believe.
Miranov.
Battle still heating up for LMP2. Got a lot of guys still in this battle, at least 3 that I see for now. In this battle for the lead. Ooh, things get chippy up here. As this GTP, Philip Billitson, I think is how you say that, almost got into Jonas Warner through Tete Rouge.
Need one of those like football lineups where they like come up and they say, "Yeah, I'm Bryant Lucas, Ohio State University, go Buckeyes," or something like that.
Ew, get out, Buckeyes fan. Buckeyes fan.
Not really.
Get out.
No, not really.
Okay, that's good. That is good. I thought I would have to leave.
It's worse. I'm a BYU fan.
Ew, you're a BYU fan?
Yeah,
Even worse.
told you it was worse.
I'm a Texas Tech student, so thereby I am a Texas Tech fan by association.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Been
Sucks to suck, doesn't it? All right, let's get back to racing.
So that's a real tough. Never mind. Okay, we're not gonna get into a sports debate just yet. Save it for like hour 2, maybe.
Got it. Hour 2. We'll have it scheduled.
Oh man. Just under 2 hours and 15 minutes into this race. Things still relatively calm, I would say, for a 24-hour race, especially here at Circuit de la Sarthe. So I feel like things could get definitely a lot crazier than they have been throughout the day so far from what I've seen. I mean, let's be honest, it really hasn't been all that crazy, I would say, so far.
Yeah, let's give props to Nick for calling it Circuit de la Sarthe. For those of you who are not experienced in the endurance racing community, that is Le Mans. Just people just don't know. So props to you, Nick, for using the proper name.
Sorry about that. I didn't want to get fined. I don't know what our rules are. I don't know if we're able to actually call it by what everyone knows it's called.
Oh, got it.
Supposed to, so.
My bad.
Bryant Lucas is being hunted down by FOM now, or no?
I think
Actually, it'd be Motorsports Games, and I believe, is it the FIA that runs the World Endurance Championship?
I can take care of Motorsports Games right now. NASCAR Ignition 21. It's done. We've taken care of it.
Ooh. Tired.
Got a good battle, 5th, 6th in a GT3, Porsche, and a Mustang going at it.
I believe it's the Ryder Engineering GT3 along with Adrenaline Motorsports in that highest running Mustang right now. Down in the Molson corner. All having themselves a pretty close battle. Our eyes are on, I believe, 4th overall in GTP North Sim Racing. Giuseppe Morelli. Actually, no, that is not Giuseppe Morelli. That is Steve Bull in 505 Endurance. He's actually 5th overall, Darby. Thanks for making me mess up. And I see a Hook 'em Horns fan, so I am officially not commentating anymore. I'm currently screaming into my pillow.
I have him 4th.
Stephen Bull, yeah, he's 5th for me. I may just be crazy. Who knows? But he's currently 5th on my timing. Granted, I don't think North Sim Racing has pitted yet. So
I can confirm he is in 4th. My race labs and my broadcasting software is saying 4th for Stephen Bull.
yeah, I think it's because North Sim Racing, the 278, has not come down pit road yet. Giuseppe Morelli in the 278, I don't think has come down pit road. So I think that's what has got me confused right now, because I'm just using baseline iRacing timing right now. And it was telling me that North Sim Racing was 4th for the moment, but it does look like they're getting ready to either pit or who knows. Yeah, they do have to pit, and looks like they're going to be going an extra lap here. So Stephen Bull technically is your 4th place runner at the moment, but he's been shown in 5th for me at the moment. But hey, you see it right there. It shows 5th on our timing now. I'm not crazy. You're crazy. But now he is being shown 4th.
He is 4th. He is 4th. So the reason it does that, you are crazy. There's a reason it does that, because they just crossed the line. There's a little glitch that causes it to show weird things.
Broadcaster gets confused live on television. Well, not television, YouTube.
It's all right, guys. He's a rookie. Just let it go.
I am not a rookie.
I'm just kidding.
I am more experienced than you are.
Are you sure?
I've been doing this for 3 years. What do you got?
Hey, me too.
Hey, I started in like February of 2021, I think.
January 17th. That you beat. Since we're competing.
By like 15 days. Ooh, boo-hoo.
Actually, like 30. Do you know how to count?
No, not really. I'm from Texas. I don't know how to count, so.
You know. Sorry, guys. I have to roast him a little bit. We're having fun here.
You are from Utah, so that makes sense that you have to.
How do you know that? Maybe I'm from Ohio.
BYU fan. Isn't BYU in Utah?
Maybe I'm just Mormon and I like BYU. Eh? No, Utah.
I guessed, because you said BYU. I know like 3 BYU fans, and they're all from Utah, so.
Yeah. Just judge
Congratulations on being one of the 5 BYU fans, by the way.
One of the 5?
Yeah.
Yeah, suck on that.
Oh man, I love throwing punches for no reason here in the booth. It's fun.
Oh, it is fun.
And it is the Grid Vision way. We're just throwing haymakers left and right for no reason, just to have fun. You know, it's that good old southeastern way. Just beat up your friends for no reason.
Amen.
Just for fun, and then laugh.
Hallelujah.
Cry. You know. Oh, did y'all not do that? Oh, I must have been a messed up child. As I have concerned literally everyone in the YouTube chat.
Wow. We're going to both get fired.
Yeah.
We're both fired.
I will no longer have a job after today. I was going to say, yeah, Darby's right. After about 45 minutes to an hour, I degenerate pretty quickly, so. I attribute that to one of my co-commentators here, Austin Edstrom. He taught me his ways, and yeah. If you go back to some of our earlier broadcasts for the NASCAR side, yeah, you'll see we'll go ahead and get it back on track here. We do have what was our GTP leader due to pit stops, High Caliber Autosports down pit road in the 831. Simon Jacobson down pit road for a brand new set of tires and some fuel here. He's going to go ahead and give up the lead to the 69 Magic Arrow machine, who is being chased down by Stephen Bull. Actually, this is a pretty good battle
it's
for a
close.
GTP lead here.
3/10 for the 505 endurance car here. Falling off a little bit. He lost his flow through the Dunlap S's, the S's there, pardon. And you can tell it's definitely costing him time as the leader is about 5/10 ahead of him. Had to work on that LMP3 driver there, but down the straightaway.
LMP3?
LMP3, yep. Hey, it's a real class, so you can't get mad at me.
Breaking
I didn't
news,
make
guys,
anything up.
LMP3's racing at Le Mans now.
They did last year.
They did?
Yes, they did. Oh my gosh.
Wait,
Did you not watch?
they didn't?
Yeah, they did.
The LMP3s at the 24 hours of Le Mans last year? No, they did not. It
Man,
was the LMDH.
I really gotta lay off the peyote. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I was going to say the LMP3s haven't been in a major 24-hour race since the 2022 Daytona 24 hours, the 24 hours of Daytona in 2022.
Yeah. So the Magic Arrow's fastest lap is a 3:24.2. Behind him, you got the 5:05 Endurance. He's caught by about 2 cents. Second, 2/10. They have ran a 3:24.329. So they're a few hundredth behind. But here we go. We're going to start working towards the pass here.
Oh, to the inside, actually, here.
He didn't quite get it done there for the 5:05.
You actually got to remember, fastest laps for both of these cars were not set by these drivers just yet. The track temp has gone up, actually. Air temp's in at about 78, track at 97. So these guys are dealing with a little bit hotter of a track, but now that the sun is starting to go down, we're currently, 5:30 in sim here. So sun should be going down here within the next couple of hours. My guess would be sunset somewhere around 7:30 or 8 in sim. So, but sun is starting to go down. You can see the shadows starting to lengthen here. So these guys should start to get faster and faster as that air temp and track temp starts to go down. But for the moment, these guys are looks like they're just trying to basically survive at this point and just make it to that nighttime where you can get your fast driver back in.
Yeah, looks like we got about a 5-second split between 1 and 3rd in LMP2. In GT3, the leader, Walk Racing Esports, in that 23 Mercedes, is got the lead by about 6 seconds. They have a blistering fast lap at a 3:55.958. That's fast, but I expect them to get down to 54s by the end of the race. Very, very low 54s during the middle of the night. What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, I would say probably around happy hour is when we'd see those times, when the sun's just starting to come up, track temp's at its coolest, rubber's at its highest. So I believe some pre-Q times for these split 3 guys, I can actually go look those up real quick. Oh, man.
2/10 for our GTP leaders. They're still close, but the LMP2 class has got RJD has pulled away by 2.6 seconds from the 2029 Devotion Sim Racing car. Yeah, that RJD I rating is insane. It says my SimLab says that RJD has a 9K I rating. I just missed a pass for the lead. 5:05 just made the pass on Magic Arrow going down into the first chicane. It was a well-planned, easy pass. This is how every pass should go. If we can get a replay of that, watch this, guys. It was calm, collected, and thought through.
Replay never loaded there. We apologize for that, but you could see, you could tell that pass was coming for the lead here. I feel like Stephen Bull was pretty much guaranteed to make that pass at some point in this stint. Because I mean, Stephen Bull, he may have been down at about third place, but that car started on pole position in this race, that 505. So he is officially back up to where he started in this race about 2.5 hours ago. So,
RJD, pardon?
I was getting ready to say, just things are starting to straighten back out here, but you were saying something as well.
RJD just put down a blistering fast lap in that 42 P217, a 3:32.715.
Wow.
The 9K I rating is 9K I rating for a reason.
What if I
apparently.
told you that was the fastest lap in my split right now? It's like a 3:32.5 right now.
I actually want to see what this guy's I rating is. I need to go find him.
I mean, granted, my split is really foggy and really cold. I mean, these guys are currently. Yeah,
Oh
he
my
is
gosh.
9,091 I rating for that 42 machine.
Can I say it?
Depends on what you're getting ready to say.
I think they're very fast. That's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, that works. I thought you were getting ready to say something else.
Oh, I was. Yes. I was
Please
gonna
don't
say the
that
other word.
if I'm
I
thinking.
was, does it help keep a river straight?
Huh?
Does it help keep a river straight? No? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay, brain cells. Yep, I got him. I know what
Yeah.
you're getting ready to say.
You
Yeah,
lost the
okay,
last
no.
5. Okay.
Okay, yeah. No, we're not allowed to say that. But yes,
Yeah, I know.
I agree.
But they've pulled away. They're now 6 seconds to the lead from Devotion Sim Racing. Team Unknown 404 is about 6 seconds behind them, and they are catching that 29. That battle is starting to form here. Devotion is falling off like a brick. What?
I was going to say, as you say that, Alesky Smirnov does go a little bit deep into Molzon there, does lose a lot of time to Julian Boot in that 29. So
It's called the commentator's curse. Just embrace it.
yes, I know all about it because it feels like we do race picks over here at Grid Vision for a lot of our leagues and a lot of the officials we broadcast, and it feels like every time I choose one of my picks, they do really bad. They either wreck out in the first half of the race or they just don't finish good.
Yeah, we got a Cadillac in second place, the Hyperen Racing 3. Chevrolet. I haven't taken a look at the Chevrolet yet. How does it look, guys? That new build.
Ooh, it's awesome. I love it.
Is it awesome?
I definitely out of the two GT3s, the Ford Mustang is definitely my favorite, but I would be lying if I said I didn't enjoy driving the Corvette as well.
Dude, that paint looks so good. Like, ooh.
Josiah Farrow in the Hyperion Racing 3 44 GT3. I believe one of the only Chevrolets in the field here today, if I'm not mistaken, because I believe we've got 2 or 3 Mustangs in the field as well. Ryder Engineering is the highest running Mustang at the moment. Yeah, really slow motion racing is the other Mustang, and I believe, oh, there is another Corvette. Obsidian Edge Racing, Zach Barrett in that 12 machine down. And I believe that is about.
Whoa, RJD's fallen off.
They came.
There's something wrong. Oh, do they came back? Okay, that makes more sense. I just see my timing go crazy, and I'm just like, what is going on?
Pit stops here at Circuit de la Sarthe. 2.5 hours into the race, and RJD making a driver swap. Jonas Warner gets out of the car. Christian Young hops into that 42 machine. So first driver change for that 42 camp. 2.5 hours in. That was definitely a quadruple stint for Jonas Warner. And he is going to go take a much needed break after running 40 laps here. No easy feat. Just over 2.5 hours in the car, and that 42 is off and away well before any of the other LMP2s are leaving.
Looks like those other two behind him are right on top of each other. The Team Unknown 404 and Devotion Sim Racing.
Ooh, they're going to be side by side off pit road here. It's like Alexei Smirnov, does get Devotion Sim Racing does make a driver change as well on that 29 machine. Another name I don't know how to pronounce. That I don't even think I want to attempt here.
Yeah, I'll pass. But in second place, we got a new second place team. The 81 Torque Freak Racing is in second place now. I believe they're going to have to pit this next lap or next few laps. They are just cycling to second place. But cycling to second place while everybody else is pitted is probably not where you want to be, right, Nick? Oh,
Yeah, I was going to say, they're only on lap 7 of their
SDK
stint.
help.
Torque Freak Racing, they still have 3 laps on their stint minimum here, especially if they're fuel saving. So that 81 up into second place, but that is because of pit stops, and the 43 of Christian Young has officially jumped them on pit stops. So about 31 seconds back, I would say, is about the pit stop delta here. Could be wrong, I'm not sure, but somewhere between 30 and 45 seconds would be time loss here, especially at this track.
Yeah, and their fastest time for that Torque Freak Racing is a 3:33.8. A little bit off the pace from our leaders, but this race is about consistency, not about your fastest lap.
Yeah, for sure. Hitting those fastest laps is cool and all, but when you're inconsistent, excuse me about sorry about that, but when you're inconsistent, hitting those 3:32 lap times, but you're following it up with a 3:34 or 3:35, it's not really that fast. It's not really that sustainable. So consistency is definitely the key here, especially in a race this long. I know I keep saying in a race this long, but I mean, can you name a longer race than a 24-hour race? Didn't think so.
Circuit de la France?
24 hours of the French countryside?
Yeah. Yes, that's what I was looking for. Tour de France, that's what I was looking for.
Tour de France, but way faster.
Yes. More miles, I think, too. Or kilometers. I don't know what a kilometer is, but it's kilometers. My bad.
Something like that. But we have someone in the YouTube chat asking for a replay of car 42 on lap 40. So I kind of want to see this. Yeah, this is our LMP2 leader, apparently. Had a nice little Tokyo drift into pit road, it looks like. See if we can get that replay up. We've been having some issues with our replay system here, so unsure if we'll actually be able to get a replay of that. But let's see what we got here. See him getting into pit road here. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. That's some good. Look at that. No, that was planned. You cannot say that was planned, dude. 100%.
Oh, man. The 9,000 I rating coming into play for Jonas Wander there. This was him coming into pits. Make his final pit stop, as we'll take a look at the cockpit view here. Wow. Wow. Way late on the
Whoa.
years.
What a wheelman.
Oh, man. As I said, the 9,000 I rating coming into play there.
No kidding, Nick. Wow. Good call out, Nick.
Gotta thank, who was it in the YouTube chat? Florian Ditzler in the YouTube chat gave me that tip, so thanks for that. Yeah, but things really starting to kind of calm down here as we're getting into that kind of state where everyone's starting to realize, okay, this is a long race. We need to chill out if we're going to actually make it to the end of this thing. So I think guys are really starting to calm down with the racing, you know, starting to make a lot safer moves in traffic now that we're starting to get those second and third drivers into the car here. And still got the majority of our lead has not changed. I mean, it's still 5:05 Endurance leading over Magic Arrow in GTP. That lead has grown to just under 2 seconds. RJD is still leading your LMP2 class over Torque Freak, but Torque Freak has not pitted, so technically it'd be 4:04 Endurance as your second place LMP2 runner. Down at GT3 though, still Walk Racing Esports leading in that Mercedes GT3 over Hyperion Racing. Both of those cars in the Porsche curves, and Walk Racing actually coming into the Ford chicanes now. So nothing's really changed in terms of positions, I guess, since we've taken over this broadcast here, Brian. But I mean,
Yeah.
to be fair, we're getting into that point of the race, as I said earlier, where things are starting to calm down a little bit.
Yeah, I just noticed sixth place for 40 Not in Vain Racing Orange. They put down the fastest lap in GTP, and they just improved it. I just watched that ticker flip. As also the Project Valorous, they increased their fastest lap as well. But fastest lap in GTP or LMDH, Hypercar, whatever you want to call it, is a 3:23.6. They are on a run here to try to, and you know what's even better? It's an Acura, so you know it's a great race car. So
You say this as if GTP hasn't been Acura Cup for the last 3 seasons.
HRC.
Get out. Go to your corner. Go to your timeout corner.
I'm a touring car fan, so Acuras aren't really the thing. I'm more of that Honda Civic touring car. You know, I won that championship last year, but like, it's more about it's riding over it.
Yeah, I was gonna say they called you mental for saying LMP3 was at Le Mans, and I'm over here saying the same thing. You know, it looks like you're one of us now, sharing that one brain cell. All of us at Grid Vision here collectively share. So,
Yeah. I got the smaller piece of the pie, guys. Give me a break. They wouldn't give me as much, so just.
you know, they had to save a lot of it for me because they knew I was coming in and having to do a 4-hour stint here. So, they were nice enough to give me part of the brain cell. So, you know,
That's good.
you know, I've actually made sense this broadcast for the most part. So, yeah. They gave me, I believe, here, let me do my math here. They actually gave me carry the
Right.
at the 6th. They gave me a 4th of the brain cell instead of a 3rd.
So Not in Vain Racing has caught Project Valorous by quite a bit. They are putting down fast lap after fast lap. Last lap, though, was just a bit off. 3:25.1, a little bit off of their pace.
I love how you skimmed over my joke there. Just didn't pay any attention.
I ignored it, dude. I'm like, we got to get back to this broadcast. If I don't just push through it, this guy's never going to get back to it.
Hey, you got to have some fun here.
I just
you
know.
gotta have some fun.
I know there's a producer over here that's about to scream at us, so I'm like, all right, I got to get back on track.
I was going to say, Darby's used to it. He's used to my idiocracy, so he usually gets pretty good about getting us back on track when we're too far off, but he lets us joke around. He's fun. Either
Did he go
that
through
or
some
he's
splits?
just- Some splits, as in other splits results.
5:05 Endurance, about 9/10 up from Magic Arrow, doing really good. Magic Arrow it's not letting them quite run away here. They're staying within a second for lap after lap. RJD has fallen off from their previous pace. They have about a 2 to 2.4 second gap on Torque Freak Racing. Unknown is another 2 seconds behind them, Unknown 4:04. Walk Racing Esports still in the lead, about 6 seconds on Hyperon Racing 3, and Nürburgring Esports is back another 6 seconds from them.
Yeah, I was going to say that battle in GTP is actually getting close. Magic
Yeah.
Arrow, that gap was almost 2 seconds here about 15 minutes ago, and now it's under a half second here, just creeped back up over a half second, sitting at about 7/10 right now, and I believe 505 may have caught a little bit of traffic, so that's more than likely why that gap got so big, and it looks like they're getting ready to catch more traffic here through the portion.
Ooh, it's getting close. It's getting close.
Nothing will happen in terms of position changes. I don't think, yeah, it doesn't look like anything will come of that. Don't think, oh, that, no, that's Echelon Sim Sports there, I believe. Same color car there. Darby actually got excited for a second. I heard it.
He was like, controversy. I'm going to grab onto that. He was like, oh.
Oh, man. Darby just loves this controversy here, but it looks like our GTP leaders or LMDH leaders, I get used to call them LMDH. I'm so used to doing IMSA broadcasts.
It's just better.
Yeah, it is. It rolls off the tongue a lot better, but 404 Racing. Got a replay here. Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh. That was third place in GTP.
Yeah, that is Sim Race Sweden Esports in that 22.
That was actually your second place LMP2 runner, of course.
That's what I thought.
That was involved. No contact between the two, but this definitely got close here. Look at the suspension cam here.
Oh, whoa, the 22 barely, narrowly misses. Wow.
Could not cut it any closer there.
LMP2 404 Racing is catching RJD. It's real close.
It is close, but not that gap was definitely closer. But the 404 had that spin, and YouTube chat is calling you out once again, Brian. It is Hyperion, what I've been saying all day.
Hyperion?
Yes. And then Echelon only has a GT3 entry, so, you know, Darby got excited for no reason. Bad Darby. Anyway, back here.
My Race Lab splits didn't like me there. It was saying something was happening, but it wasn't. Sorry about that for that RJD falling off call. They were not.
They were not. It was pit stops.
No, it was this last time. It was just they were just on track normally. And Race Labs is like worse than SDK. It just decides to do weird things.
Are you not in iRacing watching this?
I am.
Okay. I was going to say live timing does a lot better. Like iRacing live timing does a lot better of actually calling what's happening. Whereas Race Labs just loves to freak out a lot. So that's why I used to use Race Labs. I used to be like you, and I used Race Labs to kind of keep an eye on the action. And then next thing I know, my computer's blue screen, and I'm sitting here like, okay, yeah, not using Race Labs anymore.
I have won races with that fuel calculator. Yes, it doesn't.
Yeah,
look good
Race
fuel
Labs fuel calculator is not bad. I'll give it that.
I pay for it, so I kind of got to use it up, you know.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Keeping our eye here on this battle. Actually, that was not for the lead. I thought that was a battle for the lead, but our battle for the overall lead is definitely starting to close up as we speak about it. I mean, you see, 505 and Magic Arrow, they're all over each other. They have been for the better part of the last 30 minutes or so. So that battle definitely seems like it's gonna be our one to watch for the better part of the rest of the hour that you're here. But I mean, they are definitely starting to kind of pick it up a little bit. I feel like the times are starting to pick up a little bit now that the track temp has dropped. It's dropped about 3 or 4 degrees here in the last 30 minutes or so, as it is starting to get a little bit cloudy here. No rain in the forecast, though, for these guys. It was kind of unfortunate. I kind of hoped they would have some rain, but I guess some people didn't want to race in the rain, unfortunately.
Nürburgring Esports just hit pit road in their Mercedes.
Possibly some GT3 pit stops going on here. As your third place GT3, the number 87, they're off of pit road down and away. I will say our battle for the GT3 lead does seem to be tightening up a little bit. Walk Racing Esports, they've been running 355s, 356s, 357s since they did their driver change at the last pit stop. And Hyperion Racing, they've been pulling them in ever so slightly. They're about a second or so a lap quicker than your GT3 leader. And actually, Hyperion Racing just ran their fastest lap at a 356.444 in that 44 machine. A lot of fours, I just said, but Hyperion Racing definitely starting to catch up as now your GT3 leaders are starting to get lapped by the leaders. And what happened to 505? They have lost the lead to Magic Arrow.
I'm not sure. I was on them the whole time, but I was watching splits.
Oh, I believe 505 may have gotten a slowdown penalty, it looks like.
Yeah, I see it. He cut the first chicane and the first part of the chicane, it looks like.
Yeah, 505 Endurance does lose the lead because of that slowdown, and now they get to do some more work to catch back up to Magic Arrow. Why do I keep saying Magic Bull? I always keep thinking Magic Bull when I see Magic Arrow, their team. I'm not repeating that, Darby.
Oh, LMP2 car sliding into a lag oblivion. Yeah, into a lag oblivion.
Still on our GTP lead here, Magic Bull. Or excuse, I said it again. Magic Arrow, Jesus.
Stephen Bull.
Yes, it's because it's Stephen Bull, and I keep looking down and seeing Magic Arrow.
Is it Stefan or Steven?
Commentator loses his mind live on YouTube.
I think it's Stefan, right?
I'm going to go with Stephen Bull. Just keep it with Stephen Bull.
Tomato, tomato.
Potato, potato. No? Okay.
No.
I tried. Oh, we got GT3 pit stops here. Walk Racing Esports down pit road. Oh, and we actually got a GTP spun out of turn number 1. Ian Lake, I believe. Nope, it was not Ian Lake. It was the other geodesic car, I believe. Yeah, Pascal Ebner of the geodesic gold car went for a loop off the exit of turn number 2 here. Yep, nice little half spin for the 48 there. Does keep it going. No damage for that 48. The Hydra Race Geodesic Gold entry. Got a couple of the Geodesic team cars in here. The Gold down in 15th GTP. And the Geodesic Black car is up in 3rd. So a bit of a split race for those guys at the moment in terms of results.
Yeah, RJD has lost some time. 0.6 to Team Unknown 404. Team Unknown's got a good gap on Switch at Sapphire, almost 20 seconds to the 771. But yeah, 0.6. That's much cut down. A 4.2K I-rating driver in Christian Young. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, that gap is being cut down, and I believe it's because Alexei Smirnov is still one of the fastest cars on track right now in that LMP2 class. He's been pretty consistently running 33s and 34s in that 404. So definitely been one of the faster cars on track, whereas Christian Young has just been running 34s and 35s pretty consistently.
Yeah, I'd be looking towards. Oh, good move for that LMP2. Looks like he made a move to kind of keep that GTP in between him, it looks like. GTP is going to go to the left here. Work around him here. That's going to put him in a bad position for corner entry.
Uh-oh! That code between the two.
Yep, that'll do it. That's on the L. He could have put himself in a better position there for sure in my mind. But still battling here, gonna hang on that left rear. Team Unknown not giving it up. The 42 gonna try to drag race him here. Clear for the 42. 404 is gonna grab the slipstream. Maybe peek to the right side. Does he have enough?
Does not. Down into the Porsche curves. Christian Young still keeps that lead. Ooh, getting a little bit close here for comfort. Come on, boys. Not even 3 hours into this thing.
Oh, no. This is just some good racing here. Team Unknown not giving up. Got a Cadillac in the mix there.
There's an Acura, actually.
Sure.
Drive for pit road. That is an Acura that just passed him.
That's a really ugly Acura.
You're a really ugly Acura. Anyway, battle for the lead still continuing here in LMP2. Shots being fired once again between commentators here. But
no, it's a good-looking Acura. It's just abstract. I like it. Crash. We got another crash on track here. Let's take a look. GTP.
Is that our third place GTP, I think? No, it is not. That is the 3 GTP. Where is he? Let's see him.
Let me tell you where.
Racing Lab Esports, now in 15th place. And we got another.
LMP2's going in. That gives him a bump.
That was the 81. And the. Is that the 46 maybe? Or the 229?
Anyway, 404 still on the bumper of the 42 as we come out of the second chicane on the Mulsanne. Coming to the, what do you call that corner? The Mulsanne corner?
The sharp right-hander?
Don't you call that little kink, the Mulsanne kink or something? You seem to have some cool names for stuff. Let's take a look at this other replay here.
I was gonna say because these are the official names for these corners.
Oh, are they? Oh, my bad.
I was gonna say a lot of these corners are official corner names. I feel like the 2 chicanes on the Mulsanne Straight, they change names every year. Like I remember the last time I remember actually seeing names for those 2 chicanes, it was like the Xbox chicane or the Microsoft chicane or something like that. But a lot of these corner names are traditional names because I believe this corner right here, this is Mulsanne corner. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it points directly towards Mulsanne City Center at Mulsanne, France. So I think that's why that's named that. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. Please don't burn me at the stake.
I will quote you on that, and I will make sure I hold you accountable, Nick.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, I like that idea. That's a good idea right there. Got it. Oh, a little bit off there for the 404, chasing down the 42.
I believe both of them actually went off track there for just a second.
Ooh, watch the run. 404's got a run here. He's going to get that draft. He's going to look right again. Watch this. Oh, he did not get as good of an exit. I thought I got a better exit than that.
Does he make a move into the Porsche curves? Does not.
No, this is on purpose. This kid is saving fuel. All right, he is not making any lunges. He is staying right behind him. I'm calling it. He's saving fuel. That was 2 feet. That was, come on.
Hey, I gotta make a
Quick excitement. Got it.
Let me have my moment. I got a little excited because I saw it a little bit close.
This first brain cell was struggling over the second brain cell.
You got it wrong. I don't have 2 brain cells. Oh,
My
man!
bad. The
Almost
42.
let loose there.
That was awesome. No, that was just some good driving for the 42.
A little bit scary there, but he was able to.
He needs to bring his brake bias back just a tad because he is heating up those front tires, it looks.
He's definitely locking up the rears as well as he
Yeah.
almost won again there in turn 1.
I think he just has all those tires burning hot. There's no way to save it now.
Oh, I believe we've got pit stops, maybe, I think. Yeah, I believe our GTPs are making their pit stops. Magic Arrow and 505 have already made their stops, it looks like. Actually, yeah. Looks like they've already made their pit stops for this cycle. Because I just happened to look up and see High Caliber Autosports in the lead, and I was like, wait a minute, that was not our leader.
No, Magic Arrow's still in second. Well, I guess they got to the lead because 505 had a course-cutting penalty.
Alrighty, we're going to take another commercial break. We're noticing some more technical difficulties here, so we're going to take a commercial break and get these things fixed up real quick. So stay right here. We'll bring you right back as we take you over the 3-hour mark here on Grid Vision.
And we fight over the last brain cell.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, anybody got a setup? Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Back live here at Le Mans here for the Majors 24, just over 3 hours into this race, and it's still High Caliber Autosports leading your race right now by about 17 seconds over Magic Arrow. High Caliber still has to pit, we believe, in that 831 machine, so Magic Arrow is technically your overall race leader at the moment. Had a little bit of a lead change up in LMP2. Team Unknown 404 has gotten past the 42 of RJD for that LMP2 lead, but that battle is still close. Down in GT3 is still Walk Racing Esports leading by about 6 seconds, give or take, 4 seconds actually, over Hyperion Racing 3. Got a Mercedes and a Chevrolet leading your GT3 class. Acura and Porsche up front in your GTP class, and of course, Dallara is the only manufacturer in that LMP2 class. But just over 3 hours into this race, and kind of calm. I mean, not really much has happened. We didn't catch much under brake, just a couple of passes for position further down in some of our classes. Not really anything exciting happening, as we're still going through a pit stop cycle right now with our GT3s getting ready to come down pit road. And, of course, just kind of quiet with the traffic as well with all three classes. I mean, it's been a car here and there for each of the classes rather than what we've been used to seeing with, just blocks of traffic, basically.
Yeah, and I want to go back to something that Nick said earlier. He was talking about Walk Racing Esports and how their lead was shrinking to Hyperion. Did I say it right that time?
Yes, you did.
Hyperion? Okay, Hyperion Racing 3. So yeah, that gap is still shrinking more and more. So, Nick, nice call.
I was going to say, that gap, it's not shrinking anything crazy, anything that we need to watch as if Walk Racing has any issues or anything. They don't. It's just that Chevrolet and Hyperion, they're really starting to pull that gap in slowly. I mean, now it's about 3.4 seconds, but Walk Racing did just have some traffic to deal with, so that gap has slowly been coming down. I believe when we first took over about an hour and a half ago, that gap was about 9-10 seconds or something like that. Now it's about 3.7, so over the last hour and a half, Hyperion Racing definitely looks like the faster car in your GT3 class at the moment. But Walk Racing has led the majority of this thing so far.
And don't count out Nürburgring Esports either.
Yeah, I was going to say they're right behind Hyperion. I was getting ready to bring that up. So looks like your GT3 battle is going to get really close really quickly for your lead. So all of the classes really look like they have some tight battles going on for the lead. As looks like GTPs and LMDHs are making pit stops.
Yeah, and the oh yeah, there goes 2 LMP2s going into pit road, fighting. That's the leaders. They're on the bumper. Oh my gosh, the 42 almost just tagged
side
the
by
404.
They were side by side at the pit commitment line there.
That 42 was gonna push him to the side, and he was like, "I'm gonna get right up next side to you." But wow, they are pushing.
They are.
Can we see that pit entry again? That was incredible.
Get a look at this replay here as it looks like, yeah, go
Watch how much he catches. Watch this.
Wow. Oh,
And they disappear. Watch, wasn't that amazing? That was like.
Oh, and then this is where we picked it up right there.
Yeah, that's where we picked it up. There was definitely some. I think there had to have been some contact there, but they're just about. Oh, there's one car dropped. Next car's dropped. 404 is gonna get out first, but 42 is just barely ahead of him. Let's see here. Getting fuel in the car. Fuel takes the longest. 404 out first. 42 right behind. 42 had a longer pit stop there.
Looks like he may have saved or been a little bit lighter on the fuel coming into pit road than the 404 of Alexei Smirnov. But it looks like this 404 team seems to be doing triple stints here compared to the quads that RJD is doing. Because this is Alexei Smirnov's going to be third stint here, as he was in the car on lap 31, and now it's lap 50. So it looks like 404 is on their last driver stint, whereas Christian Young and RJD is on his second of 4 stints in that 42 machine. So this is what I was talking about earlier with the differences in strategy. Not only is it going to be fuel saving that is going to be the difference here, but it's also going to be a lot of how teams line up their driver stints here. So because it can be different from every team. Like some teams, they'll want to do quads for their fast guys, triples for their slower guys, or they want to do triples for their fast guys, doubles for their slower guys. It can all work out either way. So it is really dependent on the team based on what strategy you're kind of running here. Back up to our GTP lead. Magic Arrow gets that lead back after High Caliber Autosports comes down pit road. I think they have come down pit road. Maybe not. Nope, they have not.
And 505 has just fallen. Almost a 4-second gap for 505. Now, after that slowdown penalty they got that let Magic Arrow go back by.
I mean, that gap was about 5 seconds between 505 and Magic Arrow. And actually, 505 did make a driver change. Dennis Cho in that car now. So that could have been a little bit of what their time loss was, because it was about 3 seconds when they went into pit road. Coming off of pit road, it was about 5 seconds. Now about 2 or 3 laps into the stint, or excuse me, 4 laps into the stint, now it's back down to 3.
I didn't notice. Who does?
Oh, wait, Walk On. Yeah, Walk On Racing has some netcode damage thanks to someone in the YouTube chat for pointing that out, but they're down about 5 kilometers an hour, which is give or take about 2 or 3 miles per hour that Walk On Racing is losing in a straight line. So that is more than likely why that gap is coming down. And actually, wait a minute. What happened to Hyperion? They've lost a lot of time. They're down at third right now.
Yeah, I was going to highlight that. I think was there pit stops that we missed there, possibly, producer?
No, they had a 4-minute lap time, so I think they may have gotten a slowdown somewhere.
Slowdown or a little spin out? Yeah, has to be.
They got a slowdown last lap through Tete Rouge, so that's what that was. was going to say, I saw that gap was 6 seconds and they were down in third. So now they have more work to do to catch that walk racing esports. I almost said walk on racing. Jeez.
Well, I feel like it would be,
Yeah, I was going to say walk on racing would be a good name for a racing team.
I found another Corvette.
Yeah, we got
Obsidian's Edge. Dude, look at that. Have you guys seen that Corvette yet? It looks good.
It's clean.
Like, that
Number
car number's
12.
gonna be 12. But, like, I love what they did there. It looks, it's really good. If you can get a close-up of that car, it's a good-looking race car, guys.
It is, and Obsidian Edge and Hyperion Racing are the only two Corvettes in the field. We do have a lot of Mustangs, surprisingly, in this field. At the moment, I'm counting 4. I think.
Do you know what else? Do you know what else there's a lot of?
BMWs.
Acuras.
Shut up.
There is a lot of Acuras, though, yeah. Like, literally,
There is
third
a lot of
through seventh
Acuras,
is
but-
all Acuras, dude. And
I
an
was gonna say-
Acura has the fastest lap, but there's a lot of them.
You win this Acura thing.
I have to have some kind of character, you know?
I was going to say, yeah, there's your top 20 manufacturers. Go and read these off. Porsche, Cadillac, Acura, Cadillac. It's just like there's just... Actually, now that I see it, there is no BMWs in this field. So, BMW
Yay.
Cup... Yeah.
Boo,
we hate them.
BMW. I think
We hate-
BMW got the short end of the stick because of when their car was released, really.
Ian Fisher in the YouTube chat says, just as a fair warning, when I get in the booth, I have no idea what I'm talking about. Don't worry, Ian. I don't know what I'm talking about either. I just kind of just talk, and it makes sense sometimes.
I know what I'm talking about.
Do you?
I do.
Says the one who brought up
LMP3s.
LMP3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
LMP3s,
Oh,
buddy.
oh,
Here
what's
we
going
go.
on
Replay.
here?
Too wide. Pushes him off. Oh, the the Mustang. Just
Two.
is that? I don't know. That maybe a little bit of anger there. Oh my gosh! Wow. Heart dropped a little bit there. Wow.
That was Ryder Engineering and Adrenaline Motorsport. 2 guys in your top 5 in GT3 beating and banging like it's a short track Saturday night here.
It is a Mustang.
That does make sense.
It is a. He forgot it. Oh wait, this isn't NASCAR. My bad. My bad.
Oh, and Adrenaline Motorsport's off the track again. They're in the wall of the Porsche curves. The 26 Adrenaline Motorsport really slow. Big time damage for that 26. A lot of damage for Adrenaline Motorsports, the 26. Jordan Alt in that machine there. Ryder Engineering does stay on track. Gianni Peroni, I think is how you say that, in that number 2, stays out. So it looks like they avoided a good amount of damage. Get another look at that, just because it was such a significant accident. See right here, the 4th position. Ah, man, it looks like, I kind of want to say they got stuck together for a second there.
We just want to remind the drivers in here, if you're watching this and you want to come into the Grid Vision broadcast, go ahead. There's a link in the Majors series page to the Discord. Go ahead and get inside the Discord, sit in the green room, and hit the chat, and we'll get you guys up here to talk about your race a little bit. Remember, keep it clean and no calling out other teams.
Yeah, and I did put the link in chat there as well in case anyone doesn't want to go through all the links to do that. But it is in the YouTube chat if you want to come in, talk about your race. We're getting ready to do a commentator change here in the next 10 minutes or so. I will still be here, but Bryant will be leaving us, and I believe you're going to do race control, you said, correct?
Yeah, the producer over here just thinks I'm not good enough, so I'm being kicked out of the
Exactly. Yeah,
booth.
good job, Darby. No, I'm joking.
Going to race control. I will be broadcasting Split 4 on Pit TV at oh man, it's like 3 a.m. I'm going to 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. on that one. Yeah, make sure you guys check out Split 4 as well.
Yeah, like I said, commentator change getting ready to go on here. About 3 hours and 15 minutes into this race, we'll have Ian Fisher coming in to replace Bryant Lucas here for the next couple of hours. But we're going to get a little bit of a race update going on here. Just before we do that switch, you got Magic Arrow in the 69 GTP still leading that LMDH class. 505 endurance chasing him down, about 3.6 seconds between those two guys. Then it's about 12 seconds back to Sim Race Sweden Esports in the 22. That's another Acura there. Hydro Race, Geodesic Racing Black in 4th place with Project Valorous in the 551 in 5th. Down in LMP2, Torque Freak Racing. Actually, I believe maybe some pit stops going on here. Actually, no, these guys have already pit, but Torque Freak Racing is your leader at the moment. He is damaged, that 81 machine is, and he still has to make a pit stop. Tim Classens does. But Team Unknown 404 is technically your overall leader in that class. Over RJD in the 42, we've been on these two pretty much since we took over here. These guys have been fighting each other left, right, and center pretty much all over the track. Switch it Sapphire in the 771 in that 4th spot in LMP2 Race Tech competition in 5th place in the LMP2 class. Down in GT3 Walk Racing Esports in the 23, still leading that GT3 class. Nürburgring Esports chasing them down in the 87 though. That battle is starting to get closer and closer. Hyperion Racing 3 in the 44 Corvette still 3rd in that GT3 class. They're starting to catch back up to Nürburgring Esports and Walk Racing Esports as well. Arvensis Racing in the 77, 4th in GT3, and Ryder Engineering Esports GT3, who just had themselves a pretty significant crash. Actually, they may have had themselves another crash here as well, as they're slow in the Porsche curves. Ryder Engineering is in that Mustang. It definitely looks like Ryder Engineering had themselves another crash, as they're a lot more damaged than they were, that Mustang is. Yeah, looks like there was a wreck. I don't think if we could get a replay here, I think we will. Yeah, this is going into the Porsche curves. This is Ryder Engineering in that number 2 Mustang. It looks like a GTP tries to go around the outside.
Ooh.
Oh, man.
It's a hard hit. That's a really hard hit.
Yeah, they're down pit road now. Oh, does he know?
Oh, don't hit that wall.
Almost did. But that is Gianni Pirone and Ryder Engineering Esports GT3 down pit road with a pretty significant accident. Remember, that was the car that got into it with Adrenaline Motorsports earlier on, about 5 or 6 minutes ago. So those two down pit road now. That was 4th and 5th, but now down pit road for damage repairs. But that was your race update there.
Don't think I love the interior of that Mustang. It looked really bland. I want some good air conditioning, Darby.
Oh, man, he's a little bit too focused on the amenities and not the pure speed of the race car there, Bryant Lucas.
I'm the one who knew the displacement of the engine.
Name me the displacement and the size of the Ferrari then.
Ferraris don't matter.
Exactly. Good
They ain't
job.
American. They don't go. They don't make bald eagle screams.
That is true. That is very true.
So therefore, they're not important.
Oof.
Whoa. Okay. All right. I'm gonna get a lot of hate for that. I know.
Okay, yep.
Yeah. I'm gonna get a
Just
lot
be
of hate
glad
for
you're
calling
leaving
out
in 10
Ferrari.
minutes.
It's a good time for me to leave.
You got 10
Wow,
minutes.
dude, I accidentally clicked the button. So what's hilarious is, so I'm obviously on race control. So when I go out and broadcast, I got to be very careful on what I click.
Oh, boy. We got the driver of the Porsche that was in that accident in our YouTube chat. Says some Mustang drivers should ride a pony.
They should, and they'll be butthurt, literally. Nick got it.
I hate that I got that, but I did.
Oh man.
I actually despise that I got that joke.
Maybe I don't get it myself.
I agree there. That is Jordan Durasic, actually, in our YouTube chat. One of our Thunderclap iRacing Series runners, our Wednesday night league that we do here on Grid Vision in the YouTube chat, saying he wishes iRacing had the Garage 56 car. And my reaction to that is, I think everyone on iRacing wishes we had that car because that car is sick. Just, I wish.
Yeah, there's zero excuses for them not having it, and I guarantee you the majors would include it as an entire class. Just like, all right, there's our LMP3s. That's gonna replace Bryant's imaginary LMP3s. Let's take this replay here.
This is a GTP Acura down in the
Ooh.
Fortune. There's too much curb there, it looks like.
Good catch, though.
Got another replay here, another angle of this. You see right about here is where he caught a little bit too much curb, and the good old Acura with its bouncy suspension says, no, I'm good.
We've got a good battle for 13th and 14th. The 81 Torque Freak Racing is side by side with the Gaz X Racing LMP2. They just barely got straightened out.
Yeah, that is a lap down LMP2, though, for the 81. The 117.
Though he was just in the lead like a couple of laps ago.
Well, Torque Freak did have to pit. They're on a different strategy compared to the rest of the field. Actually, that was for position as well, I believe. Torque Freak Racing.
It was, yes.
Yeah. But Torque Freak Racing is on a different strategy compared to the rest of the LMP2s. Going up, I believe they pit about 3 or 4 laps earlier than the rest of the LMP2 field did. So, interesting strategy for Torque Freak, but it seems to be working in their favor somewhat.
Yeah, and that Mustang we saw wreck the 26 Adrenaline Motorsport. Oh, pardon me. That's going to be the, how do you say, the 128, pardon. The number 128. I am for Vermilion Motorsports?
Yeah, Vermilion Motorsports, GT3 Red.
Yes. They are still in pit road. We also have Adrenaline Motorsports sitting in pit road 2 laps down as well.
There's actually Ryder Engineering Esports is the wrecked Mustang we saw. It actually got a pretty good amount of Mustangs in this field. I didn't think there would be that many Mustangs, seeing as the release of the Mustang was only, what, like 3 or 4 days before
Monday?
this race?
Yeah.
Tuesday, something like that, yeah. So, honestly, a little bit surprising that we even saw this many Mustangs, because, of course, there's only the 2 Corvettes, which is Hyperion Racing and Obsidian Edge are the 2 Corvettes, but I mean, you got Ryder Engineering, Vermilion Motorsports Red. I believe Orbit, XDBM Mars is a Mustang as well. And then I believe there's one more Mustang. I don't know which one it is. Actually, Delta V Racing 2 is the other Mustang. So you got, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4 Mustangs in this field, 2 Corvettes, and then the rest are comprised of, I believe, BMWs and Ferraris, I want to say. And Mercedes, yeah, I forgot Mercedes.
Yeah, lots of Mercedes. 2 Mercedes leading GT3. When did I never noticed Nürburgring Esports to the lead.
Oh, yeah, by a pretty good margin as well.
Yeah.
Looks like they've been in front for a while here.
They've been pulling away, yeah.
And it definitely looks like Hyperion Racing is starting to catch up to Walk Racing as well. So looks like we'll have a battle for second spot here pretty soon as well.
And this racetrack is also starting to cool down just a little bit, it seems, as we're getting closer and closer tonight.
Oh, okay. So what happened is Walk Racing had 2 slowdowns on 2 straight laps. That's why they lost the lead. So
Okay, that makes sense.
that would explain the loss of the lead for that 23 Walk Racing esports machine. Or Walk Racing. Not sure what lap that was on, but this is from someone in the YouTube chat saying that. So I'm assuming within the last couple of laps they would have gotten that slowdown. Couple more minutes here before we do our commentator switch. Got Ian Fisher joining the booth here in place of Brian Lucas. I must say, Brian, it was fun being able to talk to him. So, and if you like his voice, I believe you're going to be on Pit Stop TV. You said 3 a.m.
Yeah, Pit Stop TV is when I'm going to be making my appearance at 3 a.m. EST. So, or EDT, pardon. No, I'm excited. Lots of busy night for me. I only get about 2 to 3 hours of sleep and then wake up and broadcast. So I can sleep when I'm dead.
Yeah, fair enough. But we do have our replacement for you, Brian, Ian Fisher, joining us now. Welcome on in, Ian. But like I said, Brian, it was fun to talk to you, man. And hopefully we'll get to commentate a race here very soon together. But we do have ourselves a replay here. I believe this is for Nürburgring Esports.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Maybe not. Another look at another replay here, possibly. Still Nürburgring Esports here. Oh.
I think he's trying to find the pass.
Oh, he's trying to find the pass. So
Yeah, he's trying to find the pass. He's slowly going farther and farther back till he finds the pass. Yeah, it's too far back.
But we did have a pass for that second spot. Hyperion did get past Walk Racing Esports, so that battle for position is done and dusted.
Well, I just want to say thank you, everybody, on here on the broadcast on Grid Vision. I really appreciate everybody, and I hope to help you guys out another time. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for making the chair warm, Brian. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, bud. I got you.
Well, get out of here. Go have some fun. Do whatever you got to do.
Yay, go do race control. I'm going to hate everybody here.
Have fun with that, Brian. We'll catch you hopefully here in a couple of weeks, maybe.
Yes, sir.
All right, now that guy's gone, Nick, we can have some fun here. Cool. Yeah. All right, what's going on, everybody? Let's bring some energy into here. I can't keep this energy going for 2 hours, but, you know, I'm trying to bring a little bit of pop here. We're, looks like about 3 hours and 30 minutes in. And, hey, just really quick, a round of applause for all the drivers. If you made it 3 hours so far, good job. Really, honestly, I'm not even being sarcastic at this point. That's a great job to make it 3 hours into this race, and it'll bode well for these guys going forward.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we just did a race update here about 15 minutes ago, but I guess we could do another quick one. Magic Arrow in the 69, still leading that GTP class over 505 endurance. That battle is starting to tighten up again. Gap below 2 seconds for the first time in about 45 minutes here for these guys, so would not be surprised if that battle does start to pick up for the GTP and overall lead. Back down in LMP2, Team Unknown 404 still leading over RJD. Of course, Team Unknown 404, they're still, Alexei Smirnov still on that quadruple stint as far as we know. So they're coming up to their third pit stop. And then RJD and Christian Young I believe he is on his second stint right now. So RJD has one more stint with Christian Young in LMP2. But that battle has been really tight throughout the hour, about 2.5 hours I've been in here. But down at GT3 is where we've had all of our excitement. Nürburgring Esports is your leader. But this is the first time they've led here today. I mean, Hyperion and Nürburgring Esports were both chasing down Walk Racing Esports in the 23 Mercedes. They that 23 has had some issues here recently, from what we've heard. A couple of slowdowns for the 23 and a couple of incidents with some faster traffic here. So Walk Racing definitely playing the catch-up game here, trying to catch back up to Hyperion and Nürburgring Esports.
It's almost like you read my mind a little bit, Nick, because I was watching this race earlier just to get some context, so I knew at least a little bit of what I was talking about when I got in the booth with you here. And what I was watching the most was that GT3 class. Of course, our prototypes are always going to be they've got the what can I say, the project. They look the coolest, right? I'll say that, although the new Mustang things get run for its money. But right now, it looks like they've got 9 cars on the GT3 lap. And for the longest time, I was watching it. I stopped watching it right to come to the here. For the longest time, almost every single car in the GT3 class, except for I believe we have 2 retirements, maybe 1 retirement at this point, they were on the lead lap. So that really has been the most competitive class so far in this race, about 3.5 hours in, which, let's be honest, it's a little bit to be expected, but it's still impressive to see all these drivers from top to bottom maintain that level of consistency.
Yeah, for sure. And it would have been, you said, what, 9? It would have been 11 with the Ryder Engineering and Adrenaline Motorsport getting into their separate accidents while also having an accident together about 15 minutes ago. They're 3 laps off the GT3 lead here, but they are still running. Of course, only 3 retirements overall. HTS Racing Green retired about 2 hours ago. And then team... the 50 car, I'm not even going to attempt to say that name, but they've been retired for about 15 minutes longer than HTS Racing Green. But Sim Race Sweden Esports GT3, surprisingly in the LMP2 class, did not take the starting grid here today, but got ourselves a little bit of a replay. This is Vermilion Motorsports GT3 has themselves a little spin, it looks like, out of Mulsanne Corner.
All things considered, not too bad. And before we went to that replay, you were watching a battle for second place in the GT3 class. That was heating up a little bit. Walk Racing Esports has lost a little bit of time now to Josiah Farrow in that Hyperion racing machine. But we go back to that battle now. You see, that's one of the closest battles we have on the racetrack right now. Still about 3.5 hours into this race. So really, I got to be honest with you here. I'm not the greatest road course driver, but I would assume in a situation like this, you're still only 3 hours into the race. You don't necessarily need that position right now. It would be awesome to have it, but you don't want to throw away your entire race battling for, second spot here, third spot, only 3.5 hours into this race.
Yeah, I was going to say, especially since we're getting ready to go into the night. It's currently 6:44 in Sim, 6:44 p.m., so sun should be getting ready to go down here within, I would say, probably about the next hour and a half, give or take. So this is kind of the point right here, this stint right here, this third stint, or 6th, depending on what class you're on. But this is about the time where you actually start to settle into the race. You're getting ready to go into the night. It's going to be dark. There's going to be a lot of fast cars passing you, especially if you're in a GT3 here. So these guys are really just focused on getting settled down, getting their position for the night, and just getting ready for what is expected to be a long night for these guys. We currently have GTP pit stops here. Your overall leader, Magic Arrow, in the 69 machine down pit road. You also got 505 Endurance right behind them. And I kind of want to keep an eye on this battle because they're starting to get really close. It was about 0.8 of a second as they came down pit road here. So looks like these guys are going to be battling coming off of pit road.
Yeah, and that's really been a battle we've been watching most of this race. Forgive me, I was trying to pull up some information on the side, but I believe you're talking about the race between Magic Arrow and 505 Endurance, and that has been one of the main battles all throughout this race. They do seem to be pretty equally matched. I'm looking at their fastest lap time. Magic Arrow is at a 3:24.2, and 505 Endurance is at a 3:24.0. So it's it's really like they're neck and neck. So as long as those guys keep basically within arm's reach of each other throughout this race, obviously you're going to have differing pit strategies throughout the night. I think that's one battle to watch all throughout this 24-hour endurance race we have here for us as they go. Okay, so I'm going to learn the track here a little bit, and I've been trying. That was the Dunlop chicane, right, that we just went through? Okay.
Now we're coming
and then
through the Forest S's.
Forest S's. Okay, because it's confusing because there's like the Dunlop chicane, and then there's like the Dunlop corner, and then there's a KFC here too, by the way. I just noticed that the other day. Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. So we've got, yeah, there it is right there, I think, right? That was the KFC?
I believe so. Actually, I believe it's right here, somewhere around here. Oh, there it was.
There it is, right there. Yeah, so you got a KFC here too. So really just like a United Colors of Benetton ad for global inclusion here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. As we see, what we got in the replay here? I'm interested to see. So the replays are fun because, and this is not a slight at Austin at all, but it's kind of fun because you never know what you're going to get with the replay. A little bit of a spin here going through the Dunlop chicane, right?
Yes.
There we go. Yeah. And that's a tough spot. I took a few laps on this track before to get ready for this to kind of at least say, hey, I know what these corners are. It doesn't seem like it's going to be that difficult, Nick, when you go through that chicane, but it really sneaks up on you. And especially, we haven't really talked about the mental aspect yet. I mean, you're in the car for 2, maybe sometimes 3 hours. You do make pit stops in that time, but to stay mentally sharp throughout that whole process and go through that chicane maybe 20, 30, 40 times in a stint, it's not an easy thing to do. It's really not.
Yeah, I was going to say, we were actually speaking on that earlier in when me and Brian were here in the booth. And I mean, the mentality that you need for a race like this is just insane. I mean, if you're our leaders 61 laps into this thing, so you're not even a quarter of the way into this thing. You're nowhere near a quarter of the way into this race.
Yeah, and then on the iRacing service as well, you know, most of your races, putting it in the context of what these drivers normally do, right? We're not talking about a real life race here, but in the context of iRacing, normally your races are going to be 15 minutes, 30 minutes, maybe 2 hours is a longer side of a sprint, right? But it's easier in those races, I would say, because you're able to lock into one mode. You're able to lock into sprint mode. But when you're doing endurance races, to me, almost the toughest part seems like switching between that endurance race mode where you maintain the car, you save fuel mileage and everything like that, and then getting in those battles, especially if you're a faster car or a slower car, and navigating that for sometimes a couple laps before making that pass. I think just going back and forth between the two is the most impressive thing to me with these drivers.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, what I was getting ready to say before I had to get cut off there, apologies about that, having some voice issues here, but like I was saying, the mentality. I mean, you were exactly right in saying your part. Oh, there is 404 off track. Oh man, gets a little bit deep there into Arnage. Keeps it on the track. Team Unknown 404. Alexei Smirnov goes a little bit deep there, but doesn't look like he's going to lose much time to RJD. But like I was saying, I mean, the mentality you were talking about this race is so incredible as we see GTP going around the outside there of 404. But not only is the mentality need to be perfect, but your inputs need to be perfect. I mean, this track, 8.5 miles, 38 turns. I mean, you have to hit every turn perfect for 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours, depending on how long you're in the car for. But just the mental strain that puts on a driver, and having to do that 4 times throughout a race, 4 2.5-hour stints it's mind-boggling that a lot of people are able to do it. But the fun, it's so much fun to do endurance racing. I feel like that's why endurance racing has been and always will be my favorite thing on the iRacing service, just because of how difficult it is. I mean, you have 4 24-hour races. You got Daytona, Nürburgring, Spa, and Le Mans. But I mean,
show some love to Watkins Glen. I know it's only 6 hours, and
yeah,
we got Sebring, only 12. But I know.
Yeah,
I know.
But I'm talking pure 24-hour races here. I mean, just the mentality required is insane.
You know, I've always wanted to see like a 24-hour off-road race. I think that would be cool.
That would be interesting. I feel like
I think
24 hours, 24 hours at the Charlotte Rallycross course.
Yes, exactly. No, Iowa. Make it Iowa. That would just be really,
Oh,
really
God.
mean to people. Yeah, exactly. You're just doing hairpins the entire time. That would be
Oh,
horrible.
my God.
Actually, going back to that last incident we had, though, coming out of the first chicane, the chicanes have names. Chad is gonna dunk on me so hard for this.
I just call them the Bulls on chicanes.
They're the Mulzon, yeah, because there's the Mulzon straight and the Mulzon corner. But then I thought it was like, well, hold on, I have a track map. We have technology here. Hold on.
We have technology.
So okay, so the first one, hey, the more you know. If we have that sound effect, Austin, if you could key that up for me, that would be awesome. But the first one is the Chicane Daytona, and then the second one is the Chicane Michelin, and then that is a lot of letters together that I don't know how to pronounce. So we're not gonna go there. But I guess there's the Daytona chicane and the Michelin chicane. But that kind of reminded me of the opening of the real life 24 Hours of Le Mans last year. One of the prototypes actually came out of the Daytona chicane, had a very similar incident to our driver here earlier. Forgive me, I don't know who it was, honestly, off the top of my head. I kind of forgot. But it's really simple to do, even in real life. And it kind of what I was going to bring up is it's a funny thing that everybody always, you're in iRacing and you hear people complaining. I think there's the benefit of real life, too, is that you don't have the cars being able to talk to each other, as we see a pass here on one of the GT3 cars by one of the prototypes. But my point behind that was it's almost kind of funny that people complain about some of the things that happen in iRacing, but then you see the real life parallels. And that was kind of my point there. Coming out of the chicane, the car gets a little bit lighter, really easy to spin, especially in those prototypes.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, personally, I'm also racing in this race. I'm down in Split 9 in the LMP2
I was going to
class.
ask you about that, actually.
I was actually going to ask you, too, so it looks like we're on the same mental wave here. But are you racing in this race?
I'm not. No, I'm not. Well, I would honestly. But like when you have like the teams that have like the two pro drivers and the one AM driver, like I would be the AM driver, So
Yeah.
yeah.
As we got pit stops going on here. Got one of our Porsche GTPs.
Oh yeah. Let's talk about that, because that's actually something that I put on my little thingy here, where is this how many pit stops they've done? Why not? Let's see here. That's the 9 machine. Let's see how many stops it is for them. Have we seen very many driver changes up to this point, Nick?
Yes, we have. We've seen almost every single one of the starting drivers come out of the race cars, as now Team Unknown 404 is down pit road in the LMP2 class. That is your LMP2 leader down pit road. This is Francisco Milo in that number 9 LMDH machine. That is your Sim Vision car up in 5th spot at the moment. But Alexei Smirnov in Team Unknown 404 down pit road. Does not look like they're doing a driver change for that 404, so it looks like Team 404 is going for a quadruple stint in the 404, and Christian Young down pit road as well for RJD. So your 1 and 2 LMP2 machines down pit road.
So we're talking about pit stops right now. Let me pick your brain a little bit on this, Nick. Are tires? We're seeing a lot of marbles on the outside of the racetrack and things like that. Are tires really that big of a, like, how many stints can you go on a set of tires, I guess is my question.
Depends on the class, I feel like. I mean, if you're looking at like GTP / LMP2, I feel like that, I feel like that you could do about 1 stint during the day, but when you get into night, I feel like if you really needed to, like, make up some time, you could realistically double stint at night. Because I know to
Austin,
like,
sorry, not to cut you off, but Austin, we do have a battle for the lead right now. I believe in the GT3 class. It looks like Hyperion and Walk Racing right now. It was a little bit closer. It's kind of fallen apart a little bit, but this is one I was kind of keeping my eye on.
Hold on, we actually have
in
a
the
safety
background.
car.
We do have a safety car.
Safety
Race
car
control.
on track.
Yeah, race control right now is coming over, telling the drivers what to do here. This will be the first safety car we have in this race, correct, Nick? I'm
Yes,
gonna sound really
as far
stupid.
as
Okay,
I
cool.
know.
I was about to sound really dumb if that wasn't the case. So I guess what do we do now? How do we make? Obviously, the safety car does make things interesting because it's going to bunch the field up. But let's Pit stops. Are we thinking pit stops are going to be a thing right now? We did see they were
Oh,
starting to cycle in, so we're going to see pit stops. I guess place your bets on how much of the field. Wait, can we? I don't know if we can do betting. Your predictions on how much of the field is going to pit here.
I would
You got-
guarantee the majority of the field is going to come down
Okay.
and do driver changes. Walk Racing Esports just did a driver change. Artem Udad is now on that card. Nathan Deering in Hyperion Racing is down as well for a driver change. So would not be surprised if everyone takes this opportunity to not only make a pit stop, but also do that driver change as well.
Yeah, and then
While
And
we
while
do
we're
have
under-
the chance for it, we're going to go ahead and take a quick commercial break here on Grid Vision. And, things getting a little interesting here under safety car, but we'll be right back here on Grid Vision with more coverage of the Majors 24 here from Circuit de la Sarthe. Stay right here. We'll be right back with more Green Flag Racing.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. in officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
And we welcome you back here to Circuit de la Sarthe for the Majors 24. Under caution, as you can see, most of the field getting bunched up and lined up here. Still waiting to see when we're going to get the green flag. I think they're still trying to sort out the majority of the field, but you can see all the cars lined up. They are on the pit limiter, as is protocol here in the Major Series for under cautions at road courses. So we will wait to hear from race control on when that green flag will come back out. But for the moment, first caution of the race just under 4 hours into this race. And I was a little bit confused for a second because I kind of forgot that we had the cautions here in the top 4 splits.
Well, yeah, I believe right now what is happening is the 69, the Magic Arrow leader is the virtual safety car right now, and as you mentioned, they're on the limiter as they go around the track here. I think we does not no don't quote me on this, although somebody's probably going to. I think we're going green this time, is what I'm trying to say. I do believe they have the field all sorted out, but I'm not 100% sure on that. The reason I say that, and this is completely conjecture and speculation, is that race control has stopped talking a lot. That's the only reason why I think we're going green possibly this time.
Like I said, I'm working on trying to find the rules for under yellow flag right now.
Being prepared for the broadcast. Okay, so they're starting the wave by process right now, from what we're hearing from race control. So we're not going green. I was getting everybody excited, trying to get the viewers up, thinking we're going back to green, like the kind of bait and switch there, you know. But I believe wave arounds are going on right now. And
that
do we know when sunset is? Because I know you're talking about earlier, it is getting darker. We can see it is getting a little bit darker. But do we actually know what time sunset is?
I want to say, I thought I saw 8:48, 7:48 or 8:48, one of those two.
I thought that was a thing you could see in iRacing. I thought you could see.
Yes, I can actually pull it up real quick. Give me 1 second.
That would be cool to know how many minutes we have until nighttime. Because it's gonna, we talk about the changing dynamics. It's gonna change again once it gets into the night. I think people will be a little bit more conservative probably when the sun goes down. You'll start to see the race.
Oh wow! 10:01 p.m. is.
I was gonna say it is the summer. I mean, there is that, you know. So
as you see, first wave around.
We're nowhere close to sunset. We've got like what, 3 hours still.
Something like that, but we do have wave arounds going on here. The 21 car LMP2 coming around for a wave around. Also got Scuderia Chicken House, Max Wobbles coming around to take their wave around as well and get themselves back on the lead lap here in LMP2. Got a couple of other LMP2's laps down. Got Speed Design as well in the 420. Michael Belair getting his wave around, but we've got a lot of GT3s that need to get laps back as well as some GTPs. So wave arounds should be going on for a good couple of minutes here.
So is everybody just getting, and forgive me, getting one lap back, or is everybody a lap down getting back to the leader of their class? Is that what's happening?
I believe they're getting back to the leader of their class, because that would be a little bit unfair if LMP2s were allowed to go around.
Well, that would take a long time. That's why I asked. So I was kind of confused by that. Okay, that makes sense though. Getting back, so that I was gonna say, because I was looking right now, you only have 2 cars for the GT3 class right now in the lead lap. So that's opened up a little bit. Obviously, with the wave rounds, that's going to change things again. I think at that point, everybody who's still in the race is going to be on the lead lap, correct?
No. Well, if you're talking about the lead lap of their class, then yes, I believe
Yeah.
so.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I gotta preface that with the multi-class. So yes. So everybody in the GT3 class will be on the same lap if they are still in the race. Am I screwing this up more? I feel like I'm screwing this up more.
You're not screwing this up. I'm over here being confused myself.
Okay. Well, that's good. I mean, why would we be prepared before a situation like this? I mean, why would we know what we're talking about and be professionals and have notes on these kind of things? Which, by the way, Taylor did provide for us. I don't know if these specific things were in there, but
Don't think so.
okay. So we're off the hook a little bit.
Yeah,
But
what the
hey,
heck,
it's
Taylor? Why would you do this
it's
like
a learning experience. We're all finding out together. It's fun. Um, Heck, if you know in the chat, let us know. We'll give you credit and everything. I don't care. Quick shout out though to while we're under caution here, SimRacerHub.com, one of our sponsors for this race. So far. Now, so hear me out. This lap counter up at the top, it keeps updating. So lap 64 at 399. I know that's estimating based on how many laps we've run, but the way this works in real life is it's not actually the timing, it's like how much actual distance you make it, right? Are they doing the same thing here, or is it
I
just straight
think
finishing?
so.
Okay.
I believe
Oh, okay, that's got it. Okay, so I'm being told that's not for practical purposes. So that's for yeah. That's just so much fun.
I believe I heard from race control. Hold on, I gotta go back and listen.
Yeah, I'm just yabbering. Okay, now we're speeding up from what I understand now. 70 miles an hour, 120 kilometers per hour, I believe I said that right. I am live, right? Yeah, okay. So you'll start to see the field
Okay,
speeding up
I just
now, I
got.
think, right, Nick? Yeah.
I just went back and listened, and we will be going back to green flag out of Tete Rouge as long as the lap cars do catch up. But they are speeding up. They are off the pit limiter, so we should be coming back to green here soon, if not very quickly. But it is still going to be Magic Arrow leading these guys to the green. High Caliber Autosports right behind him in the 831. Or excuse me, that's the 22 in third spot. Sim Race Sweden Esports right behind, but I believe they said out of Tete Rouge is when we plan on getting back to green flag racing.
Frantically looks at the track map. I see. Yeah, right there. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's going out of the going onto the back straightaway. So
I'm just sitting over here, like, frantically looking at the track map to figure out where they're going back to. Okay,
You
that
want me
does
to
make
really
sense, though.
confuse you?
Yeah. What's that?
You want me to really confuse you? I could name every corner here.
That's all right. Well, I mean, there's one called Indianapolis. I think there's one called Golf, too. That's not even. We're racing. We're not playing golf. So.
I don't think there is one named Golf. I don't think so.
Well,
But they are
Wikipedia lied to
starting
me.
to pick up speeds here, sitting about 80 miles an hour. That last lap time for these guys was 12 and a half minutes. Oh, man. That's
Like,
funny to
file
me.
your
But,
taxes.
that is funny to me for some reason, but it looks like we're getting ready to go back green based on the way these guys are starting to rear up here. Maybe not. I think we're still waiting on word from race control over whether we're good to go. Oh, we are actually getting ready to go back to green. Race control just came back over.
You know, he did say after I say the word green flag, I would have went right there. Because he did say the word green flag.
Yeah, definitely talking to you. That sounds like something you would do. Let's be honest.
And that's why I don't race in these. Because I think of things like that and I let the intrusive thoughts win too much.
Green flag is back out in the air according to race control, and everyone jumping out of position trying to get around all the traffic. You see the GTPs trying to break the slipstream here, and it is Calamity Corner down into this first Molzon chicane here. Wow.
Make it, everybody. You guys got it. And I believe race control said as soon as they waved the virtual green flag, all passing is allowed. You don't have to stay in any kind of single file line or anything through a certain point of the racetrack. You are allowed to make passes right on the drop, and we are seeing that left, right, and center all down the Mulsanne straight.
All I can say is wow.
I'm surprised nobody's like, oh, hold on, never mind. Sorry. I'm not going to say it.
Just have a pass for the lead, but that really doesn't mean much because we are coming back up from a green flag here. Simrace Sweden Esports GTP Oscar Fredriksson in the 22 does make a pass for the lead, but he has not made his pit stop yet. We do not believe. Actually, he may have. Don't quote me on that. Okay, so yeah, he has. So that puts Simrace Sweden Esports in the overall lead thanks to that caution. So they are officially back on the same strategy, and it looks like the majority of our field is, for the most part, getting sorted out. I mean, we go back to Molzon Corner, and it's still Calamity Corner for LMP2s and GTPs all trying to get past these GT3 cars.
Yeah, really, that's what's happening right now. There's actually a semi-battle for the lead going on in the GT3 class that you're looking at on your screen right now, while all these prototypes are trying to navigate their way through these two leaders. And talk about nerve-wracking. Imagine fighting for the lead, and then just literal spaceships are going past you at nearly twice your speed.
I was going to say, when you got GTPs going past you at Mach Jesus while you're trying to battle for the lead, it's pretty fun.
Yeah, so let me ask you, Nick, what class are you in while you're
we are in LMP2 down in split number 9. RJD there going a little bit off the track in that 42 machine, but we are down in LMP2 in the 9th split.
Yeah, so my question for you here in this situation, would you rather be passing or being passed?
Well, in LMP2, both are going to happen, but I would rather be passing because I have a little bit more control over what's going to happen.
Yeah, see, that's
being passed.
It's interesting when you ask different people that question, they'll give you different answers. Because I'm on the position where it's like I could just be the guy that runs my line and ignores everybody else, and then it's their problem to get around me. But some other people like having the control in their own hands, and I guess that makes a lot of sense when you're trying to drive defensively, especially right out of a safety car like we are right now, where the field is. I'm surprised we're still packed as tightly as we are. It is starting to stretch out just the slightest bit. Oh, I thought people were going for the pits there, but I guess you just want to get all of that curve on.
Hyperion's off track. That is going to be a slowdown for Hyperion Racing as that, I believe that's the 46 LMP2. Who was that? Max Wobble's Scuderia Chicken House there.
There they go to take it right now, trying to bleed
off.
Man,
it's going to be a lot of cars passing Hyperion Racing here.
Where else are you going to do it, right? So I don't blame Hyperion Racing, but that puts everybody else in a tough situation too.
So post-safety car, things really get thrown about here. Simrace Sweden Esports GTP now leads your GTP class over Magic Arrow. 505 Endurance is still in third place. Project Valorous Academy 551 jumps up into fourth with Sim Vision up in fifth. And why not? We'll go and do our 4-hour race update here. So that was your top 5 in GTP I just listed. Down in LMP2, though, things have really gotten switched up. Team Unknown 404 still leads that LMP2 class. Race Tech competition for the first time today up in the top 5 of your LMP2 class. Switch it Sapphire in the 771, your third place LMP2 runner. V3 Racing LMP2 in fourth with RJD getting the short end of the stick in that 42 machine. They're down in fifth in LMP2. Down in GT3, though, is another bit of a mix-up here. Nürburgring Esports in the 87. They were your leader at the time of caution. They still lead the GT3 class. Hyperion Racing did lose a ton of spots, so it's going to be Arvensis Racing in the 77. BMW, I believe, is your second place GT3 runner. And then back down in that fourth spot, Echelon Sim Sports in the 55. Your fourth place GT3 runner, and then Walk Racing Esports, the 23, is fifth in GT3, but they are in the middle of a battle with really slow motion racing, that first of the 4 Mustangs we got in the race right now. So things really starting to kick off in this GT3 class, and they're really starting to kick off all over the place with this caution.
And a couple of things while you were going down through our grid here and going through those positions that I noticed. The RJD machine really does stand out to me right now. They do have the fastest lap time in their class. I don't believe they have any damage or anything. I think they were just shuffled with pit stops and in that safety car. They do have the fastest lap in their class right now. So I'm interested to see how they're going to work their way back up the field. And you can see already they're trying to make a little bit of gain on the field right here going into this next corner. Another one to keep an eye out, I would say, the GTP class is going to be the 440 machine, currently in 7th place. Again, this is assuming they don't have any damage. I can't really go and see all of that information, but I'm starting to see that, kind of like you mentioned, Nick, that safety car put a lot of our faster cars into the pack. So it'll be interesting to see how they can make their way back up to the front.
Yeah, Luke Santos in that Not in Vain Racing orange car. They that car has the fastest lap right now. It was set by Andre Reddington, lap 33 of this race, 3:23.615. So that is the fastest GTP lap at the moment. So that car definitely showing some speed, sitting down in 7th place. They've been a top 5 car for the majority of this race. Again, only 4 hours in, so a lot still to be seen here. But we do have 2 more hours of coverage here for you on Grid Vision, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be here for another couple hours, but
yeah, I can't go anywhere.
Yeah, I was going to say I can't go anywhere either.
They literally locked us in here.
Yeah, they locked the door, threw the key away, and told us good luck getting out. So
we actually need help, but that's a joke. That's a parody.
Yeah, that is a joke. Please don't call the police.
We're fine. Yeah, we are fine. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Sorry.
Exactly.
Oh man.
I'm sorry, I completely derailed you, Nick, and you were talking about him.
Oh no, don't worry. We went off the rails earlier when Bryant was in here as well, so don't worry about it.
Oh man, I will say though, looking down. Okay, let me finish my thought here with all the lap times and stuff like that, because I was trying to get somewhere with that before we got sidetracked. What does interest me the most, again, I keep going back to it, but it's the class that I've personally been watching the entire time. I might be a little bit biased, but the GT3 class. Again, there's been some switch up in the last couple of minutes for positions. Nürburgring Esports was in the lead. Now they're in 3rd. Hyperion Racing back up to 2nd. And forgive me if I mispronounce this, but Arvensis Racing? Arvensis Racing. I apologize, guys. I apologize. The BMW, great choice if it's any consolation for me slaughtering the name of your team. They're now in 1st place now, and I think I figured out what was going on with the waiver rounds. I think you got 1 lap back, Nick, looking at the leaderboard. I think you got 1 lap back. So I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, but right now, some of your faster cars are in 5th, 6th place in this GT3 class. Good point you brought up there, Nick. I didn't think about it. It's not the same driver the whole time, right? So driver changes are going to factor into that. You're naturally going to have some slower and faster drivers on your team. That's another fun part of the strategy here in these endurance races is when do you put your fastest driver in? When is it more important? When do you make that push? And when do you go to your slower driver and maybe try to maintain a little bit as we go to a replay here?
Yeah, this is coming off the safety car, it looks like. Yeah, that was Hyperion Racing there.
I'm wondering if this is the pass for the lead.
It is not. Nürburgring Esports. Yeah, so this Nürburgring Esports and Michael Brook, I believe, got a slowdown here. And that was what the pass for the lead was. Yeah, it was. You see right there, he had a slowdown that he had to serve. So that was your pass for the lead.
I was hoping it'd be a little bit more exciting than that, but that happens too. I guess.
Well, that's what the majority of our passes for the lead have been.
Right, yeah.
But I was going to say, we have got a lot of driver changes that we need to go over here. Arvensis Racing has not made one. They did not make a driver change at the pit stop. Hyperion Racing still has the same driver. Actually, no, they didn't. They came in. Josiah Farrow got out of that car. Nathan Deering got into that car. Nürburgring Esports, I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce Joel Kleinecht, I think. And Michael, Joan Kleinecht, I think is how you say that, got out of that car. Michael Brook got in to the 87 Nürburgring Esports. Then Walk-On Esports did one as well. Caitlin, Florin Mew got out. Artem Udod got in. And that is the majority of your GT3 top 5 driver changes. Up front, I don't think there was much change. Oscar Fredriksson still in that Sim Race Sweden Esports Magic Arrow with the same driver. Project Valorous, they did a driver change. Andres Hauser got out and Brian McGough got in. 505 Endurance is still the same. Dennis Cho still driving that car. And then Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Black, Ian Lake still driving that car. LMP2 looks more the same. Alexei Smirnov in that 404, Team Unknown 404 machine. Race Tech Competition, Stefan T. Jacobson still in that car. V3 Racing LMP2 had a driver change as well. I believe Switch at Sapphire did one as well. So a lot of driver changes here in the Majors 24 at the 4-hour mark after a quick little safety car, which was very fun for a lot of our GT3 drivers.
Yeah, really, it was pretty much fun for everybody. I mean, I think if you are, it really depends too. You might have some of these drivers that are better than in traffic. If you get into a situation where you're kind of strung out on your own, it might be, yeah, sure, you can run kind of your pace and everything, but I do know there are some drivers that like to have a target in front of them and they like to chase, so they actually might enjoy having the field bunched up a little bit and not being all strung out and trying to just run your fastest lap by yourself. There is something to be said for keeping your mind engaged. You do have to, it is possible to get bored and get tired just running laps out there by yourself, and that's when you see mistakes happen.
Yeah, that is. I mean, personally, I like running laps by myself because that means I get to run as fast as possible with no repercussions. But other people do like having the traffic to keep them awake. So to each their own is how I'd put that, I feel like. So just keeping our eyes here pretty much all over the track at this point. I mean, you feel like everywhere you look, there's some sort of action going on. I mean, right now we're looking at some of these GTPs. Now we're looking at our LMP2 battle for the lead, I believe, yeah. Alexei Smirnov and Stefan T. Jacobson, your LMP2 leaders at the moment. Looking back through your LMP2 field now at your GT3 leader. I feel like Darby's just trying to change the cars as soon as I say names just to confuse me a little bit. I think, relatively speaking, that safety car was a little bit lackluster in terms of the action. I mean, we had that initial frenzy there at the start, and then now that people have gotten single-filed back out, it's kind of just really just gone pretty much straight downhill in terms of the action. Because I believe we may have lost Ian Fisher in our commentary booth, unfortunately, as he had just dropped out of the session. Yeah, while we got the time and the, we'll go ahead and pull something that we like to do on the oval side. We'll go ahead and do a Rev It Up with Ryko and get sights and sounds of Le Mans here for the Majors 24. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Back here, after hearing the sights and sounds of Le Mans, always so much fun to do. Just listen to the cars going around this beautiful circuit. Keeping our eyes on this battle in GT3. You got 5 or 6 cars all right here. I'm pretty sure these are all for position as well, so except for the yellow Mustang there, everyone here is battling for position. In line, that is, who is that? That is Walk Racing Esports. That's Orbit, XDBM, Mars, Obsidian Edge, Nürburgring Esports, and Adrenaline Motorsport. Adrenaline Motorsport is not on the same lap, neither is Orbit, XDBM, Mars, but I believe everyone else in this little pack is on the same lap as each other, all battling for position here.
And that Orbit DBM Mars Mustang is running about similar lap times to the rest of these drivers right now too. So they're going to continue to be a factor. If I'm in that car, I'm not trying to get myself in any trouble, but at the same time, you want to stay as close to your competition as you possibly can. You don't want to lose any more spots in those places.
I think we had some troubles for our overall leader here. Simrace Sweden Esports, Oscar Fredrickson in the 22. Oh, does he go into Indianapolis and does it step on him? No, he does not. Maybe down into Arnage. Oh, yeah, he gets on the AstroTurf there and loops it.
I didn't really, that's interesting too. I mean, I didn't see much steering input, but I guess that's all it takes, huh?
Yeah, it does. He gets on the AstroTurf just a little bit and the car slips out on him. That's the tough thing about driving these GTPs. They're just so on the edge of grip that even just that can spin these cars out.
And forgive me, we're working with rear-wheel drive here too, correct? So.
Yes. And actually,
okay, yeah, so
Race Sweden down pit road here.
Oh, that's
Maybe
a bummer, man.
They
really were doing a great job. Honestly, they were doing such a good job, and hopefully not too much damage. Maybe just going in and getting a fresh set of tires. Maybe thinking they did some damage to the tires, but we'll see how it plays out for them. Though that's going to move your 69 machine here up into another position, though. As they pit, everybody else going to shuffle up one more spot, Nick.
And it looks like they are doing a driver change as well. Cedric Holmbaum down into that Simrace Sweden Esports car. So maybe this was a planned pit stop and he just got a little bit too far off the racing line there. And maybe put a little bit of a damper on their plans there. But it should be pit stop time soon. Here in about 4 laps for the rest of your GTP field. It's been a little bit interesting because the Simrace Sweden Esports, they've been doing this different strategy pretty much the entire run here so far, just through this almost 4.5 hours here. So they've been running the different strategy pretty much this whole time. So I figured they would have gone back to the normal strategy as soon as they got that caution. So, but they seem to be sticking with what they've been doing.
Well, that actually leads right into what my point was going to be, Nick. You said, I don't know if this was planned or not. I really don't think that was a planned stop for him. I think that was after the incident. They just decided to come in. But I like the idea. I mean, if you're in that situation and you're losing spots for one reason or another, it would be kind of asinine to not go to a different strategy at that point. So I think what their decision-making process was, once they had that little bit of a slip-up, we'll go in, we'll make a driver change, we'll get everything fresh, and we'll come back out and see where we shuffle out after pit stops. I actually really respect it.
Yeah, I do. And now our GTP leader, Magic Arrow in the 69, they're coming through traffic now. They're getting ready to catch the brunt of this GT3 pack as they're coming down into Indianapolis. Now you see our GT3 leader right here coming out of Arnage. So our GTP leader getting ready to deal with a lot of traffic here.
That's just the name of the game, especially after the safety car. I don't know about you, Nick, but maybe we just haven't had enough time ran after the safety car, but I still feel like this is very, very tight. And if you look at our track map here, it's all bunched up in this one section of the track right now. So still a lot of cars you got to navigate here through. Again, only 4.5 hours into this race. We've already seen a lot of action so far as we see one of the prototypes just go around the outside. That was something else right there. It's so much fun to watch, especially if you have someone who's skilled behind the wheel, just slicing through traffic. Honestly, I like racing with those people, Nick, because you never even know they're there. They're just gone. They're there and gone. You never have to worry about them because you don't even see them.
I was gonna say they got when it comes through these fast guys, when it comes to getting through traffic, they got 3 speeds. Here, they're gone, brother. But anyway,
exactly.
I mean that was pretty easy. I figured that Magic Arrow, that 69 car, would have a little bit more trouble getting through traffic, but I mean he was through that traffic in the snap of a finger. I mean, I feel like
it was something
just getting
else.
ready.
That was cool.
I was gonna say I feel like we were just getting ready to talk about how that he was getting ready to come through traffic, and next thing you know, he's already through all the traffic.
A little bit of a move out of the way there.
Oh, uh-oh.
Oh!
Oh, big
Oh.
hit there. Who was that?
I don't really see. Oh, yeah, you can definitely see there's some left front damage there to Felix Warmark's machine. He backed it in, so I was expecting to see a lot of it on the rear wing.
Oh, that was High Caliber Autosports. See right there.
Was there a little bit of that? Oh, yeah, okay, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of net code involved with that. We'll get a slow-mo look at it here. You see coming through this little chicane, heading up towards the Ford chicanes.
I will say,
Wow.
you do see some net code there, and I am not an expert in any way to judge.
No, good job on everyone else missing him there. It was a really big hit for the High Caliber Autosports 831. Back on our leader here, Magic Arrow number 69 machine. He's got about 3.3 seconds back to the Project Valorous Academy 551 machine in that second spot as we get another look at some of the damage here for that High Caliber Autosports machine. The 831 involved with a pretty heavy wreck. Going up to the Ford chicanes just under 4.5 hours into this race. And that's always such a hard pill to swallow, wrecking this early into a 24-hour endurance race, because you know that towards the end you probably could have had a chance. Looking back at our LMP2 battle here, Team Unknown 404 actually gets passed by Race Tech Competition. The 818 gets around the 404 here. And Stefan T. Jacobson now leading this race in LMP2 over Alexei Smirnov in the Team Unknown 404 machine. Matter of fact, fastest laps being run for these guys right now. Stefan T. Jacobson with a 3:32.457 compared to Alexei Smirnov's 3:32.462. So a lot of fast laps being run here as the LMP2s have officially breached into the 3:32 bracket, and pretty convincingly as well, as that's by about 6 or 7 tenths of a second that these guys are into this bracket. So time's really starting to drop off here. Maybe a move being made down into Indianapolis. With that, we're going to go ahead and go side by side here. We'll keep our eye on this LMP2 battle here, but we're going to take a quick commercial break here, and we'll be back here in a couple of minutes.
You know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
And we welcome you back here. Hopefully, all the issues are gone and towards the end of our broadcasting here. But we do have a new leader due to pit stops. Ian Lake in the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Black. Number 14 machine leads your GTP class. And something I believe... Okay, so Team Unknown 44 is down pit road. I was going to say, I feel like something happened to them because currently they are on pit road right now, but the LMP2 I was watching did kind of, pull away from him, if that makes sense.
And I don't know if it's just convenience of how the pit cycle is going to work out, but anytime there is another Ian in the lead of a race, I have to be excited about that, Nick.
Okay, that's fair. I'll give you that one. That is fair.
And we got to stick together. There's not a lot of us, and it's really weird if you get two of us in the same room because we're kind of like, oh, hey, because there's usually
Like,
not two of us.
another Ian. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's really confusing when there's three. If you get four, then you kind of want to start to watch out because you might have a boy band at that point.
Oh man, you have thought this out, haven't you?
A little bit.
Yes,
Yeah.
it makes sense now. It's all coming together.
It would have to be three other Ians. It would be Ian. It would be like like Crosby, Stills, and like Nash. I'm forgetting one of them, but it would be like that. But it would just be like Ian, and Ian.
Huh.
Yeah.
I need a nap after listening to that.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Sorry, my brain is scattered right now with the issues that I'm having and coming back in, and then just things switching around. So I'm just trying to catch up. So I'll let you go ahead for a while, Nick, and then I'll just try to catch up with you here.
Well, we do have some good news for the Ian camp here. Ian Lake has just set the fastest GTP lap of the race, 3:23.106 for that geodesic racing black machine, and yeah, that is stupid quick.
Nice looking car too. But yeah, you're right. It's the fastest lap of the race, and I almost wonder if maybe the track temperature's coming down a little bit. We're seeing a little bit more grip, and that's what it's allowing these cars to get the faster lap times. You also see
It
he has
definitely.
the convenience of having no traffic around him too. Finally.
I was gonna say it is definitely because of the track temp. I mean, when I first took over commentary here in the booth, the track temp was sitting at about 96 degrees Fahrenheit. Air temp was sitting at about 84 degrees, and now that air temp is down to 73 degrees. The track is down to 79, so track temp definitely cooling off. It is getting into that nice and comfortable zone for the track for the fast times to start to come out. Winds sitting at southwest 6 miles an hour. Here, and then these guys are starting to pick up that pace, and as we continue to watch Ian Lake here, it looks like he's on another really quick lap right now.
Especially on a heater. And I do have a question for you, Nick. Is there a point where this track will cool down enough where you start to have diminishing returns? Like the track actually gets too cold for the tire, or I mean the ambient air temperatures.
Yeah,
Okay.
because we were dealing with that in my split actually. Because funnily enough, my split started off foggy.
Okay.
As in, it started off like I think like 35% fog levels. So the air temp was like 66 degrees. Track temp was down in the mid 60s. So yeah, it was too cold. I was dealing with a lot of understeer when I started my race. So it was way too cold. I mean, we were running like 334s or something like that in LMP2s. That just goes to show how slow it was. We've got another replay here at GTP through the second chicane. It looks like had to lock him up here.
Yeah, lock them up and then a little grip whip to get back on the track there, and not too much damage. I mean, that's going to happen from time to time. I will say that's the worst thing that happens in your race. You'll take that.
Oh, and another spin here for one of the Acuras. Looks like he got it back going pretty quickly.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Good job.
Didn't touch it.
You know, that's funny too. Like a lot of people, you always want to practice your racing, right, Nick? Everybody wants to practice their racing and their hot lapping and things like that. Especially in endurance racing, recovery, getting back on the track, it's almost as important.
Oh yeah, for sure. Making sure that you're back on track as safely as possible is definitely a good skill to have. And looks like Ian Lake is going to get himself a pretty good lap, but he may get caught by this LMP2 here, unfortunately.
Going to slow him down just a little bit, but hey, it's a good problem to have, right? You talk about first world problems. This is definitely one of your first world problems right now, especially if you're Ian Lake being in the lead here. Looks like he'll be able to get by this car with not really much problems at all, but again, he's going to have to start navigating his way through a little bit more traffic. He did have that gap for a little while as we see cars start to go to pit road, but you do see you starting to catch a few cars down, Nick.
I believe that is 505 Endurance down pit road. Let's see who that is. I believe that was 505. Was that?
They need just a giant sign, like a giant cardboard sign on all the cars that have the teams on them. It'd make it way easier for us.
Yeah, it would. I was just trying to, because it's like I got most of the paint schemes memorized at this point. I'm sitting here trying to figure out which one is which as we got ourselves another replay.
See what happened here. Got a slow car. It looks like down on the rumble strips. Not entirely sure. Maybe had some issues trying to get back on track. It looks like is that the...
Oh, pit limiter may have gotten stuck there.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, that's... From a competitive standpoint, Nick, I would assume that pretty much ends your race. You can still run the laps, obviously, if you find out well, I mean, we say that. Let's think this out for a second. Let's do a fun thought experiment. Let's say we're able to get that issue fixed, right? You get back out, you only lose one lap. I think you get a wave around if a safety car comes out. We say it's the end of their night. There's the potential that if you get it fixed, you're okay, right?
Yeah. Stephen Bull back in that 505 endurance car. This is the guy we were talking about earlier with such fast times in that GTP. He's the one that got this 505 endurance car back up into the lead. So I think they're waiting, or they're hoping that he is able to get that car and that pace back up to where it was and get himself back in the race for the lead here.
A little bit of a, calling the closer. Well, not the closer, but, calling your setup guy, your middle guy out of the bullpen a little bit here for 505 endurance. And, I mean, yeah, that's a good point in the race. We're talking about how the track temperatures are getting cooler. Might as well put the fast guy out there, see if he can put down a few heaters, especially with Ian Lake and that Acura in the front of the class right now. Pardon me. Putting down the lap times he is. You want to put your fastest guy out there right now if you want to stay competitive. This is the point where you tell me they're in different classes, right, Nick? As we watch more racing here at the Majors 24 Hours of Le Mans. About 4 hours and 40 minutes in, I believe just over an hour and 20 minutes left in our coverage here on Grid Vision. Ian Fisher, Nick Stein possibly having some connection issues, which is basically been the story.
I went to go grab my food. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. That's completely understandable, actually. That's way more explainable than connection issues, in my opinion.
I was going to say, I've been up since 6 a.m., been commentating for just under 3 hours, and I haven't eaten since then, so I figured a commentator's allowed a food break every once in a while.
What did you get?
I got me this cheddar potato bake I made me last night.
Oh, that sounds good. Sounds really
It
good,
is
actually.
good. It's freaking delicious.
Oh, look into here. I know we don't see it on the screen right now, Austin, but if you look in, I believe, coming out of the Mulsanne corner, there is quite a battle going on right now. A little bit of side-by-side contact. Just switched for me here. Eric Molnati in the Hydro Geodesic Racing Gold, and then Brandon Holly, the Solpec Precision Racing S machine. That is quite a battle that's been going on here for a few laps. So check this one out here, Nick. This will be a good spot to get you back in, or do you need a few more bites of the potato bake there? I can vamp.
I'm waiting for it to cool down because I just absolutely burned my mouth. That hurt.
So did you microwave it, or do you how do you reheat it?
Yeah, because I made it last night and I had it sitting in the fridge, so I just had to microwave it real quick.
It's always dangerous too when you get the microwave, because it's it'll.
This is not a baked potato. It is. What I did is I cut up some good old potatoes and basically salt, pepper, garlic, the good old SPG. Then I made me a nice little roux. I know I'm getting a little bit fancy with the cooking terms here. Oh man, what was that?
Yeah, they're cooking right now on the racetrack.
But yeah, basically I did a lot of cooking, cool cooking stuff, and made me a nice little cheddar potato bake. It's really good.
I don't know if Brandon Holly there, he slowed down a little bit. Might have gotten a slowdown in that last battle. You're just watching on our screen there. That little bit of the touch, Nick, that we both kind of reacted to there. I believe there is a slowdown that was involved in that.
More than likely, that was on the exit of the Porsche curves for that 171. So, would not surprise me if there was a slowdown involved, and that is our LMP2 leader now we're looking at. That's working their way through these GT3s. It looks like this is our third and fourth place GT3s getting lapped by your LMP2 leaders right now. Here in Worthing, may have had a big crash, possibly.
And when it shows you the aerial view of the track when you go back to the replay, it's usually. Oh, I see.
Oh, nope, somebody just towed.
Yeah. Wonder what happened there.
Way to get my hopes up, Darby.
Yeah, we heard big crash, and then. Well, I mean, we don't want anybody to crash. We don't want anybody to retire too, but these things happen, and we're here to tell you about them at least. But this is what we like to see here. We like to see racing, right, Nick?
Yeah, for sure. Racing is always the one thing that we love seeing here. So I mean, of course, we're a broadcaster of racing, so who wouldn't love to see racing? But this is, I believe, Magic Arrow running away from Project Valorous and Brian McGo. So, Norbert
Can I read that?
Haas-
Am I
Oh, what?
allowed to read that? Can I? I can read that. That's funny.
Hold on, I want to see. I get to judge if you get to read this or not.
Look
If
at
it's
the
on
YouTube chat because it does give us context, but it's pretty funny.
Yep, that. Yeah, go ahead and do that.
Yes, so Leonard Schweigel checked in on the YouTube chat. Apparently, this is sources are saying that their driver had to go pee, so he had to tow. Yeah. I was gonna say I think. So I will say this: in my other life, I spend time in small aircraft that don't have lavatories. They do sell little bags that are
Yeah.
you can very, very, very cheap too. They're disposable. I think you'd want them to be, all things considered. But I'm just, that's what you're gonna learn as you progress in endurance racing is not only the racecraft but also the preparation outside the sim that you have to do.
Oh man, you can't
It
do it.
was so bad that he had the toe. Huh? It was that bad.
Oh
That
man,
bad.
are we talking? He's been holding this for 3.5 hours, and he was getting ready to.
If this is the I was gonna say if this is the replay of him towing again, I think this is gonna be the Dunlop chicane claiming another victim, possibly. Yep, there we go.
Looks like it.
That's unfortunate. They're really after having such a great run there for a little while, it just seems like issue after issue at 22. I was gonna say, yeah, I think Nick, correct me if I'm wrong. They had the overall lead at one point, and now it just seems like they're
Yeah, they did.
struggling in this
They
4 hour
had
mark.
it in the first hour of the race, and then they had it again after the first safety car. So these guys are kind of dealing with just a lot of issues. Sim Race Sweden Esports is, but back up front, still going to be Magic Arrow leading this thing over Project Valorous. Unsure on whether these guys are getting ready to pit. Actually, Magic Arrow just made a pit stop, but it does look like, if I'm not mistaken, Project Valorous did make a pit stop as well. So it looks like your battle for the lead is an actual battle for the lead, which is good.
Yeah, and I would be able to tell you, but I'm really afraid to open up the timing and scoring app because I don't want to drop out of Discord again. But that does give me that information. But yes, that would be nice to know as far as how our pit cycles go and everything. And let's take a look here at some of the classes.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
so
got
help me out here. Well, help me out here. Leader just pit. Oh, okay. Look at that. Hey. Wow, Austin, thank you. I appreciate that. Look at that right there. All that information.
Yeah, that is top 20 overall, and their stint league. Is that someone with 76 laps, or am I crazy?
78 and 76, it appears. Although, no, because they wouldn't be in the top 20.
Oh,
I was gonna
okay.
say that would be my I was gonna say I think those might be cars that have retired. Nick, is what's going on there.
Yeah. So, in breaking news, I have lost my quarter of the brain cell I got for today's broadcast.
Same. That was about hour 1.5. So I don't even know how you're going in hour 4, right?
Yeah.
4?
My brain is running overtime right now, but we got ourselves about just under another hour of broadcasting here, I believe. Yeah, math is thing here, but got ourselves about another hour of broadcasting. Of course, we're taking you through
Well, it would be over
hours.
an hour, right?
Yeah,
like
but
hour and 50
you know what I'm getting at. Anyway, let me do my dang it. But
I was told to do Radio Le Mans. I'm trying to do Radio Le Mans. Okay.
Anyway, as I said, we're going to be taking you the first 6 hours and the last 6 hours of this race, and we're coming up on the 5-hour mark of this race, 4 hours, 48 minutes, and actually now just ticked over to 4 hours and 49 minutes through this race. Yes, I know it says the lap ticker up top, but we should have ourselves an actual time remaining. When we get back for the the rest of the 6 hours of this race, or the final 6 hours of this race, I should say, here in about 12 hours time. But as I said, it has been about almost 5 hours into this race. So I guess we could do ourselves another race update real quick. 5 hours into this thing. Magic Arrow leads your LMDH class, the 69 machine. Norbert Tomas driving that car right now. Second place, the 551 Project Valorous Academy car. Brian Mago is in that second place machine. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Black in the 14 machine. Johan Shirazi in that machine in third. 505 Endurance is your fourth place machine. Stephen Bull in that car right now. And Simvision in the number 9 is going to be Francisco Milo in that number 5 spot in the GTP class. Down in LMP2 Race Tech competition in the 818, Simon Ruhr Husum, I believe is how you say that. Apologies if I screwed up that name. But he is leading your LMP2 class right now. He's got himself a pretty good lead over V3 Racing. Don Alpol, I think is how you say that. Apologies if I'm screwing up any of these names, but V3 Racing LMP2 is second place in that class. RJD in the number 42. Florian Denzler in that car right now, third place in LMP2. Team Unknown 404. Not even going to attempt to pronounce that name, but is fourth place in LMP2. Gazex Racing Team in the 117, Hugo Robb in that car right now. That is your top 5 in LMP2. Down in GT3 is where things have really shaken up since the safety car. Arvincis Racing in the number 77, Perry, again, not going to attempt to pronounce that last name, but Arvincis Racing is leading your GT3 class. Obsidian Edge in one of our 2 Corvettes in the field. Lawrence Costwinder in that car right now, second place GT3. Hyperion Racing, number 3, in the 44 machine. Nathan Deering in that second of the 2 Corvettes in the third spot, GT3. Australia Wide Racing Blue, Thomas Freeman in that BMW, fourth place in GT3. And Walk Racing Esports in the number 23 Mercedes rounds out your top 5 in GT3. And that is your 5 hour, just under 5 hour race update, as it looks like we got some pit stops for your GT3 class.
Pit stops for the GT3 class, and I noticed some interesting things too, Nick, while you were going down the leaderboard. You were kind of saying how the GT3 classes separated itself out a little bit. Only 6 cars on the lead lap, so that top 5 is a majority of your lead lap. But the LMP2 class has really tightened up. It looks like first through about 10th in that class right now, all on the lead lap. So you really just, at this point, you want to stay on the lead lap and give yourself a chance at the end. If you told any of these drivers, hey, we'll give you 5 hours and you'll have a clean race car, I think you'd take that at this point. And you're on the lead lap. And you're on the lead lap and you have a clean race car. You'd take that at this point.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I mean, having a clean race car, of course, is, as we see right here, 404 Racing getting overtaken there. I believe that may have been by your 5th place LMP2 machine. See who that was. That was, I believe, GasX Racing Team in the 117 making a pass on Team Unknown 404. So got a change for position in our LMP2. But yeah, I agree. If you told me at the start of this race that 5 hours in, I'd be on the lead lap and without a damaged race car, I would be in love with that right now. I mean, granted, I don't know exactly how my race is going to this point. All I know is that we were in 8th place when I left. Should have been in 2nd, but, you know, pit stops kind of screwed us over. But it is what it is. But we are just under 5 hours, like I said, and got one more hour of coverage for you here on Grid Vision. So we'll have to see how that last hour is going to play out here.
Did you speed in the pits?
No, we had a little bit of a glitch with the tires. For whatever reason, when we came down for my first pit stop, it didn't put tires on.
Oh, gotcha. So you had to come around again and get... Did you just come around again and get tires the second time?
No, we were actually able to change them a while under that pit stop. It just did the tires after the fuel instead of before the fuel, or during the fuel.
Gotcha. So it's one of the... Yeah, okay. That would be problematic. And also, I was thinking while you were going through the leaderboard again as well, we should make like a commentator's bingo. And the, I don't know how to pronounce that, I apologize, should just be the free space. Like there would be that, and then like let's go to the onboard camera would probably, or no, because we don't really call it like that. So it would be like we're on board now. That would be another one that would be on your commentator bingo. Or like your 24-hour of Le Mans bingo. What would be some things like a Dunlop chicane spin? That would be on your 24-hour for Le Mans bingo.
Or overtaking traffic through the Porsche curves would probably be another one.
Yeah, that's a pretty simple one.
Darby dozing off is another one that would be a good one to add.
Yeah. Let's see here. What
When I
else?
got a little bit of an update on how my race is going, we're currently, apparently one of our drivers got a speeding penalty and a 40-second hold. I'm getting ready to ask about what position we're in. So
I'm sorry that I kind of talked the speeding penalty into existence to an extent. I think it already happened. So but it could be one of those like Schrodinger's speeding penalty situations where it didn't happen until I like observed it happening. If you see what I'm saying.
yeah, so
Yeah.
I just got blue.
Oh yeah, that's true. It was race control. So maybe they're plotting against you.
What the heck? Yeah, we got
I
put
doubt
one
it.
lap down.
Just to be clear, that's a joke. I'm sure the integrity of this race is second to none, especially with how many splits they're putting on and stuff like that. Just to be completely clear, and I appreciate majors and everything they do to put on the races for everybody, in case anybody is listening. But yeah. So what position have you? I would assume I'm gonna say you're in 6th now. That's my guess.
From what I've heard, we're the guy I was asking, he's not in the race anymore. He's currently doing IndyCar iRacing series at Road America, but he said we're either P7 or P8, and we just got to put a lap down because of the speeding penalty. So that means I get to go do some work and get us that lap back.
Well, hey, you might get the safety car and get the wave around.
No, we're not in the top 4 splits because only the top splits
there's
have
no safety.
those. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So, well, yeah, you do have some work to do then. I mean, it's not in your control anymore, which is unfortunate, but it does take some of the pressure off of you.
Sorry, still working through this cheddar potato bake. It's really.
I was gonna say, I was like, hold on, I'll let you get some cheddar potato bake in there. You gotta get some protein in. So, let me ask you this: are you going straight out of the booth into your next stint?
No. Hold on, I gotta look.
That would be legendary. Oh, here you go. This will be on the bingo square. We're on board right now.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah.
No, I do not get back in the car. What is that? Math. What is that? 21:37. That's what, 9:37 Eastern. So
Yes.
I don't get back in until about 8:30 tonight. So I got myself a pretty good block of absolutely nothing to do. So
yeah, it's. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I would say that
I
would
don't
be
know if
another
we've
one.
got the joystick cam here today, but yeah, that would be a good one to add Darby's joystick break-in because it feels like every Wednesday night we go Fox mode, and as soon as the battle's on track, he goes to a crowd cam, and it's facing exactly at the crowd because his joystick's broken.
Oh, you know what would be awesome? And I don't know if they have like a camera pack for this. Sorry, I'm talking like technical production things now. But if they had like, remember Fox had that camera that was like in the ground, and they had like the gopher or whatever it was.
Digger cam.
Yeah, that would be sweet. Have like one of those. That would be cool to have that. That would be cool.
And you just gave Darby an idea.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't know if somebody's made that camera pack yet. I'm sure somebody has, but okay. Yeah, I mean if we've got that, yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. We got a little bit of a tease for it there, for a second.
Unfortunately, I think that's the only spot that camera would be in. But
oh, are you aware of Max? Is Max Wobbles someone that you're aware of, Nick?
I believe he's in this race.
Okay, yeah, because he said they went from P17 to P8 on the restart. So I don't know if they were talking to you. Oh no, they were talking to somebody else. Oh, okay.
Yep,
well, hey Max, how's it going? Thanks for watching. Yeah, there we go.
Bigger camp here. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, one of our LMP2 guys.
Yes, he is in Scuderia Chicken House. Yeah.
Scuderia Chicken House, the greatest I think I've ever seen.
That is really good. Yeah, I've seen that before. That one's kind of a mainstay in different races I've done. I saw that they were doing, I think it was like a GT4 or something like that. I saw that in there as well. Yeah. But that is top tier name. Some really good.
I was to say, if we're doing like a vote for best name, that I've seen this race. It's definitely Scuderia Chicken House. Like that is the funniest name I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, let's actually that'll be fun. Let's do that. Because that's pretty good so far. But let's see if there's any in here that have kind of snuck under the radar so far that are actually pretty funny too. I mean, really slow motion racing is a good self-depreciating humor, but it's kind of in your face, right? So, yeah, I'm gonna have to give it.
Got someone from that car that had to pull off to go to the restroom saying, Major's gods, please give me a pace car while I'm driving. That way I can make up the time and position again.
Yeah, I like. So here's actually a question I have for you, Leonard, and maybe you can answer this for me. As I understand that, right? But why not just drive around and like just get back to the pits or like pit the lap before, right? At that point. I mean, I'm not criticizing. I'm curious. Like I'm doing journalism here and trying to see what happened.
Curiosity killed the cat, kind of.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, that's got Darby dying right now.
Yeah, I don't know why doing journalism got done. Yes, I'm very professional. Like me and Justin Malillo are pretty much the same guy, and you've never seen us both in the same room. I'm just saying that. But yeah. I'm sorry, my eyes are glued to the screen for this number 1 update. I think that's a good way to put that.
Breaking news. Just waiting to see it.
Yeah, do you have like a breaking news drop, Darby? Do you have like a dit or something like that?
Wait, yep, we got it. Hold up. Let me read this. I don't know. He just said it's getting very urgent now, and he's sorry.
Oh, don't be sorry. I think it's hilarious. Don't be sorry. I mean, maybe if you need to apologize to your teammates, I could understand that, but for us that was funny.
Pure comedy keeps us going, let's be honest.
Yeah, especially in the final hour, and only 2 minutes have passed since we've done that update.
Oh, don't say anything. The more you look at the time, the slower it goes. It's like retail time.
Yeah, so look, I'm not trying to I enjoy being here, but at the same time, it's like you got to figure out things to talk about for 3 hours. And I don't really know how people do this in real life either. I guess.
Well, I mean, for the real 24 hours of Le Mans, they do shifts as well. I think they do it in 6-hour shifts compared to R2. But
that's what I'm saying. But
I've been here for 4 hours, so.
Yeah, and then we're talking, and we have to think about things to say, and we got to worry about sounding intelligent. And that's the worst part.
Well, here's the thing. I gave up on sounding intelligent a long time ago.
Well, I'm really self-conscious, you see, and I get a lot of validation through iRacing and iRacing commentary. I tell people that I race. I play it up. I'll be honest with you, and you can make fun of me for that if you want, but anybody out there that says they don't do the same thing is lying, and I will say that. Yes, I look through a lot of validation through my sim racing exploits here. Much like these drivers on the track, to try to somewhat segue back into what we should be talking about.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit unhinged here, but it's fine. I'm 4 hours into broadcasting, so colors are starting to smell real nice right now. And
okay, hold on. Speaking of unhinged, one more tangent. What if you could program the TV to just have like YouTube on it for an endurance race?
Wait a minute. Wait, what?
A rear view camera here. Like you could just have like a YouTube browser in there.
I bet they could probably do that.
That's what I'm saying.
We're like going down the Mulsanne. Let's watch this video as a GTP blows by you.
That's what I'm saying, and you could watch. You could have your podcast on there. I'm not going to endorse any podcast because I don't want to. If Majors has a podcast, how about that? If you could watch your Majors podcast, if they don't have a podcast, I'm gonna feel really silly. But you could watch that. Or you could watch the broadcast. You could watch the broadcast. You could watch your broadcast on the screen while you're racing, and wonder what we're talking about.
Oh man, the plugs.
I'm trying. Look, I'm trying. I'm derailing it so hard that I'm trying to at least make the sponsors happy at the same time. Like simrapmarket.com or simracerhub.com.
Oh, man. Okay. All right.
Yes.
The silent plugs here. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's the Coke Zero.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Oh man.
We have evolved here on Grid Vision. It didn't take long.
I really hope that Taylor isn't watching this.
He probably is, and he's sitting here probably sighing very
Okay,
loud.
so the worst part is if Taylor is watching this and goes, "We need to get him back for the second half of the broadcast." That would be the worst part of this. That would be, yeah, that would be horrifying. Because, man, like you don't. Okay, so look, I would do it, but like I gotta wake up at 5 in the morning, and that is my like only day that I get to sleep in with a kid on the way and things like that. So.
I was gonna say, I mean, my only I have the weekend off, so I don't have literally anything to do this weekend. So if they need me, I'm okay. I could be there for the final, but I don't know.
I'll do it like Ross Perot did in like what was it, like 1994 or something like that, where he was like, "Look, if you want me back, you tell people that you want me back," and then like everybody voted him in like 50 states. That's how I'm coming back to the broadcast, basically.
I mean, I wonder if this was just kind of a test here for Darby to see, oh, like, yeah, he's a good commentator. I want him here, or something like that. That sounds like something Darby would do.
Wait, Darby, are you doing both like hour? Like you doing both like 6 hours like as production? Oh wow. Well, I guess you get that bag. I that you know, because that's what makes us rich is sim racing commentary, and that's why we do it, Nick.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, and the love of the game. Oh, also be sure to like and subscribe, just because it says that in the bottom left right now,
Oh
too.
man, he is shilling so hard right now.
Look, I'm just saying I understand how analytics work, and I'm gonna go on here actually and like it myself and subscribe myself, just to pump up those numbers, so Taylor brings me back. And look, if the race is shorter,
I was getting ready to say, are you just doing this so Taylor hires you here?
I'm just saying. Look, if it's a shorter race, it's much easier to keep on track. And
Oh
in
man.
my defense, to go back to the race for a second, things have kind of stretched out a little bit, and I don't believe we've had very many significant changes for position. If we're being serious for a second, so I am trying to fill some time here a little bit. It looks like though we do have a few cars in pit lane. I don't know if that's pit stops or if we have some damage going on there, Nick. I have no idea.
Who's this? This is what the
And I like how asking you that, I'm just like, you figure that out now and tell me.
I may or may not have been looking at my phone. I don't know what's going on. What were you saying?
I think it was just pit stops, actually, because now nobody's in pit lane. So I think we did just have a few pit stops, multiple classes. We're just in pit lane here. So again, 5 hours, and only 6 minutes has transpired since we started that tangent. So I just want to let you in on that one as well. But honestly, it does seem like the field is kind of stretching out a little bit now. I'm not really sure how the GT3 class is fitting into all of this because, I'll be honest with you, it's not showing up on my track map for some reason. And it looks like potentially there's only 2 GT3 cars on the track right now, but I don't think that is correct.
That is not correct at all.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was going to say. So, well, there's at least
All right,
4.
here.
Yeah. That is
Don
incredible.
von der Ven is your leader right now. I believe it's Don. And the Arvidsson is racing number 77 GT3, leading your GT3 class right now in that 77 machine. Obsidian Edge and Hyperion Racing, the 2 Corvettes in the field, are currently almost nose to tail for second and third position as they just come out of the Ford chicanes. Lawrence Kostwinder in the Obsidian Edge and Nathan Deering in the Hyperion Racing machines there. These two have, realistically, Obsidian Edge got saved by that safety car as Nathan Deering goes down into turn number 1, chasing down Obsidian Edge still.
I didn't know the Batmobile was in this race. That's kind of crazy.
With that, we're going to go ahead and take our final commercial break here of our first 6 hours of coverage. Going to do another quick little reset here. get some of these graphical bugs figured out. So stay right here. We'll take you to the end of hour number 6 here. Excuse me, hour number 5 here on your stay right here.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
And we welcome you back here to the Majors 24 here at Le Mans, where we got GTP pit stops going on. Norbo Tomas and Magic Arrow just came down and made their pit stop here. I believe this is their 7th or 8th stop. I can't really count that high, so I don't know.
What were you asking for? What team? What stop was it?
Magic Arrow.
Magic Arrow. Let's see here, because I
Just
actually
no
have that
reaction
back
to
up
the
now.
obviously funny joke I just made.
Oh, what was the joke? Sorry.
I said this could be their 7th or 8th pit stop. I really don't know. I can't count that high.
Oh, that's good. I thought you were making a Survivor joke, like the one Zelensky guy, who he thought that like several meant 7. So I thought you were going for that joke. Do you know that bit?
Yeah.
Did you see?
I did not.
So there's a guy in Survivor that was convinced that several like meant 7, and so he like lost a challenge and then got voted off the island because he thought that several meant 7. But in his defense, he kind of like owned it after the fact and like made fun of himself. And then they called episode 7 episode several. So I don't think anybody probably watches Survivor but me, to be completely honest with you. But speaking of survivors, we have survivors on the track right now that have survived
Okay. Nope. Go to your corner. Go to your
more
corner.
than
Bad
more
segue.
than
Go to
5
your
hours
corner.
of this race.
Go to your corner. Bad segue. You know the rules.
I have nowhere to go. There's 2 corners. We already told people we were locked in here.
Exactly. Go to the other corner.
Okay.
This is my corner.
Okay. Yeah. It's just one of those really long tables, and like we're on both ends of it, and Darby's just in the middle. We're just yelling back and forth at each other. Like you know the table that they always show the dictator at, where he's like 30
Yep.
feet away from. Yeah, that's what that's our setup right now.
Commentators lose mind. Live.
We
on
actually have a good battle on the racetrack right now that we're looking at. We're not talking about it at all. There's our pit stops going on behind it, but this GT3
Wait, whoa,
battle.
whoa, what was that?
Yeah.
Was the car going to the pits or am I crazy?
That was a car going in the pit.
Okay, I got a little bit scared for a second.
I mean, you are going crazy, but not that bad yet.
Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. Okay, I'll stop.
That was good.
Oh, okay, there's that's one of the geodesic cars going off there.
A little bit of a moment. Looks like he was able to collect himself there and get back going. It's Johan Sirazi. That's the leader, actually, right now in your GTP class. So, oh, man. I thought he was going to go off again right there, but I guess I just don't know prototypes, and that's how you're supposed to drive it, probably.
Yes, that is how you're supposed to drive.
Yes, back down the KFC straight, I believe, for him. Or is this the Mulsanne? No, that's the KFC. KFC's still there. Well, I guess I don't really think the KFC would move, to be fair.
I mean, unless it got, like, demolished or something.
Well, I mean, in the course of one lap is what I'm saying, but...
Hey, there's been some quick demolitions out there, I'll just say.
I guess, yeah. You've seen the ones where...
Yes,
Yeah,
there is a KFC on the backstretch just after Ted Ridge. How do you not know this?
Yeah, if you get the... This is the second... This is actually the second time I brought it up. Oh,
It's the
man.
third time you joked about it.
Yeah, there is a KFC. Literally, that's the only redeemable factor I know about this track, because when I was doing laps to figure it out before the broadcast, I believe this is... Oh, this is not the off track. I did see one off track, but we'll see what happens here, Nick. A little bit of an incident for one of our...
Out of
ooh.
Indianapolis and a good old bonk.
Yeah, and if he... Okay. Oh, that's...
Noises the
That
rear
was...
wing
Okay.
in.
That was kind of comical, I gotta admit. Like, not the crashing, but just the back end falling off, like, at the very end. Oh, man.
Like,
Okay, now I feel bad for laughing, because obviously they're having with it afterwards. I just thought it was funny how the wing fell off. Oh, it's back.
Kinda.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh,
that
I
could've
see. We're
started
just...
damaged before.
Yeah, but if you don't know what I'm talking about, just watch the rear clip here for a second. It's just like...
And of course it doesn't show up on the camera.
It's so...
One more time.
Like, imagine And again, I feel bad for these guys. I just deal with things with humor, and this is what I would do in this situation. It's just think the Price is Right fail horn, just like right.
Where's the
Burr,
guy
burr,
that was
burr.
where's the guy that was like the Echelon Sim Sports guy in our YouTube chat?
Was that wasn't Leonard, right?
No, it was not.
We have Sleck too. He seems to be a popular guy there.
Hold on, I'm looking. There was a guy that was like a fan of Echelon Sim Sports. Johnny Turbo's Nails Salada. I think.
That is a name.
Yeah, so if you're still in the YouTube chat or still watching the stream, go ahead and hunt down Ian Fisher for making fun of your team.
Okay. Whoa. Whoa. I was expecting that to go where it was going there. You got the dox me. I mean, although I guess to be fair, I've doxed myself already. I've said my name. That's part of this, and everybody's name is on here. But I will say though, we saw the little slip up from the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing team, but really didn't seem to bother them all that much. They've seemed to got that car back on rails, and looking at the last time by, yeah, they're actually fastest car on the racetrack right now. 3:23.1 for them is their fastest lap. So small issues, but they've seemed to got it ironed out.
Yeah, that was by Ian Lake with the 321.1. No one, or 323.1, not 321.1. Jeez.
But that was Ian's time still. Okay, let me see what their last time was. I can pull that up for you here. Their last lap was at a 3:25.8, so a little bit of a difference. But looking at the rest of the pack, that's commensurate, at least, to the cars that are still on the racetrack right now. So, at least keeping pace right now in the lead.
I'm just casually scrolling through the protest channel to see what kind of funny things I could find.
Oh, is there do we have beef? Do we have a beef report? I mean, I don't think we could report on the beef integrity. That's not good, journalistic integrity, and that's what we're about here at Grid Vision is journalistic integrity.
Sure.
We at least give a number, of beef.
No, I was just scrolling through trying to find funny stuff to kind of laugh at, but it's like I'm not really seeing anything, you know?
A lot of pit stops there for the GTP class that last time, though. So. Trying to see through the rest of the field here. Not a lot of pit stops going on. Like I said, a lot of pit stops for the GTP class that last lap, and it looks like everybody is kind of cycle out now. Unfortunately, restart a few times here, Nick. I only have one pit stop for each team so far. So I can tell you who's pitted, but I can't tell you how many times they pitted. Well, the most recent time. Of course, everybody's pitted, but...
Oh, I'm just looking through the protest files, and I see my car was involved in an accident in Split 9. That's not good.
Yeah. Apparently, Jakob 84 killed a GT3 car by accident. So F's in the chat for the GT3 car, I guess.
Yeah.
And let's see.
Latest incident report in Split number 3.
Yeah, and I don't want to punch down here at all, but I just want to see. Looks like everybody in the GTP class is still on track, at least. We've got a few cars, a couple laps down, but they're on track.
Leader is down pit road.
What I mean by on track here, in this situation, is we see the leader come down pit road. Nick, sorry about that. Is they're at least running. Is my point by that. I was trying to see how many cars we still have in the race running.
I'm not confused. You're confused.
I have been confused this entire time.
Yeah, same.
I'm curious why is there no dirt on this track? There should be dirt somewhere in a jump. Not saying that they should do that in real life, but that's just me as my normal racing flavors. I'm confused why there's no dirt on the track.
Ah, Rallycross fan, I see.
Yeah. That's the only thing I'm competent in. So.
Fair enough.
Yeah. There's like 4 tracks you have to figure out. So if you're not good
I
at
was gonna say the only thing I'm competent in is IndyCar. So yeah, I don't know why they're not doing 240 miles an hour right now. That's yeah.
well, you know who is competent at driving these road cars?
No, not another segue. Don't piss me off.
I mean, I could do a certain ad for a certain web security provider that does it a lot on YouTube, but I understand that that is not one of our sponsors. But I could, if you want
No,
to be really ragey, I could make that happen as well.
if you do that, I'm leaving.
Well, I wouldn't blame you. I think we would all have to at that point. The
Yeah.
geodesic racing team is skilled at racing. That was the joke I was gonna make. That's the joke that I was going for.
Fair enough. I'll give you that one.
Yeah. Actually, one serious point I wanted to point out here is I was looking through the timing and scoring screen. Lots of nationalities represented in our race. I'm seeing here Finland, France, Australia, Poland, Greece, the United Kingdom, Switzerland, it looks like, Italy, the United States. I believe that's Spain as well. Looks like UK and Ireland. Finland, I think I did say Finland. The Netherlands is another
Every
one.
time I hear somebody say Finland, all I think about is
The
that one
Patrick
scene
thing,
from
right?
SpongeBob. Finland.
Yeah, yeah, and I wonder. Yeah, I wonder if that's funny. I wonder if people in Finland like know that. You know what I mean? I would feel that SpongeBob is cool, right?
I don't know,
Well,
but I gotta know now.
yeah, like okay, so if, in the chat, if you're Finnish, one, Hiva Humana, and then two, just if you know about the SpongeBob Finland joke, that would be appreciated. Preferably in the next 33 minutes. We need to know if you know the SpongeBob Finland joke. Yeah, send us an email, null@gridvision.com, and let us know.
It's actually
probably-
info at gridvision.live. Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry, good job. Yeah, let us know if you're Finnish and you know about the SpongeBob Finland thing. William Brennan in the chat says, "Let's go Hyperion." I have to agree, sitting in a podium spot right now. Not a bad day for them. Let's go check out Hyperion there. It's a cool looking car. I do like the paint scheme they got on there, and I like how they put Hyperion on the wing so that you know it's Hyperion.
I feel like every GT3 team does that. Let's be honest here.
Well, I mean, you gotta use the space. There it is. Oh, Hyperion Racing. It's not just Hyperion.
Yeah.
That's fancy. Yeah. Yeah, they do. Yes, they're Team Hyperion, and they do racing, Darby. You're correct.
Oh my
Nothing
gosh,
gets by
Darby.
you.
Darby is so smart. Oh my goodness,
Nothing gets
guys.
by Darby, and that's why he is the producer, and we are the
Get
Talking
this man
Heads.
a Nobel Peace Prize.
By the way, great band, Talking Heads. Burning Down the House. Great song. Once in a lifetime. Yeah, that's a good one, too. That's one of my favorite bands, actually, is Talking Heads. You know, I will say one thing, and I'm not criticizing. Everybody who came out here is a much better racer than I am. I have crashed 72 times by now. Shout out to people that like the number 72. But they could have. I will say the spec map. I like the matte, like on the blue, but like where it's kind of like the carbon fibery look. You know what I mean? They could have gone for like some spice. But it still looks amazing. It does. It's way better than anything I could do.
Yeah, for sure. That is definitely one of the more favorite paints out there. I feel like I personally like the geodesic cars. The geodesic cars is just sick.
That's a good one. I do like that one as well. A little bit of an off track there from Hyperion, but they'll be all right.
Like, look at that. That is that not the most sick paint scheme you've ever seen?
It does. It looks like I want to say a cheetah, but it's not like totally a cheetah. You know what I mean? It kind of has. It gives me a not really. I was gonna say Great Gatsby vibes, but that's not right. It's not Gilded Age enough.
Yeah,
But it's cool. I like it.
You can tell we're slowly starting to lose our minds here.
Yeah, we're just going to what paint we like the best at this point, which...
Anything to get us through this last 32 minutes.
Oh, it's actually just 30 now, I think. Well, I mean, we got to do like a little I mean, yeah, probably 32. I understand what you're saying. Oh, nice. Let's see
I gotta
here.
love Darby showing favoritism or something like that. I don't know.
Well, don't say it out loud. Oh, wait. Crap.
I'm just,
Yeah, yeah.
that was a
Jeez.
joke meant for me because I always do the NIS races. So
That's fair. I might have taken that one from you, and I do apologize.
I'm gonna go cry
Is there
now.
any spots being taken away from other drivers on the racetrack right now?
Oh, no.
Oh man. I personally apologize to people watching right now. Oh, hey, look. Speaking of which, there was a move that was passed right there. Saw that?
I think that may
Was
have
it
been for traffic. Oh, 3 wide here.
That's got to
I
be
think
fun.
we're at the point where pretty much since the safety car, all the battles that we did have on track have either cooled off or just stretched out. I mean, you look at the gaps in all of our classes. It's what was that, 6 seconds back from first to second in LMDH, and then 11 down in LMP2, and then 9 for GT3. So the gaps are all pretty much spread out here.
Yeah, not a lot of passes for position. A lot of what you're seeing right now is just, cars dealing with lap traffic. You see some of the prototype traffic dealing with the GT3s right now, and that is something that's starting to pick up. So something for us to actually keep our eyes on. And Max Wobbles, actually, good shout out there. He's saying P2, P3, and LMP2 are pretty close right now. So let's take a look at that. I like it. Give the people what they want. Less than 2-second gap between the two. Oh, I was gonna laugh if we went to the pit road right then. That would have been like really unfortunate. Would have been like the anticipation, and then nope, just kidding. But yeah, look at that. All 3 of them, you could throw them under a relative blanket in Le Mans terms, honestly, Nick.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, about 2 seconds between second and third here, so ooh, maybe some pit stops going on here. Oh, I don't know what Darby's doing.
Be a battle here between 2 of the GT3 cars. Not sure if this
Oh,
is
it's
position.
Ticket racing in the wall. Oh man, that's in the Forest S's, I believe. Actually, no, that's in the Porsche. Oh man, a huge wreck in the Porsche curves.
I saw the aftermath of that. I saw they were spun around. Oh man.
Oh wow.
Uh,
Big time wreck here, and almost
and there's another one
involved.
There was another car involved.
Hold on,
I didn't quite see.
Oh man, bam!
Oh, man. Like
Huge
European
wreck
Truck Simulator
here
there for a second.
in the Porsche curves.
There's another car on the fence on the other side. I don't know if you can get the other angle on that, Darby, but there is a car. Oh man,
Called at the end.
one of the GT3s. I think they'll be all right. I'm not sure who that was.
More angles of this. What the heck just happened?
Yeah, I'm telling you, there is another car.
Edge.
Oh man, look at now everything's happening all at once in the last 30 minutes. The geodesic keeps spun through the Dunlop chicane.
Dunlop chicane. Yeah, this is the second geodesic car. And
there's
the
2
Dunlop
geodesic
chicane
cars?
claims another one. Yes, it does. There's the black team, which is leading right now, and the gold team, which is down to like I think 13th.
Geodesic 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Shut up.
I'm sorry. Man, and
You
there's a
see
look at
here,
that crash
I'm
again.
seeing
Oh,
it.
you see, there it is.
What happened to that GTP? Did they keep going on, or were they involved as well?
I think the GTP was okay.
That
That was
was your second place
Edge.
Chevrolet as well, by the way.
Obsidian Edge is back in the pits. That's a bummer for them, actually, because they were inside the top 5. Right now, they're still scored in 5th, but I'm assuming that'll update, and I'm guessing they're going to have a significant amount of repairs that they're going to have to worry about. So that's a bummer for them, because it was a good run. I think it was a good run for both cars, honestly. Before that happened.
Both Chevrolets were doing really good. Looks like our The other Chevrolet is not down pit road, sorry.
I'm just trying to find out right now. I believe it was the GTP if they stayed out. If they're that's not them still on the racetrack right now.
That was a massive wreck there. One of the bigger wrecks we've seen here.
Yeah, I would say that's probably one of the larger ones we've had today for sure.
Matter of fact, I think that is the biggest wreck of the day so far.
And you kind of wonder, being the largest wreck of the day, it doesn't bring out a safety car. I wonder what brought out. And I'm not questioning any decision making. I'm not questioning any decision making. That's not what I'm trying to say. Oh, so there is a guaranteed safety car. Is what you're. Oh, okay. That would make more sense. Okay. Got
You would
it.
think
I
as
understand.
broadcasters we would actually know the rules, but I'm going to go ahead and ask a question myself too. Are the other ones all random, or is it like if the wreck is big enough?
Oh,
So only one safety car for the race. Okay, that makes sense. Like I said, you figured as broadcasters we would know this stuff and actually do our research, but I guess not.
I'll be honest with you, I'm not making excuses. I should have done a better job. I work a full-time job as well, but I tried to do as much research as I could coming into it. I really did. I will say it's a testament to how many people just race this race too, and just the overwhelming amount of information. You said you went through the spotter guides. I tried to do that as well, and I still can't really tell the difference between anything. A lot of just really great paint schemes out here for this race, though. I guess if you're gonna be on TV, you gotta you gotta wear your nice clothes, right? So.
Yeah, and I was gonna say my excuse is I started my race this morning, so I really didn't have time because literally the second my stint was finished, I was out of the car, out of my Discord call, and straight over here to call this 4-hour stint here for this first 6 hours. So, I mean, I really didn't have much time to do any research at all. Usually I got myself a nice little broadcast board that I have all the driver names, all their paint schemes, fun facts about them. I got all types of stuff that I can talk about throughout the race. But, I mean, today I really had no time to be able to prepare like I normally would. So that's my excuse.
Yeah, and all you people out there, you might be, sitting there watching and everything, and you're like, "That's easy. I could be a commentator." Like, what?
No, you
What are
couldn't.
those guys complaining about? It's like, what's so hard about it? And honestly, yes, you probably could do it. It really is actually not that hard, especially in a race like.
It depends on the race. It's just the hard part of this thing is the preparation, for sure. Like, the amount of preparation you got to do. Of course, you got to have your commentator's voice. If you don't have your commentator's voice tuned up, then, I mean, you're just going to sound like a random Joe Blow just talking, and it doesn't really sound that good. Well, I wasn't going to go that far, but okay. But, I mean, you got to have your commentator's voice tuned up. You got to make sure you're actually speaking clearly. It takes time to, form that voice and actually work out the vocal cords to be able to get your voice to where it needs to be a long-term commentator. I mean, I've been sitting here for 4 hours doing this, and I mean, my voice hasn't cracked once, but that's because I've been commentating pretty much anything I could find for the better part of 3 years now. So, like, the amount of preparation, you got to work out the vocal cords, you got to be able to keep talking for long periods of time and keep describing what you're seeing. You got to, I mean, because normal people, they couldn't hold a sentence on for this long and actually make some sense out of that sentence. So,
Wow.
I mean,
That's a shot at normal people.
but you know what I'm saying. It's a lot of preparation and a lot of practice to be a commentator. That's why every once in a while I throw some shots out and say, hey, if you want to be a commentator, come on and send us a message, and you'll see how hard it really is. So,
I can't do the play-by-play. I like to think of myself as a rest in peace, like the Bill Walton of sim racing commentary.
Yeah, you're
I don't.
definitely a color commentator for sure. I mean, I started out as a color commentator as well when I got my start here at Grid Vision, but I mean, I've turned myself into a play-by-play. Actually, one of our main, from what Darby has told me, main play-by-play guys here. So that's good, I guess.
Well, if Darby likes you, then you're doing something right.
I don't know if he likes me or if he just tolerates me at this point. I think it's more the tolerate.
Oh, who wove the? Did we have an honorary tricolor flag waver for this race?
No, but we had the flyover.
Really?
Yeah, we had the French colors flying over at the start of the race.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Are you yanking my chain here?
No, that's a thing in iRacing. Like every start of the race at Le Mans, they do the flyover with the French colors. You'll see it
cool.
as you're, yeah, you'll see it as you're coming through. I believe the exit of the Porsche curves is when you first see it.
That'd be cool if they modeled like LeBron James to do the flag
I
wave.
remember you say that. I could just
I was
remember.
like, what is he doing here?
You remember the Le Mans Virtual back in 2020, the first iteration of that race? They R Factor 2 coded in the actual person that was supposed to be waving the colors that year.
No
Before
way.
it got canceled. They coded it in.
Oh, hold on. I need to look this up. What? So the 2020 virtual Le Mans?
Yes, you can see it best on Jimmy Broadbent's highlights of that race that year.
Oh my goodness, that is
It's
amazing.
It was great. I sat there crying for like 15 minutes.
There's a whole article about it.
Yes.
Oh, that's incredible. Thank you for allowing me to understand that this exists.
Oh, it was absolutely
Just
hilarious.
some random guy. It's just some random guy too. It's if you want to look it up, it's Carlos Tavares.
I think he was the guy that was supposed to be waving the French flag at that year's 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure.
COVID.
But it's not. Well, what's funny to me, and I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it. That's really cool. I would tell my grandkids that stuff like that. But it's not like a celebrity they bought into the game. It's just some guy. But incredible. That's actually the origin story of Barney the Flagman. Fun fact.
Yeah, literally. That's Barney the Flagman in the flesh.
Yeah, it's him. That's the guy. That's like the Harold meme. How it's like there's a real guy in real life. That's the Harold meme. As we see the geodesic car go around the. Oh man, that's terrible. Oh god.
Oh man! Once again, Grid Vision commentators lose their ever-loving crap here.
It's
Live
way darker. Like the sun, no more.
Yes,
Pit
that's
stop.
what happens when the sun goes down.
I just said sun no more and then pit stop. I apologize.
All right, so I think it's nap time for Ian Fisher.
Oh, but okay. Honestly, though, the sun is continuing to go down. Are these?
Yeah, but we're still about 2-ish hours, about an hour and a half from sunset.
Oh my goodness!
I
Go to Matt
said
Byrne
earlier.
in the 499 racing.
I believe it is 10:01 p.m. is sunset, so we're just oh that was 5:05 racing sideways there in the Ford chicanes.
See here.
Too much curb, it looks like.
Yeah, man, those are especially that last one there. Those are terrifying when you're going fast, and you have to go fast.
Yeah, that's usually how you win races. You go fast.
Well, no, you survive, but yeah.
That too, but I mean, in the shorter races, you go fast.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. I think there is a racing quote where it's like, before you can finish first, you first must finish. Right. I think that's a thing.
Like that.
Yeah. That is also another good racing quote.
If you ain't first, you're last.
Hey, good job by him though, keeping both feet in it after he spins, not killing it. I do that like every time I spin a car. So.
This is why you use anti-stall clutch.
Well, you see, I'm a real professional race car driver, so no.
I don't either, but I mean, if you're having troubles struggling to not stall.
We had one car go off there through one of the chicanes. I think it was the Daytona chicane. Just a minor off track, nothing too crazy, but minor off track.
Minor off track as he goes flying through the air.
No, it was just through the sand.
I know.
Through the snake pit.
Joking. But that sounds like something you would say, oh, just a minor off track as we see someone flipping down the Porsche curves. That'd be so funny.
Are we going to see him move here? We've got the onboard camera. Oh, man. I mean, it's smart that he doesn't make the move there. I'll be honest with you, but it would be funny if he just like went for it.
That would be funny, but it is also not even just under 6 hours into this race, so.
Right, and you need to be more intelligent in a long endurance race. You need to be way more intelligent than the commentators, that's for sure.
That is for sure. I mean, I always pull out the saying, there's a reason they're on the track and I'm in the booth, so.
Oh, a little pass here. That's good patience, though, by the Geodesic Racing team. Just know where you're faster on the track, wait for your spot, and then make the pass in one corner. It's a really good job.
Yeah, I don't think that, I don't know if that was for position or not.
I don't believe so, but still, when you're navigating lap traffic, you still gotta be efficient. You know what I mean? You don't want to lose too much time. And if you're the lap car too, if you're the car getting lapped or being passed, you don't want to just give away your line because one, there is a ton of marbles on the racetrack right now, so you run the risk of picking those up, and two, you don't want to lose much speed. So it's very it's an interesting give and take when it comes to, and it's not like, you know, at your local track you might go point out racing. Doesn't really work quite that well in iRacing, so it's harder to communicate between drivers. Oh, you could spam pass left. That is one thing you can do.
Yeah, that pass was for position. That was Geodesic Racing
Really?
Gold, Eric Molinatti on Elvis. Wait, no, on. Oh, what's happening? Sorry, I'm trying to find names here. I believe it was on Elvis Bonello for North Sim Racing LMDH that went off and got passed by Eric Molinatti in the Geodesic Racing Gold. Sorry, I'm trying to find names and it's not going very well because my brain is fried at this point.
No, you're right. That was the gold team. That was Eric Molinetti, and then Elvis Bonello and North Sim Racing LMDH was the pass that you saw there. So you got that right. Ooh, you got a Porsche. Oh, there you go. That was less exciting. I thought that was going to be a little bit more dicey, but then I forgot they're on the straight.
Back on our second place leading Corvette. Actually, this is your GT3 leader. Actually, no, it's not. What happened to Arvince's Racing? Are they still leading? They are. Wait, no. Arvince just made a pit stop, I believe.
Did just have one of, I believe, the LMP2 machines go into the pit lane. I didn't see who it was, but I saw him out of the corner of my eye.
I'm trying to figure out if Arvince's Racing. Okay, then yeah, Arvince's Racing did just make a pit stop. Hyperion Racing still is technically second overall right now, still yet to make their pit stop here. As you see, the gap is 47 seconds between Nathan Deering and Don Vonderven in that second place Arvince's machine at the moment. But we are getting ready to come up on hour number 6 of this race. It has been a long one so far. Talk to me. I've been here for 4 hours of it.
I believe you were talking about pit road. It looks like I would expect Hyperion Racing here would come in the next couple of laps or so. You would have to imagine. Let's look. Can you see their fuel on there? Probably not, right?
No, because it's the replay, so you can't really see anything like tire pressures or anything like that.
Yeah. Wow, his tires are flat. Somebody should tell him that.
No tire pressure. Oh, no.
I'm sorry. That's a dumb joke. But right now, I believe they will take the lead for a split second.
Oh, hello.
if they
That's a
don't this
GTP.
time. That was GTP. I know. I believe
That's
that
how
was.
quick it can happen in the cockpit. I mean, well, if we could stay on board, I don't know if he's got any more traffic coming up, but that's how quickly traffic comes up and goes by you. I mean, it's like here, there, and gone. Because, I mean, that GTP is gone. You don't even see it anymore. But Hyperion
kinda
Racing
like I
does come
suspected.
down pit road.
Yeah, I kind of thought they would. I guess they're just staying with Arvinus Racing at this point, right? I guess they're trying to match that strategy by coming in at that point. Right?
I mean, I think they are on the same strategy because we're coming up to the hour here, actually. So I believe they are all on the same strategy. So Hyperion Racing is making a driver change. Turner Schroll now in that Hyperion Racing machine. And Arvensis Racing still with Don Vonderven in that 77 BMW there. And then that should put Arvensis back up into the lead at GT3 by a pretty good margin, it looks like, because that gap was about 11 seconds at the time of Arvensis' pit stop. So,
Well, and I think they pitted when Arvensis was still in the pits too, so they basically followed him in. So that's why I was kind of surprised why they, and maybe they couldn't do it for fuel mileage, but I thought they were going to go one more lap and then go in for that pit stop. But
Yeah, like I said, Hyperion Racing does make a driver change here. Turner Schroll into that car now.
let's see if Schroll can get on a roll.
No.
Sorry.
Okay, Darby, now you're just feeding into his delusion.
I'm not going to say it for just the...
I'm not either. We're just going to leave YouTube chat guessing.
It was fine. It was very punny. Wasn't anything bad though. 561.
It made my head hurt.
Yeah, it did. Well, a lot of things are really at this point now. Tires going on that car, I believe, right? Can you see that here? If you see them lift up a little bit, can you assume they're taking tires? Okay. I didn't know if that just happened.
If they don't lift up, I should say, they are double stinting the tires. But like I said, we probably, if we do see it, it'll be nighttime before we do. But I highly doubt we will see that because it's just, I don't think it's worth the time to double stint tires here personally. But if we do, I doubt we will see any double stinting. But if we do, it's going to be nighttime before we do. So
I guess that makes sense too. You get I guess the cooler track temperature allows you to do that to an extent, right?
Yeah, I mean, we just crossed 9 o'clock in sim, so we're getting into that time where it is really starting to get dark. So, as Alexei Smirnov does get a slowdown on the front straightaway for the Team Unknown 404 machine. But our eyes are...
I do like when you get into the nighttime, though. It's a different... It seems cooler, you know, when you're racing at night.
I was going to say, what does Mike Joy always say? The nighttime is the right time?
Yeah, and he's a smart guy. He knows what he's talking about.
Sometimes.
Well, and he races the classic cars. That guy knows a lot about cars. I mean, I'm sure they feed him some information, but it's pretty crazy how he can just rattle it off. Although I'm sure they have multiple takes. See, we could have an excellent broadcast.
I was going to say, Mike Joy's been doing this since he was like 20, back in the 70s. So I think he's what, like 72 right now or something like that, still commentating?
Mike Joy, if you're listening, hit me up. I'll come join the booth with you.
Hey, I was close. He's actually 74 years old.
Really? He looks good for a 74-year-old dude, honestly. Like, I'm sure they put makeup on him and stuff, but...
Yeah, because he's 74. He's actually called every Cup race Fox has ever televised. He's been with Fox for 24 years and has been commentating since he was 21, I believe.
Okay, so hear me out. I have a conspiracy theory for you. I guess we're talking about NASCAR. But you know how TNT is getting it next year, right? Or the year after, one of the two. And then the NBA isn't going to be on TNT anymore. I'm just saying, take the inside the NBA crew and throw like Dale Jr. on there. Boom, inside NASCAR. Profit. I'm just saying.
I'm down for that, but I'm glad the NBA isn't on TNT anymore. Maybe the NBA will actually be watchable.
Well, that's true. I mean, I guess because Jordan would be, but it'd be funny. You could have Jordan on inside NASCAR. He would be like,
like Darby said, that would be so biased towards 23XI, it wouldn't even be funny.
Yeah, I guess it probably would. I see what you're saying, because like Chuck and Shaq would be.
Yeah.
I'd just be here for Chuck mispronouncing drivers' names. That'd be funny. He'd be like, let me tell you, that Kyle Lawless boy. You know what I mean? Like that would be funny.
No, you'd be like the Tyler Reddick guy.
Or Shaq. Or Shaq making fun of Denny for having no rings. But someone...
I would kill to see that. But we do need to get back on track here as we are starting to get towards the end.
Look, we got 5 minutes. Let's do an honest recap here, Nick.
Yeah, I was going to say an honest recap. We're going to do a full run through of our grid before we get going here. It's the Magic Arrow, number 69 machine, leading overall and in your GTP class. Got about 7-second lead over Project Valorous Academy, number 551. 7.8 seconds that gap as of the last timing loop. Hydra Race Geodesic Racing Black on the number 14. They are third place with Scuderia Volpe by... not even going to attempt that, but they're in fourth position. Not in vain, Racing Orange in the fifth spot. Sim Vision in sixth. 505 Endurance in seventh place. North Sim Racing LMDH in eighth. 499 Racing going to be ninth. RD Sim Sport number 2 going to be in the 10th spot. PWR number 08 going to be in 11th with Hardcore in 12th. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Gold in 13th place. And Solpec Precision Racing S, the last car on the lead lap of your GTP field, in 14th position. Racing Lab Esports 1 lap off the lead in 15th. Sim Race Sweden Esports GTP also 1 lap off your lead in 16th place. Team FFSR going to be in 17th position, 2 laps down. NSR Red Sim Performance.dk in 18th place, 2 laps down as well. 19th place going to be Blackout OPR GTP, 3 laps off your lead, and that is going to round out your still running GTPs. In your LMP2 class, Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab in 20th place. First overall in LMP2, V3 Racing LMP2 is your second overall LMP2, RJD in third place. Race Tech Competition, 4th place LMP2 runner right now. Scuderia Chicken House in 5th. Prestanda Nomad 561 is your 6th place running LMP2 with Gazex Racing Team in 7th. Team Unknown 404 in 8th with Team Shazma Spark Services in 8th. Devotion Sim Racing Blue Red in 9th with HTS Racing Yellow in 10th. Switch It Sapphire 11th. Speed Design 12th. Sector 5 Racing in 13th. Sim Race Sweden Esports LMP2 14th, and BP Racing rounds out your running LMP2 field. You do have high caliber esports in the middle of some of these LMP2s. They're 34th overall, 4 laps down. But down in your GT3 class, it's Arvensis Racing in 37th overall. They're leading the GT3 class over Hyperion Racing 3. STKE Racing Team GT number 369 is your 3rd place running GT3. Nürburgring Esports in 4th. Walk On Racing is 5th with Really Slow Motion Racing in 6th. Delta V Racing number 2 is 7th. Orbit XDBM Mars is in 8th with Australia Wide Racing Blue 9th. Adrenaline Motorsport 10th. Vermilion Motorsports GT3 Red in 11th with Obsidian Edge in 12th. Rider Engineering 13th. Echelon Sim Sports GT3 in 14th. And Team Shazma Wallach Group 15th, and HTS Racing Green 16th in your GT3 class. You do have a couple of LMP2s. 48th is Scuderia Volpe by Super Chicane in that 48th spot, and then Sim Race Sweden Esports GT3 did not take the start here tonight. And that was your race rundown here, just under 6 hours in the books. But that is going to be the end of our race coverage, or at least the first part of our race coverage, as we'll be back in 12 hours time to take you to the final 6 hours of this race. From everyone here at Grid Vision, it has been so nice to be able to call 4 hours of this race with you guys. For information on getting your league broadcasted or starting your career in broadcasting, contact us on Facebook, X, or email us at info@gridvision.live. Special thanks to Andrew Cardinal IV of Whiplash Sim Cams for providing the cams used on tonight's broadcast. I'm Nick Stein. That's been Ian Fisher. He's been one of the many commentators we've had come on and help us here for the Majors 24. A huge thanks to all those guys that did come along and help us here. But Austin Derbyshire has been the producer here. We'll see you here in 12 hours time to take you to the final 6 hours of this race.